Alright. Should be good. Just waiting on YouTube to start working. There we go. Okay, this should be a lot of fun. While people slowly trickle in, I can just hop in on my panda here because, I mean, after all, it's not like most people are going to be here to watch me run through Torghast anyway, but I do think it's important to start off with that. Kind of like, good to set a baseline on, hey, this is what we're going to be comparing things to. So that's what I'll be starting this with, even if it's not necessarily the most interesting thing. Guess it can only go up from here, right? I'll give it definitely a minute or two, though, because it always takes a little bit for people to slowly trickle into the stream. I should probably put my timer up as well. Just on the off chance. Good to keep chat covered. You never know. Let's go over here. Live split. Pop that open. Cool. And let me just mess around with it in OBS. Alright. That looks good. Before I start, might as well put all my consumables on. Can't hurt. And then we can hop in here for, you know, at least one run. Even though I've technically already done Torghast this week, you know, that's kind of the whole point of this video, right? Not necessarily exciting, but it does need to be done. And I guess while I wait a little bit, I can go get the remaining tower knowledge upgrades that I still do need. Think I finished a run right at the end of the stream. Is Torghast a good roguelike? No, says anybody who's played a good roguelike in their life. Exactly. Ignacio, I think you're gonna like the stream. The answer definitely is no. That is what we're going to be demonstrating here. But the thing is, I've heard people actually make that claim and say that, well, you know, Torghast, it's not a great system, but at least it's a good roguelike. And whenever I hear people say that shit, that is just what blows my mind. So, yeah. Maybe, would it be better to change the title? Are people going to get the wrong impression? Because my entire, you know, point of the title was to make it clear that I don't think it's a good roguelike, and I'm going to explain why. But, I mean, if people are going to think that I'm trying to basically make a case for Torghast, well, I don't exactly want that. So, I don't know. It has the mechanics of a roguelike, but it's not a good roguelike. Yeah. It's similar to a roguelike in many ways. Obviously, that's what it was designed to be like. And hello, Nakasadu. But yeah, it is nowhere near a good roguelike. It's missing so many fundamental things. That's kind of what I'm going to show. Because I'm going to go through a lot of what are considered to be really good roguelikes, and I'm going to show how you see the irony of the title, but you were on yesterday's stream. Gotcha, okay. So, yeah, I'm going to show how it's missing a lot of fundamental things. I'm not going to spoil it. Obviously, if you were there for my rant on yesterday's stream, which, in case it isn't obvious, yes, that rant is what kind of inspired me to do this. After I had that rant, because, like, I kind of expressed towards the end of yesterday's stream, I was like, you know, I don't really know what I want to stream today. I wasn't entirely sure. I was like, you know, I could do more Death Knight stuff, but I'm just not feeling it. And I felt like it would just be pretty boring. So it's like I was looking for something new to do. And then I realized, you know, I did talk a lot about Torghast, and I feel like that's something pretty cool that I could demonstrate. Not to mention, obviously, at some point I am going to make this into a full, complete video. with, of course, more tight editing explaining why it's a bad roguelike. So I need to get footage at some point, and that's one of the main things that's been holding me back. I need to get footage of all these different games that I just don't have time to play, because pretty much outside of, video editing and doing streams, it's impossible. So this gives me a good opportunity to gather all of the footage I need. I get to play some games that, well, I really enjoy, and it should just be kind of an interesting experience. Hello, Slamfunk Tortoise. Good to have you here. So, if you are joining now, unfortunately, we do have to start with Torghast. Great content, thank you. I do want to make sure I start with Torghast just to provide a baseline, right? It's also, like, a good way of, basically giving the least entertaining bits early on when people are still slowly trickling into the stream, right? What's my favorite type of wall texture? Do people have strong opinions on that? I don't have a strong opinion on wall texture. Favorite type of wall texture is one that isn't bumpy. So I guess there's a lot of like wall textures that, are really rough, and like if you run your hand down it, it's like it has all these bumps and stuff. I like to have a smooth wall texture, if that answers your question. But yes, so gonna have to go through here. Now, obviously, I'm not gonna give tons of commentary on Torghast specifically, because, if you're watching this, you probably already know what Torghast is. So smooth, I guess, yes. Wall texture is in how it feels or in-game textures? Good point. Yeah, Teeden, are you asking about in-game textures? Probably not, though. Because your last question was, what was my opinion on chairs and ceiling fans? So, I have a feeling you're just genuinely looking at your wall and like, hey, that's a good question to ask. Hello, Cosmic Wolf. Good to have you here. So yeah, I guess, here's the thing, right? Everybody knows Torghast, or at least if you're watching this, you probably know Torghast. But Torghast, I guess, in the off chance that, in the future, maybe people stumble upon this video and they're watching this and they're like, what the fuck is Torghast? Like, what is this thing? I've never heard of World of Warcraft. Torghast is a feature in World of Warcraft that is designed kind of like a roguelike. That's basically what its inspiration is. And it's not a good one. It's basically a shitty roguelike in a lot of ways. But the biggest one, in my opinion, is just lack of like any sort of build diversity and lack of any baseline for when you enter. So the issue with World of Warcraft is this is meant to be a system that people actually are forced to do for content. You need to do this to get your legendary upgrade items and Soul Ash and blah blah blah. So because of that, Blizzard needs to design it to appeal to the lowest common denominator. Everybody needs to be able to enter Torghast and complete a run, which means that they can't actually tune the difficulty around anything other than just the raw amount of gear you have. And, I mean, this is just due to a lack of creativity, but also, for the most part, the powers and, like, build diversity that you get within Torghast is really bland. This is probably going to be the 5th warrior run in a row that I've played where I end up going with a heroic leap build because it's the only one that is even remotely, powerful for warrior. You can build some other stuff, like you can go with a execute build, but an execute build is just like, it's like 1 power really. You just need Voracious Culling Blade, and it's good on single target, and you don't really need any synergy with it, so you just kind of run heroic leap and Voracious Culling Blade. Like, it doesn't matter. There's no real incentive to do anything special. I'm making it a point to ask dumb questions every day, whether on stream or not. Awesome. I think, okay, so here's the big thing with Torghast that I think we're gonna clearly see as we move on is the main problem with it and why it just kind of falls flat. Every single class already enters here with like a core set of abilities and different things that they can use to kind of, clear the content. And you can genuinely do, I'm pretty sure, like, well, you can even do layer 12 with absolutely no upgrades. You could basically treat this as if it's just a dungeon with none of the special powers, none of the upgrades. Just go in here with your base class and clear the entire thing. The powers really are only useful because eventually, the way that this is tuned, everybody who plays the game knows this, but in case you're not familiar with especially the new Torghast system, is nowadays Torghast is tuned basically just purely numerically. Torghast is tuned to the point where all of the harder difficulty stuff is just, hey, how much health and damage can we make the mobs do? We can make the mobs have, like, a massive health pool, and we can make them auto attack for, like, a ridiculous amount. So at that point, you just need, yep, there we go, starting the Heroic Leap build once again for, like, the 5th time in a row. So you can basically just make it so, oh yeah, players just need to numerically scale their character up in order to accomplish this challenge. Now, you can do that through 2 ways. You can get really good powers, or, more likely, you're just going to farm item level in a system completely divorced from Torghast, then walk into Torghast once you have more item level, and then clear it with your insane gear that you got by doing something else, like dungeons or raids. So, basically, the progression in Torghast has nothing to do with Torghast itself. You progress outside of Torghast to get gear that you can then use to help your progression within Torghast. So it feels really janky. It doesn't stand on its own 2 legs. It's a parasitic system that just leeches off other things within the game. Damn. Didn't get the good one. Build diversity is what makes the higher layers kind of suck. Grabbing random powers on lower layers is a lot of fun. Yeah, and that's the thing. Because everything is just purely based on, oh, let's make this hard by giving the mobs more HP, you have to take the powers that have ridiculous exponential scaling, or just have a base level of damage that is so overtuned it's ridiculous. Like this power here for Warrior, Ancient Rubble, which just does a ridiculous amount of damage, or like Corrosive Dosage on a Monk. Or you take something that just gives an exponential multiplier to one of your most powerful spells, and then you one-shot everything with that. There's just no real interesting mechanics and stuff in Torghast. It's literally just, okay, well, I already know what my class can do. I'm just going to pick up these powers which just make... I either do a flat level of damage, like a proc thing, so when I Heroic Leap, I do a big chunk of damage, or I increase the damage that I deal on one of my abilities by 1%. Nothing in Torghast actually changes the way that you play your class. And the problem with that is because you already enter with all of your abilities already determined. If you look at every single roguelike that I will be playing on this stream, you're going to see that pretty much every single one starts you out on a baseline. Every single roguelike has a certain level that every single person who plays the game will start off at. You're going to start off with, you know, this type of deck in Slay the Spire. You're going to start off with just the basic pistol and enter the Gungeon. Even one of the roguelikes I'm going to show, Luck Be a Landlord, which is, you know, not necessarily the most popular roguelike, but I do think it's interesting, I guess, starts you off with the same slot machine symbols every single time. And then from then on, depending on what you get offered, you have opportunities to customize your run. And here's the thing, not every single time are you going to get the best options. Sometimes you're going to get a lot of duds. You're going to get stuff that doesn't really work super well, and you might lose. But you know what? That's okay. Roguelikes are inherently designed to be, yeah, sometimes you get like the perfect build and you just destroy it. Other times you get a lot of garbage and you fail. But a lot of the fun in roguelikes comes from getting a bunch of garbage and trying to make it work despite the fact that you're most likely just going to fail. At least that's how I really enjoy playing stuff like Slay the Spire and whatnot. Like, oh, I got really shitty cards? Well, I guess I'm going to make it work. A good example recently is I was playing Ironclad and Slay the Spire, and I was trying to record footage for this, well, the video I'm going to make, so kind of like the follow-up to this video. And I was really trying to get a Dead Branch Corruption run, because I wanted to demonstrate how broken Dead Branch Corruption is. And then I ended up getting offered, like, an upgraded Hemokinesis, which is a card that historically I've always thought, like, it's terrible. So I was like, ah, fuck it, I'll just take this thing, you know, whatever. And this is probably going to be a dead run, but I'll keep going with it anyway. And then I kept getting these really niche cards that I've never used that just so happened to synergize really well with Hemokinesis. And I ended up winning that run on Ascension 20 with this really, really stupid Hemokinesis build. And I was like, holy shit. I've never actually played the game this way before, and I found a new build that actually works out really well. And you're never going to do that in Torghast, because, first of all, you're never forced to. Because you pretty much, like I said, I literally went into this run saying I'm probably going to get the Heroic Leap build. You know, I'm not even halfway through, and I already got the Heroic Leap build. Yes, we're doing a roguelike documentary today. That is what this stream is going to be. I'm going to be playing through every single one of my favorite roguelikes, including some that I haven't really tried that much before, but I've heard a lot about, so we'll see how that goes. And I'm going to explain why these roguelikes are really good, or at least what makes them unique and interesting in the roguelike genre, and why Torghast is just not good at all. Hey March, good to have you here. Let me read some of the messages. What are my thoughts on flashlights? They're good, but I feel like the fact that I now have a flashlight on my phone kind of makes the idea of just carrying around a flashlight a little bit outdated. Maybe that's just me, but I've never felt the need to use one recently. Okay. I want to focus for this. I can't get hit by traps. One of the other things with Torghast is because of the new scoring system, which effectively you need to get a high score if you're trying to get to like the end secret level, right? You have to play Torghast almost perfectly. A good example would be getting the heart in Slay the Spire. So if you wanted to play Slay the Spire, and you just wanted to have like a chill, fun time, and you didn't really feel like going for Act 4, the secret level, basically, well, here's the thing. WoW Torghast kind of has that, but because there's rewards for raiding locked behind it, players feel forced to basically go for that secret level by playing really well every single time. So it's not like this optional thing where when you actually unlock the heart and then beat that final level, you feel really accomplished. It's just something that you kind of feel like you need to do as a weekly chore. And unfortunately, they've also tuned it to be really poorly, or they've tuned it really poorly. Like, Act 4 in Slay the Spire is not fucking easy. That boss is really, really, really hard. A lot of runs will die there if you push that far. And the bonus act, so to speak, in Torghast is just stupid easy. It doesn't matter at all. It's like a non-challenge. Once again, I need to focus because if I get hit by a trap, I lose a ton of points. Hey Harldan, hey Bretman bruh, good to have you here. Luck Be a Landlord is pretty balanced. You can't really lose if you know what to pick, but there's much more variety than in Torghast in terms of what you pick in order to win. Kind of. I will say, I'm going to be playing Luck Be a Landlord just on the default difficulty. I've pushed up on apartment floors a bit, but I will say one of the big issues I have with Luck Be a Landlord, at least in the recent updates, is the new apartment floors are like ridiculously fucking hard. You really can't go with a lot of just fun builds. Especially later on, you kind of feel forced to go with like the purely exponentially scaling builds. It actually, in that way, kind of falls into a similar trap with Torghast. That said, at the end of the day, nobody's forcing you to play them in Luck Be a Landlord. So that is one of the biggest issues of Torghast, right? Like, if somebody really wanted to challenge themselves to do Layer 12 or something like that, at this point, obviously, it's not a challenge, but let's say they made an even harder floor of Torghast, and it just gave cosmetic rewards. If somebody really wanted to, you know, run that and challenge themselves to do that for no reason, sure, okay, that's what pretty much every roguelike is. The problem is when you have to make it slightly difficult to prevent it from being face roll easy, and then at the same time, you put mandatory in-game rewards locked behind it so that everybody at the same time kind of feels forced to do it. That's where the real issue within Torghast lies. But at the same time, it's not fun, which is what I'm trying to demonstrate here. This mob now auto-attacks you for 15k? Exactly. It's like, oh, every single auto just now, you know, removes half my health bar. That's cool. Which is one of the reasons why doing Torghast as a tank is now a lot better. Because you can actually survive mob autos pretty consistently. Have I ever tried PvP seriously? I have not. PvP in this game has just never really been something I've enjoyed. Not really. So I'm gonna go ahead, grab this potion. Can grab one more anima cell. Sure. Not that it matters, considering, you know, I'm about to be finished with the run, but okay. Okay. I at least want to try to get this under 40 seconds. I should be fine on getting a flawless score. Just because I haven't taken an epic power. Yeah. Haven't taken an epic power. I've gone reasonably fast. I mean, I haven't died, obviously. And I should get this down in at least 40 seconds, so... should be fine. Yeah, flawless. Okay. So, for people who... I explained this on stream yesterday, in case you're not super familiar with the new Torghast scoring system, you basically have to full clear every single floor. You have to use this buff down here to activate it and get, like, bonus points and stuff. It times you, so you need to do it in a very specific amount of time to get the full score from it. And then you have all these other things, like you have to kill mobs quickly, no epic anima powers, so it limits what you can actually take, no trap damage, assist the denizen of Torghast, this is just random whether or not it pops, and then, you know, kill the boss in under 40 seconds. It's a lot of time-based stuff, which I think is a bit frustrating because pretty much every other roguelike I've played doesn't really put you on a timer. There's very few things that actually require you to do something super quickly. And if there is a timer, it's like a really, 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 really long, just don't AFK in the level for like 20 minutes type of timer, that type of thing. Can I rate your T-Mog? If you want me to rate your T-Mog, just add me on Discord, and you can post it in my Discord after the fact. And this is the special super secret floor of Torghast that you can unlock after you've gotten a flawless, quote-unquote, run. And here's the thing. There's no incentive to actually doing any of this stuff within it. So you're basically incentivized to just rush through, because, you know, you don't need to do anything else. I could fight all these mobs, or I could just jump in this portal right here. Okay, which way do I go? Don't really know where the final boss is. I can take a look. Probably not down there. So I think the final boss, if I had to guess... Unfortunately, I did pull way too many mobs here, so I'm going to have to just nuke them down. But, you know, it's not a big deal, because at this point, I've gotten scaling to, you know, basically just be able to nuke everything in seconds. And now mobs are teleporting all over the place, because evade bugs are fun. 10 out of 10, yeah. The secret floor that you basically just skip? Exactly! Such an awesome super secret floor. So awesome that nobody plays it. I guess I do have to go down this way, because it looks like this is a dead end. Oh, I know this layout. Okay. This is the one where in one of these little things, there's the boss. Oh yeah, it's behind that door. I may actually die here. I think I pulled too much. But it doesn't matter because I'm not penalized at this point for dying. So I can just die over and over and over, and it doesn't matter. All that matters is how fast I go through. I just need to get to the end, kill the last boss, and then I'm done. So I can just run straight back. I could even probably just invisibility through. Do I have invis pots on me? I'm pretty sure I do. Yeah, invis pots. Okay. That's another thing. You can come into Torghast with, like, full consumables. The game isn't going to stop you, so you can basically just cheese the game by bringing in a bunch of consumables that let you skip pretty much everything that's remotely challenging. Holy shit. So yeah, that soul prison thing is actually really trucking me. This is one of the harder layouts of this last floor that I've seen. Just because it's, you know, I have to go through this little area. So I can't really properly speedrun it. But here, I'll clear out this little chunk of mobs, and then I'll go straight to the end. Alright, nice spell reflect. Makes it a lot easier. Invisibility potion. Oh, and there's the boss. And this is where, like, Torghast kind of falls apart, because there are things that work like this in roguelikes. You know, there are invisibility things in, whatchamacallit, Enter the Gungeon, for instance. In Slay the Spire, you can get an item called a Smoke Bomb, which is a potion. And if you activate it, you can basically escape from a combat. It's not necessarily a good item, but if that's something you really want to do, it exists. But in that case of Slay the Spire, you have to actually do this boss fight or win a combat to earn that item. In Torghast, you just pre-purchase it before you enter, and you just have access to it. So, if I want to do that, I can. There's also just these really annoying effects. Like, I really hate all the stuff in Torghast that just makes it more tedious to run. Like, they have the arcane orbs from Diablo. Woo! Everybody loved those things, and Blizzard keeps adding them into literally every single one of their games, despite the fact that every single Diablo player hates these things. But, you know, why not? Just keep adding them to WoW, too. You know, couldn't go wrong there. Whereas if you look at some of the Ascension levels, which would be comparable to, like, Torments, for instance, in Slay the Spire, they're interesting things like you start off damaged. Or you, basically buying items at a shop costs more. So in that case, you have to think about, how am I going to properly spend my money? Because now I can't just buy everything I need at a shop, so you need to plan out your deck better. And then if you start off damaged, there are actually some interesting combos that you can do where, by the nature of you having less health at the start, you can, like, activate certain things more easily. So, like, Red Skull or, I mean, now healing cards automatically become more useful. Especially the one below 40% health, yeah. Can you post the link to the Imgur? Absolutely, yeah. I'll check it out after the stream. Admittedly, since I did just start the stream, probably going to be a while, but I will check it out eventually. I do respond to every single Discord message. Gonna charge out. Really difficult boss, as you can see. Just keep him in my Ancient Aftershock and he gets permastuns. Oh no. Maybe he'll get a cast off. Whatever shall I do? Jesus Christ. This is so dumb. Diablo is WoW's goth girlfriend. Yeah. I mean, especially a lot of, like, the modern systems in WoW take a lot of inspiration from Diablo, but unfortunately, Blizzard basically was just like, yeah, people like Diablo 3, we clearly did a good job with that, so let's just copy stuff from D3 and put it into WoW, and then they forgot what made a lot of the stuff in D3 good, and they just kind of ham-fisted it in there. So, yeah. That's been a running problem since Legion. Admittedly, it's been... Legion was a bit better at it, so it's been a bit worse recently. I thought that, like, for instance, the legendary system in Legion, for instance, was very, very, very heavily inspired by Diablo. That much was very obvious to anybody who played both games. But I think especially... I probably should have kicked that, whatever. Especially, like, the new stuff, like, even world quests are inspired in many ways by what Blizzard did with, like, the Diablo, like, open world missions and stuff like that. So they took basically all of the wrong inspiration from that. So I completed that entire run. That was boring. I'm pumping. I mean, I have a million really broken anima powers. So if we look at the breakdown here, Empowered Nova was my number 1. Power Burst was my number 2. Ancient Rubble was my number 3. None of those are actually core abilities that I have. They're just these passive proc damage effects that, you know, kill the boss. Why does Prot Warrior do so much damage? It does so much damage because with anything with good Torghast powers, you can do really broken damage. Not because it actually enhances your damage, because I'm just getting a free damage proc on top of everything else. Like, oh yeah, it's just when I swing my sword at the enemy, all of these effects just burst out and hit the target, and, you know, it takes a bunch of extra damage. So, it's not necessarily interesting or engaging at all, it's just, that's how Prot Warrior works. Now, can buy this. I've pretty much gotten every single upgrade that I actually want from the Box of Many Things. Not that this thing actually gives you many good upgrades. This is Torghast's progression system. You get all these passive bonuses and stuff. It's like, woo. Like, look, begin each run with 3 passive buffs. You get an additional 10% move speed and haste, and you auto-loot enemies, which is the dumbest power ever. You can make Torghast less tedious by reducing the amount of torments that are active. Like, it's just... the Box of Many Things and similar things in, like, Visions of N'Zoth is just dumb. 2 best upgrades are at the top for Blessing/Torment removal. Yeah, admittedly, this thing, Empowered Nova, is actually really, really good. But, I mean, it's not that worth it. you're absolutely correct that these two are the best. And I really hate how it's designed where you begin each run with 2 fewer torments. So it's like they understand that the torments aren't fun to deal with, that nobody actually enjoys it, so they give you a way to remove it. Like, Ascensions in Slay the Spire, for instance, have, difficulty modifiers that meaningfully affect the run, and I mean, you can just disable it if you want. You're not forced to run it at any time, but each one is carefully designed to offer an additional challenge, and you can pick and choose how many you want to add. Obviously, you need to work your way up, so you need to beat Ascension 7 to get the 8th Ascension affix. But here, in WoW, they looked at that, and they're like, let's just make stuff that's really fucking annoying, and then make people farm this to get currency to remove this from their runs. It's dumb. That said, now that I've finished, talking about Torghast, we're going to hop over to the next roguelike. So, hi, Mutated. It's like everybody's a hunter, and hi, Pandas. Good to have you here. So, exiting game, and now, next up, is another Blizzard game. It's going to be the only other Blizzard game that we'll be looking at. So, I can close my live split now. The screen is black now, just because, I'm still getting things open. Next thing we're going to be looking at is Hearthstone. So, Hearthstone is a game that I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with, but one thing that I can, admit with Hearthstone is that for the single-player mode, for its roguelike system thing, it actually is pretty good. That is something about Hearthstone that really works. I will say the newer ones I'm not as big of a fan of. They're not bad, but they haven't gripped me as much. So, if we look at, Hearthstone solo adventures, they've done a lot of different things over the years. So, back in the day, with Naxxramas, you had individual challenges, where each boss fight was, carefully tuned, and you could build a deck and attempt the boss fight as, a single challenge. They eventually moved away from that, and Kobolds and Catacombs was, the first one, where it's just a full-on roguelike. Alright. So, basically, if you've never seen this, it's actually pretty fun. You get a random set of 8 bosses that scale in difficulty. Every single class gets a specific starter deck. So once again, even though it's a Blizzard game, they actually do it right here. You can pick whatever class you want to do. I've beaten it with every single one, but I've beaten it with some more than others. Paladin is probably my favorite one to play for this, so that's what I'll be doing. And every single class has a specific starting deck. They start off with these exact cards, but then as you beat fights, as you win more battles, you get to choose different packets of cards to add to your deck, and you can expand. It's kind of like a Slay the Spire ripoff, in a sense. So, I will be showing Slay the Spire on this, for the record, but I do want to at least include this because, the entire point of this video is talking about why Torghast fails, and this is another Blizzard game. So I wanted to show that, hey, Blizzard has, at different points in the past, done this right. So, I would imagine that most people are familiar with Hearthstone. If you're not, Hearthstone, you have a deck of cards, you have minions, you have weapons, you have spells. This is like the playing board. This is your hero. Here's your health. Here's the opponent's health. Each hero, be it an NPC hero over here or the player hero over here, has something called a hero power. So Paladins is you summon a 1 attack, 1 health minion. So it says 1/1. Basically that means attack, health. And then here, if I look at this guy, this is a Goldshire Footman. He costs 1 mana and he has 1 attack and 2 health. He also has an effect called Taunt, which as you can see here, means that enemies must attack it. So I can toss this guy out, end my turn, and then the AI is going to do its turn. So this entire fight is, well, it's against a wee whelp, so it's dragon themed, so it has like a dragon egg. Now, my goal, at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters in Hearthstone is reducing the opponent's health to 0. This is kind of the big thing that differs between this mode and Slay the Spire. In Slay the Spire, it's like a procedural journey. Your health carries over from fight to fight. In some cases, your resources carry over from fight to fight. Not always, but sometimes. And this means that effectively in Hearthstone, in this mode, I don't really need to care about whether or not I take that much damage. Because if my health gets down to 1, and I win the fight, I immediately reset back to max health at the end of this. So literally the only thing that matters in this particular mode right here, getting this number down to 0 and making sure my health stays above 0, obviously. Now, the first fight is obviously not the most interesting. It's intentionally tuned to be really easy. Would I recommend Slay the Spire? Absolutely. Slay the Spire, like I said, I'll be playing it later. It's a really good game. Definitely one of, like, the games that whenever I'm bored, whenever I'm, like, you know, not actively recording or something like that, I just boot up Slay the Spire and play it for fun. So that should be a lot of fun when I get to play it later on in the stream. And I guess if you play Hearthstone, maybe, and you've never tried this mode and you like Slay the Spire, definitely give it a shot. It's a few years old at this point, but it still holds up. And there's like newer versions, but I still actually prefer the original Kobolds and Catacombs. So now, what I can do is pick a treasure, now that I've defeated the first boss, and you get one of these every few boss kills. And it's like a passive effect that you always have active that enhances your deck, effectively. And each one of these is pretty significant, so I can either delay the enemy from, you know, playing minions. I can start with an extra mana crystal, which, I mean, this one isn't that great. There's a lot of cards that kind of do this. And Nakasadu said, I remember meme builds with Cloak of Invisibility. That's what I'm going to be picking. Now, Cloak of Invisibility is really weird, because it basically makes it so all of your minions have stealth, so this means that the enemy can't attack anything that you have. But it also means that none of your taunts actually work. So, effectively, what you need to do is kill the enemy's hero, effectively, before they kill you. It's just a race against time. Now, unfortunately, I didn't really get a great set of cards. So now, one of the main problems I would say that this mode has, and it persists in a lot of the future modes, is there's no skip option. Now, early on, I would probably want to take stuff either way, but later on, once you fully define your deck, it can be useful in a lot of these games to just skip upgrades and be like, yeah, no, I'm already confident in what I have. I don't want to change it up anymore. And you just take that and conquer all the remaining challenges with it. In Hearthstone, in this mode, you have to keep taking things. So I've inherently, by picking Cloak Invisibility, forced myself into an aggressive playstyle. So I need stuff that complements that. This stuff is really high cost. Even though this one is low cost, it restores health to the enemy hero. So even though this isn't great, I kind of need to take this, because it's an offensive spell, admittedly a high-cost one, and Eldor Peacekeeper is, you know, a good minion, even though it's not an aggressive minion. So this run is one of those where it's either going to work really well if I get some good support cards off like the next boss or two, or it's just going to flop hard and I'm going to get destroyed on one of the later bosses. And that's okay. Because if that happens, you take risks sometimes, it doesn't pan out, you don't get the cards you want, and you restart. But nobody's forcing me to play this. I'm playing it because, well, it's fun. Also, I mean, Hearthstone always has just like that, like, grown sense of humor, right? Like the Kobold Pirate, which has like all the really weird pirate sayings. I always really liked this boss. So, his hero power now is he can give a minion charge for 1 mana. So, charge lets a minion attack the moment it's played. So, when I play a minion, obviously it can't immediately attack, but if it has charge, it can do that right off the bat. So, I'm just gonna play a minion here. Nothing really special about building this minion. Oh yeah, I forgot they buffed this. They gave it 3 attack now. That's actually kind of nice. I think that's pretty fitting. Oh, that's scary, though. Huh. So Ship's Cannon is a minion that can randomly deal damage that bypasses stealth because it's not targeted, it just randomly hits. So that I do need to take care of. But luckily, I put Divine Shield on this minion, which means it can survive the first hit. So with Divine Shield, I can send it in here, it kills off that Ship's Cannon, and I'm safe. Now I can just keep going face. And that's, you know, obviously how everybody loves to play Hearthstone. Yeah, so he can give that minion charge, I don't really care. It can't kill off any of my stuff, and he's closer to death than I am. And that's pretty much my game plan. You know, just rush him down. Same thing here. I'm 1 off lethal, but there's no way, I think, that he can deal 16 damage to me in a single turn, so. If he could, that would be pretty unfortunate, but no, he can't. Alright. Oh, yeah, he has a coin. 2 mana, 12 damage. Oh, he has 2 coins. Alright.
Share your thoughts with the class now.
Huh. Wait, what? Battle cry, swap hands and decks with your opponents until the next turn? Blizzard? That didn't work as it's supposed to. Did they not... I think it's because it's a new card, they forgot to code it to actually work in this old game mode. That's kind of funny. I guess they just forgot that people still play this? Oh well. Okay, so now I can pick more cards. Now, Annoyatron is, once again, like, I'm getting... This is a Taunt package. Taunt is effectively disabled for me because I have Cloak of Invisibility. That said, the other options are still not very good. Argent Commander isn't amazing. Tyrion Forgering isn't very good because his Taunt is disabled. If he had Taunt, he was, like, a really good card, but otherwise, this stuff just isn't great. I guess Ragnaros is, like, not bad. I might just take this package because Sunkeeper Tarim, even though, yeah, it's not like a defensive card, I can actually, in many ways, use this card offensively by getting a bunch of really small minions and then setting their attack to 3. So that effectively kind of buffs them. I could just use the Black Knight. I think, okay, I just want to go with Ragnaros. Ragnaros is fun, so I'm going to take that. That might be a bad play, but, you know, fuck it. It's just, it's fun. Who doesn't love Ragnaros? I'm still sad that they took him out of Standard. It makes sense, because at the same time, like, for every game where I really had fun playing Ragnaros, I got absolutely dumpstered by a random 8 damage shot to the face, but... God. Nothing quite compares to, like, Standard Hearthstone back in, like, the original days. It's, in my opinion, fallen off a little bit. Some people still enjoy it, but... To me, I can only really enjoy Hearthstone with, like, the single-player modes now. I think it's pretty fun. I did try competitive, or, like, the ranked mode recently. The last time I actually seriously got Legend was back in Witchwood. Since then, I've pushed up to, what was it, like, rank 5 before the changes. And I don't even remember what I got in, like, the expansions after they did the rework. I still don't remember what those ones are called. Arena in Hearthstone is sometimes fun, but it gets boring fast. See, the problem I always had with Arena is because it's random and because you're fighting against other players, it's really hard to, like, for me at least, to genuinely enjoy it. Because I'm in this position where I'm like, well, you know, if my opponent just gets way better drafts than I do, there's just kind of nothing I can do. It feels bad, at least to me. Okay, so here I have a bit of a tough decision. I'm debating on... I don't really want to use Consecration. I do kind of want to get rid of the Armorsmith, though. So... I think, yeah, I'm going to get rid of the Armorsmith just because he can, in theory, generate a lot of additional armor if I just let that sit there. So I'm just going to take care of that now. Then, going to make sure this guy stays a bit healthier and pop down a Noble Sacrifice. It will pop the Nerubian Egg, but, you know, it's whatever. Rampage. Oh, actually, it won't pop the Nerubian Egg. That's actually really good that I did Noble Sacrifice. Even though it's stealthed, because it auto-targets, you know, that's how that works. Alright, let's see here. I guess, like, there's no disadvantage to popping Nerubian Egg at this point, because he's gonna get a 4/4 out of it. So... I might as well have Consecration. Technically, he's losing damage from that. Oh, refreshes my hero power. Oh yeah, really wanted to do that. And then, I think next turn, I'm still 1 damage off lethal unless I draw something good. That is unfortunate. Ooh. Okay, so no matter what I do, when this thing dies, it deals 1 damage to every single minion, including these 2 guys. So they're always going to die to this explosion. Now, I'm gonna hope and pray that I get really lucky if one Avenging Wrath hit connects with this guy, and a few go face, I might be able to kill him this turn. Oh well. 1 off lethal, oh well. Next turn he's dead, so doesn't matter.
Speak to me.
Pop. Yeah, so some of the early bosses are not too hard. Let's see what I get. I still feel like this deck isn't good enough to take on some of the later parts, so I'm really hoping for something good. Okay, choose a treasure. Now, Wax Rager is really powerful. Because Wax Rager is basically an infinite minion, so I can keep suiciding this over and over into his minions if I want to keep, like, control of the board, and it will never die. Hilt of Quel'Dalar, though, is also a really good buff. So, maybe I go with that? Hello, Kagome. Good to have you. I think there's also, obviously, the chance that you get, like, the second part of Quel'Dalar, and that's always pretty fun, so I'm gonna go with the high roll. Let's see if I can put together Quel'Dalar by the end of this. Might be cool. Okay, so I can do this. Blessed Champion is interesting because doubling a minion's attack could be really good with this deck because everything is stealthed. So the opponent couldn't really easily take care of it, but hand buffs like this are actually not bad. Any sort of thing that, like, beefs up my minions and makes it so I just get a stronger board overall could be really good. Obviously, this is weak because I have Cloak of Invisibility. Yeah, even though Blessed Champion might be good, I think these 2 cards are really powerful with this deck, so I'm going to take them. AFK. Okay, this one's interesting. So, AFK, as the name suggests, is a boss that does nothing for, like, multiple turns, because, you know, the name, AFK, they're away from keyboard, right? And then, if you don't kill her fast enough, she just slams down a bunch of really expensive minions and destroys you the next turn. So it's a damage race. You get Tharasan, which is alright with Cloak, true, yeah. I don't want those yet. I'd like to get some cheap minions. Tharasan, True Silver Champion. As long as I draw, I think, at least 1 semi-cheap minion, I'd be fine. That's not ideal. Okay, I'll drop Noble Sack. Really looking for something better, though. I think I'm just going to hero power here. I'll wait to get maximum value off Smuggler's Run. Remember the trap room that got cheesed by doing nothing? Yes. How could I forget? That was something else. Debating on what I want to do here. I think I still want to get more hero powers out. Next turn, I can get Stormwind Knight and just start hitting face with that. I do need to start putting pressure because, unfortunately, I had a bit of a weak opening.
For the king! The battle! The battle! For honor!
What I'm hoping, though, is that even if I get to the point where AFK, like, pops all her minions, I do technically still have a quality somewhere in this deck, so I could, in theory, do something kind of crazy with that.
Time is money, friend! For honor! The battle! The battle!
Okay, still not doing anything. That's good for me. I do also have Noble Sacrifice, so that's at least 1 hit that's going to be delayed. Emperor Tharasan. Okay, so I need to do 18 damage. Okay, here we go. This is This is what AFK does. So I missed it by 1 turn, but I think one of them will be a taunt at the very least. Draw cards until your hand is full. Oh dear god. Giant sandworm. As long as there's not like multiple taunts, I should be fine. Fuck me. Oh, that's bad. That's really fucking bad. Okay. Equality? Well, she wasted that. Or, no, wait. No, she still has minions. I love Ragnaros the Light Lord, except for right now. This is not a good scenario. Oh, boy! Okay, so this is problematic. Do I have any way out of this? Definitely, I need to get rid of Ragnaros the Light Lord. So I'm going to take that trade. I can survive 4 hits. So I still need to kill off one of these minions. Yeah, 5 hits because Noble. I'm trying to do the math on this. So I think I'm probably dead. Okay, so here's the problem with Noble Sacrifice, though. I'm pretty sure I'm dead, but I want to see if this is what the enemy does. If they proc Noble... Yeah, okay, so this is why I'm dead. It's going to proc Noble Sacrifice with the Giant Sandworm, which will refresh the attack. And, yeah. I figured the AI would do that. Oh well. Alas. And here's the thing, sometimes you lose. That's what happens. Alright, that exists, yeah. Here. Because that was relatively short, I'll try one more run of this with, Okay, anybody have any suggestions? I don't really... I mostly play Paladin on this, but I've played, like, basically every class, so... Obviously, this is more just about how you build it. So, somebody in chat, first person that names their favorite class, that's what I'll play. And also, after this, I am going to be doing Monster Hunt, which is another mode in this thing, but it's like, that's the Witch Hunt, or Witchwood mode that exists. So, Shaman, slightly faster with the Shaman, unfortunately. You will get to see, technically, Rogue, because... one thing that I will be doing is when I'm playing the Witchwood mode after this, which I'll basically do one more mode of this, then Witchwood, and then we'll be moving on to the next game. The next game will be, Luck Be a Landlord. And then after that, we'll be doing Slay the Spire. So, Hearthstone, Luck Be a Landlord, Slay the Spire is the next order. Okay, well, 2 people voted Shaman, so that works out well. Jade Rogue was so fun? Yeah. Rogue is definitely one of, like, my more preferred classes. I play a lot of Paladin and Warrior, but I do play a decent amount of Rogue and Mage on top of that. The 2 classes that I hit Legend with were actually Rogue and Warrior, so... I guess, technically speaking, those are the ones that I played the most. Oh yeah, there's, like, this new totem here. The Strength Totem. Kinda interesting, I guess. Now, I'm going to take a bit of damage here, but what I'm going to do is drop Unbound Elemental and then empower this stuff with Defender of Argus to give them taunt. Unless... Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, this is not going great. What? Okay. I just lost the first boss. Well, that's embarrassing. Yeah, now I know. Don't leave a Wind Fury minion just sitting there against that. It's been a while since I played this mode. Fuck me. But yeah, so when I do the Witchwood after this, I'll be playing Tess Greymane. And Tess Greymane is technically a rogue. So I will still be playing rogue in this. It'll just be, you know, the Witchwood variant of rogue, which is like kind of, I guess, a mix of rogue and hunter. They also did buff Lightning Storm for people who haven't played in a while. Lightning Storm now always deals 3 damage. There's no RNG on it anymore, which is actually a really good change. I think that's great. Okay, fuck me. And of course, one of the most fun things in Hearthstone is there's this little interactive board on the side. You can just click things. It's just neat. Alright, this time I'm just gonna pop. What is this thing called again? Stormforged Axe? I'm just gonna keep hitting him in the face. I guess I'll use my hero power. It says random totem, and yet I keep getting this totem.
Handle it.
Well, yeah, they buffed Raid Leader, too. Alright, there we go. Ah, fuck. Well, so much for that. God, the level 1 bosses are actually getting way harder than before. I do know that Paladin notoriously had, like, one of the strongest starter decks, but still. Holy shit. This is lethal, right? Yeah, this is lethal. Okay. Technically, yes, I could have used Lightning Bolt first, but it doesn't matter, it's dead anyway. Okay. God. I was like, oh no, please, I swear to God, if I lost the first boss 2 times in a row. Well, I'm offered Cloak of Invisibility again, which is... I don't know, I don't want to take Cloak again, especially Cloak is only really good on traditionally, like, super aggro classes. Shaman can be really aggro, but it's not, like, easy to build that with random cards. And Robe of the Magi, I would say I've only really had success, if I remember correctly, on Mage. So Glyph of Warding is just nice. It just means the enemy is going to take longer to actually get started. So spell damage can work on Shaman, but the problem is when you're picking random cards, it can be really hard to reliably make it work. Because, like, these are spells, right? But having spell damage on it doesn't really matter because it's just removal. So in order to really make Robe of the Magi work, you need to be playing a class that has a really heavy mix of offensive damage and removal. Like Mage is a good example of that, and that's why it really works. But here it would be a bit tricky. Now, obviously, so they didn't include any of the nerfs back then. They didn't update this, so we have 4 mana 7/7. The good old meme. I'm just gonna take that. Which actually is gonna be really good, because now, with Glyph of Warding, all of my opponent's minions cost 1 more, but I'm playing Shaman, and with Overload, I can get out minions for really, really cheap. Alright. Totem Golem especially is gonna be really nice to have. Because I don't really have any, you know... I guess I had Murloc Tidehunter, but I didn't draw that, and it's also a weak 2-drop, so... don't really count that one. Getting Air Elementals. Okay, wow. Obviously, Totem Golem's going to overload me, so I won't be able to curve this out immediately on turn 3. But I can do this. Next turn, I can Hero Power, and then on turn 4, I can do Unbound Elemental and Lightning Bolt. There we go. It actually gave us a different totem this time. I forget which totem they removed in favor of the one that gives 1 attack. I think they removed just the 1/1 totem. Which would make sense, because it's just kind of like, you know, the Paladin thing. Alright, that was easy. Yeah, so at the moment, this deck seems pretty good. I'd like to get more slightly aggressive things, or at least very high-value minions. That's kind of what I'm looking for right now. That's good. Reincarnate, I don't like that. I don't necessarily know if I want to go full Murloc synergy. I kind of like the idea of the mech stuff. Because, I mean, Harvest Golem, it's not amazing, but it is a good 3-drop. Mech Warper, especially if I get more mech synergy, is not bad. And Piloted Sky Golem is a pretty solid, just value 6-drop. Like, that's just a good arena card, right? And right now, I'm pretty much just looking for good arena cards because, you know, I have Glyph of Warding, which means that his minions are inherently inefficient. So if I just take efficient minions, then I'll just get really favorable trades going forward.
You stand before King Rastakhan. Halt! I claim these treasures for the lion.
Alright. Always in Hearthstone, obviously, you know, throw away the high-cost cards, or at least the ones that are kind of, like, situational, and you try to go for stuff like this. A 1-mana card that you can just slap down. This is probably the best card in my deck to have in my opening hands, because it's just pretty good. That's also pretty good. Now, what is his hero power again? Restore 2 health to all minions. So if I just rush him down, there's not really a lot he can do about it. Okay, he discovered a spell from his deck. Oh no. Okay, so the 1/1 is still here. Did they replace Taunt Totem? Or Spell Power Totem? I don't know, I haven't played Shaman enough since the changes. Ooh. Wait, I think he's just... Is he dead? I don't feel like actually doing the math, so I'm just gonna kind of hit him. Yeah, he's dead. Okay. That was fast. So, sometimes you have that Paladin run. Sometimes you have this Shaman run, where I just get really good offerings early on. Kind of nice. And then you have the previous Shaman run, where I died to the first boss. Which was kind of embarrassing. Ooh, Magic Mirror is neat. Choose a minion and summon a copy of it. Add it to your dungeon deck. So... Magic Mirror can, in some cases, be really broken. I remember pulling off some crazy shit with this. I'm gonna go ahead and play it. Like, let's say something really good pops out of Piloted Sky Golem, I can just hit that with Magic Mirror and get it permanently. Finders Keepers isn't bad, but I'm getting a lot of Overload, and I don't have any, like, Overload synergy yet. Murloc Tidecaller, I don't want to take this. Igneous Elemental isn't bad. Tark Reaper is just a really good minion. Calamos is, if you played an Elemental last turn, with Igneous Elemental especially, it shouldn't be too hard for me to proc this. And I mean, I already do have Air Elemental and Fire Elemental, so I'm gonna go with this. Magic Mirroring the Death Touch Hero Fungus, yeah. There are definitely some really broken things that you can do with it. It's been a while since I played this mode, but it's really fun. Like, I was kind of burnt out on Hearthstone for like a good few months there, way back when, during Knights of the Frozen Throne. Fuck that expansion. And then, I wasn't even sure if I was going to play it again, and then this thing came out. And I was like, alright, I'm hooked again.
Hey, wanna buy some fungus?
And then I ended up playing Hearthstone for another year or two. Unfortunately, I'm still not playing it super actively, but it's like, it's a fun game. My dad coming in with Hearthstone. Now that was a blast. Now that's a blast from the past. Mistakes were made. Yeah, so I taught my dad how to play Hearthstone, and he always would just like mimic the voice lines. So every time like a battle would start, he'd be like, Brawl versus Gul'dan. And then he loved doing the mistakes were made, which I think isn't that like the Valera mistake thing? I forget exactly at this point, but that's the only thing that he remembers from Hearthstone. So anytime I mention Hearthstone, he just comes in here with mistakes were made, because that's like the word association he has for it. Thank you, Dad, for that contribution. Ooh, nice.
My shield for Argus.
Craft a custom mushroom potion.
It's bad. Smell this.
Wait, he used it on... Interesting choice. Not what I would have done, but, you know, apparently the AI is just thinking on a different level. So I'm just going to drop Flame Tongue. I'm going to kill off his minions so it can't trade. And then I'm just going to start hitting him in the face.
Yeah, you want some? Too bad.
Wait, did he... He used his hero power with a full hands. Okay.
That tastes like that.
Well, you know, the AI isn't the smartest, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately. I guess it's fortunate for me.
Oh, that.
Oh yeah, I guess it is autocast, right? So it's forced to lose that.
Side effects?
What?
Trust me.
Okay. Sure. I'm not gonna question it. He's technically not dead. Here, I'll hit face first. Then I'll hex this. Reason I'm hexing it is because it has a death rattle that heals him, and I don't want him to heal at all. But yeah, the mind control on my 0 attack minion was definitely an odd choice by the AI. I will say, they've improved it a bit in recent years. Like, this came out, I don't even know, what was it, like 2018 or something? It's been a while. So, I'm not gonna, you know, criticize Hearthstone for having bad AI when they have improved it slightly over the years. Okay, as long as we don't get completely screwed, then this actually might be a win, which would be nice. Ooh. Okay, so... Obviously, Lightning Bolt and Lava Burst are good direct damage cards. Elemental Destruction is not really something I want. That said, Piloted Shredder, I mean, all of these cards are just really good. And especially, the fact that I have existing mech synergy is nuts. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab that. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this boss is kind of annoying. Anything I play that has 2 or less attack, he can gain control of. So I need to be a bit careful with that. I probably can't really drop Flame Tongue Totem as a result.
Rastakan versus.
This is one of the other things, like, even... You should tell your pneumonia box of cards story.
Listen, you stand.
Okay, so what my dad is referring to is when I was younger, I think I was like, what, in 7th grade or something? I was like really, really sick for a while, and I went to the hospital, and the doctor said that I might have pneumonia. So my dad was like, ah, no, there's no way, you don't have pneumonia. And then he was like, I'm so sure that you don't have pneumonia, that if you do have pneumonia, I'll buy you like a... What was it? It was like a really expensive, like almost $60 big box of like... It wasn't Hearthstone packs, right? But it was like the World of Warcraft trading card game like, booster packs or whatever. And he was, like, super confident. And then, well, as it turns out, I did have pneumonia. So my dad ended up buying me that massive box of cards. So, you know, he's learned a bit not to make, you know, extravagant promises like that, I suppose. But yes, that is unfortunately all there is to the story, but, you know, my dad apparently thought it was super good, so I should tell it. There you go, Dad. There's the pneumonia box of cards story. Unless there's something that you want to add. Oh, okay, well this works out well. Well, I guess he's finally going to start playing minions, because he's been spending all of his mana just CCing my stuff. Oh, pre-nerf Knife Juggler. Oh, that's scary. No mounts from the TCG. Oh, I got mounts. In fact, from that very big box that my dad bought me, I got... I mean, it wasn't a good one, but I got the Mottled Drake, I think. I might be misremembering the name, but it was like one of the dragon ones. And I sold it for like 80k, which at the time was like big bucks, because this was years and years ago, before inflation got really bad. Let's take out Knife Juggler over here. Go ahead, I'm just going to craft a totem. Sure. I'm hoping to bait him into, you know, dumping more of his mana into doing that. That would be pretty nice. I'm just going to hit him in the face. Next turn, I'm probably going to drop a piloted Sky Golem. Oh, that's evasion. That has to be evasion, right? Okay, well, I'm not dropping a piloted Sky Golem. Gonna Hex this. There is a chance that there's another rogue secret from this era, which is like, when a minion attacks your hero, it instead attacks a minion that's adjacent to it. 1k for the Mottled Drake at the moment? Damn. Well, maybe I should have held on to it for a few years. If it is that secret... Okay, no, it's evasion. I figured it was evasion. A lot of the rogue opponents in this thing use evasion. Ah, shit. Ah! That's annoying. I do have Doomhammer, so it's like not the end of the world, but... Oh yeah, I forgot they buffed Fire Ellie. I don't know why they felt the need to buff Fire Ellie. I mean, it was pretty good, historically. Yeah, I'm just gonna drop Doomhammer. Part of me really wants to play one of these minions, but he can mind control it because it has 2 attack. So I actually, in this case, have to alter my playstyle because of the opponent I'm fighting. So I'll put down a totem, sure. And I'm gonna hit him in the face. I still definitely have this game in the bag, unless... Ooh. A random dagger could kind of suck. Okay, he doesn't have anything. Cool. Okay, I know what I need to do. This is probably evasion, so I'm going to proc evasion with this attack, because I'm not going to do any more damage to him. Yep, evasion. Then I play Fire Ellie. I can destroy his Knife Juggler. And now that I've played an Elemental, next turn I can proc Kalamos. Well, that's unfortunate. I think I still win, though. How much damage does Kalamos do? 6 damage? Yeah, I win. Okay. Nice. Played, like, the sound effect twice. Weird. Alright. That one was a bit trickier. I mean, I still kind of destroyed that enemy, but it was, like, actually kind of hard for what is... Oh, holy shit. That's a really easy capture flag. Just, all of my minions have an additional 1 attack and 1 health. That's ridiculously powerful, and... Holy shit. Double Power Mace? I was actually really hoping for Power Mace, and I got 2 of them. Whenever your opponent casts a spell, draw a card. Okay, so this hero basically hard counters any spell-based decks, and my deck is completely minion-based. I have like a few support spells, but 99% of it is just value minions. Oh, this is going to be so nice. This is basically a free win. Now, like, look at this. Look at how every single boss fight, even in this game mode, in Hearthstone, in a thing designed by Blizzard, every single boss fight is, like, unique, in a way. Every single one has, like, a different mechanic that makes you actually think about how you're interacting with the game. When was the last time that you actually looked at something in Torghast and said, oh, I need to actually play around that mob? 99% of it, it's like, oh yeah, that's a cast that I need to interrupt. That's it. Nothing special at all. But here, every single boss fight's unique. Everything is special in some way. This guy counters spells. You know, the last guy countered minions that had, you know, 2 attack or lower. So you basically have to build your deck with all of that stuff in mind. You have to go to church. See ya. Thank you for stopping by, Cosmic. Have fun at church. If that's possible. I've never personally had fun at church, but, you know, hey. Maybe you will, hopefully. Stormforged Axe? Okay. Good old Tunnel Trog. Wait, what was that order? 500 IQ strats coming from the AI right now. I'm just gonna slap down a 4-mana 8/8. Unfortunately, I'm debating on whether or not I should save this Power Mace. I think I will, just because, like, I don't need to use it, and I can get that favorable trade. So I'll just hold on to this. That kind of sucks. Oh well. I guess it still would have killed my minion, even if I had used the Power Mace one way or the other. Now I'm overloaded. That's fine. Okay, so his hero power is draw a card and it costs 1. That's fine. Like, unless he gets just, you know, some really, really high-cost minion that costs 1, statistically speaking, it's probably going to work in my favor for whatever card he gets that costs 1. Yeah, so this was originally a 3-cost card, so he saved 2 mana on it. Wow. And I can evenly trade into it with Power Mace. So I'm going to... What does this buff do? It's just 2/2. Yeah, I'm going to drop Psychotron. Technically, it's not as mana efficient, but I want to make sure that I have a taunt to protect the 8-attack minion. And this is just... I mean, I kind of... Oh. Well. Hindsight is 20/20. Technically, piloted Sky Golem would have been better there, but... Oh, well. Still... like, very, very, very much in the lead. Oh, man. I think I just kind of go face here. Okay. Could have been better. Could have been worse. Either way, he's dead. Okay, I think we're on the second to last boss. Not 100% sure. What the fuck is this? 3 devolves? Huh. Well, I'm not going to take that, but that's kind of funny. 12-year Stone Shaper. If you played an Elemental last turn, gain Taunt and Divine Shield. Tar Creeper, once again, is just good, and Blaze Caller is pretty good. I mean, I have a lot of Elementals, so... yeah. I guess Mech Elemental Shaman. Oh no. Pathmaker Hom is actually not the easiest on higher difficulties. Because he does a lot of AoE damage, so he's going to clear my board pretty effectively. But I do have a decent amount of, like, sticky minions. So we'll see. Yeah, I have stuff like Harvest Golem, which is going to make it a bit harder for him to completely wipe me out. I'd like to get my 1-mana minion. Unfortunately, I think I still only have a single 1-mana minion. So, it makes my turn 1 a bit weaker. Unfortunate. Oh well. Now... Okay. I was debating on whether or not I wanted to play a totem, but it's just not worth it. Technically, I could play, like, you know, a 3-mana card next turn if I did that, but I'd rather just get Totem Golem out. It's still worth playing a totem here, just in the off chance that, yeah, obviously they gain +1/+1, so they don't die. And if it's like this totem or the heal totem, then it does benefit this thing. So this is guaranteed to hit all my minions at this point. But because of Glyph of Warding, he hasn't been able to play anything. So that's actually really nice. Let's see. Debating on what I want to play. So if I play Flame Wreathed Faceless, then I can play a 3-mana minion next turn. So I could do something like Faceless, then Igneous, then Tolvir with a Hero Power. Or maybe if I get another 2-mana card. So I think that's what I'll do. And if I'm lucky, one of his bombs is going to hit this thing and my face so that one of my minions will survive. Come on. Yes! Perfect. Oh, well. Almost perfect. It would have been perfect. And then he had Mad Bomber. I think, yeah, I need to go face with this. I don't really think there's any scenario where it's a good idea to kill Mad Bomber with an 8 damage minion. You go into Torghast ready to duel, or Yu-Gi-Oh style, the jailer is shaking in his boots. Ah, shit. Okay, So this is one of those scenarios where I could really risk it. Frothing Berserker is one of those cards that if you... I could get really fucked here, but I am actually going to take a risk. I'm going to play this, so technically speaking, I have a Taunt and Divine Shield that can kill this. But if he has a way to deal with this thing, and he buffs Frothing Berserker up, because this card, for people who don't know, whenever any minion takes damage, this thing gains 1 attack. So if you have ways to deal like a lot of small bits of damage, you can pump this up to a massive amount of attack, and sometimes you can get like one-shot combos with it. I used to main Warrior, and that's pretty much one of the favorite ways I had of like playing Warrior, just like building up a beefy Frothing Berserker. So here, oh no. Yeah, so this is one of those cases of if his minion wins. Okay. It didn't. But in that instance, if the Frothing Berserker had won, I would have been completely fucked. But I got lucky. Technically speaking, I got the best possible outcome, but it was a, I believe, 1 in 5 for him to really screw me over. That's unlucky. Interesting. Surprised the AI opted to go with that.
Wanna blow something up?
Alright. And we're on the final boss. Yeah, so I mean, hey, it's definitely a different format, right? You know, card game. Not like, you know, I guess, what would you consider WoW's Torghast, right? Action RPG or something, in a sense. Oh, Jesus. You missed the Cloak of Invisibility run? You didn't miss much. I got fucking destroyed. I did not get good cards.
Kobolds revere Rod of Roasting as true skill testing card.
I gotta do it. We'll see if it works out. Ooh. Grumble World Shaker is actually really good. Okay. Final boss, King Togwaggle. Alright. So, this might be bad. I did just pick Rod of Roasting, which, for people who don't know, Rod of Roasting is a 10-mana card that randomly shoots a Pyroblast, which is a deal 10 damage spell, at random targets until one of the heroes is dead. So you play that card, the game will end. The only thing that's debatable is who's going to come out on top. This is a really good start, though. This is like the perfect opening. So, fingers crossed. Best thing I could get would be like Murloc Tidehunter. So if I get Murloc Tidehunter, either like this turn or the next turn, then it's insane. Like I basically win. Okay, that's not Murloc Tidehunter. That's fine. And obviously, you know, the main difference between, like, roguelike card games and, you know, World of Warcraft or some other roguelikes like Enter the Gungeon, right, is you're inherently going to have a higher chance of winning, I guess. In, like, the other ones, like Enter the Gungeon and, like, WoW, for instance. Just by nature of the fact that, Yeah, so that's fine. I wanted to proc that secret, if it was, on something like this, instead of, you know, maybe something, you know, even stronger. But yeah, like in World of Warcraft, because you already start off with, like, all the tools you need to actually, like, win, you don't really get fucked by RNG as much. Maybe if you're going for, like, a flawless run on an undergeared character. But Hearthstone definitely can be a bit more random in that regard. You do kind of live or die by whether or not you get good cards. But, I mean, that's part of the fun. That's what makes this enjoyable. You're running it until you get a really lucky run, and then when you finally get that really lucky run that you've been going for a while, you feel really good about it. That's an interesting card. Hello, Alex. Oh boy. I do know he has a lot of coins. Party Portal. Well, that probably wasn't the best thing to play when there's nothing that you can do with it. I mean, I think I'm just gonna summon a copy of Flame Wreathed Faceless. Why not? Really no downside to doing that. Oh, God. Well. I spoke too soon. Oh, fuck my life. No! Oh, I'm getting fucked right now. I can't believe I said that and then immediately got punished. He's getting really good minions, too. Oh, boy. And he gets 2 coins? I think I lost. God damn. Nice instant karma? Yeah.
You take
Unfortunate. I mean, I still have Rod of Roasting somewhere in my deck. You know, it's not impossible. It could happen. Oh, fuck me, beneath the grounds. Ouch. I kind of need to get rid of that. Then, what can I do with this amount of mana? I guess I could do this. This is actually not bad. Can give them taunt. So, he has to destroy them. Oh, okay. That's fine. Ah! Wait, that's good for me, though. Obviously, he keeps Party Portal, but I'm kind of okay with that. He has another Party Portal? What the fuck? This seems like an interesting run. It is. It is going very interesting, that's for sure. What should I play? I guess, honestly, I think I just do Piloted Sky Golem. Yeah, I kind of just want to do Piloted Sky Golem and Power Mace. I'm just going to hope that he, like, plays a really low-cost spell. Okay, he's just going to play Vanish again. It doesn't matter because all the minions he summons get immediately returned to his hands. Or not. Oh, that's not how that interaction works. Oh, no, it is. Okay, what is... This is so weird. Huh. I'm not even sure what to play. Huh. Okay, so I could put down, the AI is confused? Yeah, the AI is very confused, and I am also very confused. I'm like, I'm not really sure what the fuck I should be doing right now. Okay, I think this is what I'll do. I'll hit the Party Portal once, buff this, then throw down Piloted Sky Golem. That way I can kill the Party Portal with the Sky Golem next turn. And then at least there's only one remaining. That's not good. Unless he's just gonna play a bunch of really shitty minions. Which so far, that's not a very good minion. Okay, and he filled up his board, so he can't do anything more. The AI can't predict my movements if I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah. AI is just playing on a different level than I am. Fuck. Okay. I think... I'm pretty sure the play here is Psychotron Doomhammer. Obviously, I want to take out one of the Party Portals. But then I can clear out some of his minions, and... I think, okay, the important thing is I want to see what this gives. Okay. He's 8 moves ahead of you, yeah. Okay, yeah, let's take this out. Psychotron. I'm gonna clear out these 2 minions. Okay. Obviously, I'm still in danger. The ironic part about this is he has way less cards, so... He might actually just, you know, basically, what's it called? Mill himself, right? I'm forgetting the term. It's been so long since I played Hearthstone. But this is going decently well for me. Okay. I'm just gonna trade here. Defender of Argus. Then I'll throw down a Violet Teacher. Fatigue KO? Honestly, that might be what happens here. 7 boombots? That's kind of fine. I mean, he can't attack with them this turn. I definitely now need to fill my board with a bunch of garbage. So... let's go here. And then... alright. I'm gonna attack with these guys, and then I'm going to... I don't want him to get favorable trades with this. Okay, fine. That's good. It's actually really good. Yeah, okay, wow. 2 of them went to my face. That's really good for me. Betrayal? He's probably going to use it on the Sky Golem? What? What? Okay. I honestly thought I lost at the start of this. I think the oh, no! No! Wait, okay, I have a plan. I have a plan. So I'm gonna take a lot of damage here. Probably. Unless the bots get, like, really unlucky. Don't hit me for 4. Okay, it hit me for 4. Fuck. But whatever. I play Kalamos. I restore 12 health to my hero. Taunt Totem? Ah, okay, whatever. I'm still in this! Somehow. Okay, I can kill that with Blaze Collar. That's probably evasion. So, I want to play Blaze Collar over here. Nice. Then, if this is evasion, this is the best attack. If this is betrayal, then it'll just nuke this totem and I won't have to worry about it. Okay, it's evasion. Cool. In case he has another betrayal, I'm gonna put it here. Because the minions that he would target with betrayal would be these two on the corners here. And now they only would hit 1 target. So, definitely the way I want to play this. Another 7 boombots. Okay, that's actually scary. It's a little bit scary. At least that survived. Nice. I think I just go face here.
Feel the burn. Power is mine.
Fuck. Okay, bad order there. Just don't get, like, Flame Strike or something crazy. Or another Wand of Disintegration. Rogue Secret? Okay, that could be evasion. That would be bad. Boots of Haste, that's perfectly fine. Because his board's already full. That could be a lot of really bad things. I have no idea what that is. Oh, that's so nice. That was really good RNG. Okay, come on, come on.
Thank you.
Yikes. Not ideal. Shit, man. Okay, fine. God damn! These boombots. Holy shit! That's bad. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Archmage staff doesn't go away. Fuck me. I think I almost just need to hope that he doesn't have good secrets. What is this? Sun and Betrayal? Yes. And as long as this isn't Ice Block... It could be Vaporized too? Oh my god. Yes! Did he just coin nothing? Yes. That was the weirdest Hearthstone AI battle I've ever seen. This is fine, about to risk it all. Yeah. Whew. Alright. And because the challenge was actually there, because that was genuinely fucking hard, it felt more rewarding. I'm not just farming this for fucking Soul Ash. Okay. Last thing we're gonna do with Hearthstone is I did say we're gonna do Witchwood. I'm only gonna do one Witchwood battle, though. Or one Witchwood, you know, playthrough. Because obviously, this is going to be definitely a longer stream. All my streams are long, but... you know, I'm not gonna, you know, just give Hearthstone a ton of time and then not play through the other games a lot. Definitely will give them all their due time. But Hearthstone especially works out well because it's a game that I am very familiar with. I mean, I've played this a ton. I've played pretty much every game I'm going to show here a ton, but Hearthstone especially. So this is basically the second mode that they added in Hearthstone for this. It's a little bit more limited in scope, but I actually think in many ways it's better. Because since it's limited in scope, each one of the 4 heroes has a really unique playstyle. I'm obviously not going to be able to show all of them, but I think that it's really fun being able to play through all of them. Is Torghast a good roguelike? Well, the answer is no, and what I'm doing in this stream is showing why the answer is no. By playing through a variety of different roguelikes that are, in my opinion, good. And hey, the reason why I'm including Hearthstone in this list, it's maybe not the greatest roguelike of all time, this little mode right here, but Hearthstone is unique in that it's a Blizzard game. So clearly, somebody at Blizzard, at one point, did put together a semi-decent roguelike. So the interesting thing about this particular hero, Tess Greymane, she's basically a combination of a rogue and a hunter, and she has this power where she can discover a random spell that has been played this game, whether it's one of your spells or one of the opponent's spells, and that's actually really good because you can set up some really nasty combos with it. Now, one other way that you can use it, which is how I'm going to use it here. I'm debating on whether or not I want to just slam down Hired Gun, but that's probably not efficient. You can actually lose to some of these bosses. Okay, I'm just gonna drop this. Hopefully it doesn't kill Elven Archer. Nice. And, you know, I'll play Snake Trap. Okay. I'll go face, too. If I go face, then it's more likely to attack my Elven Archer, which means it's more likely to, you know, actually proc Snake Trap, which is what we want. Perfect. Okay. Now, one of the easiest ways to kill this guy in particular is to mill him. Or draw Sinister Strike and just do that. I was going to demonstrate the mill strategy. Because his hero power makes him draw a card whenever a beast dies, you can just kill a bunch of beasts and make him overdraw. I used to do that for fun sometimes, but I mean, that just works too. Okay, let's see what we get. Oh. So, Tess Greymane's power, the one that lets her discover a spell that's been played, is basically the crux of her viability. She can use that to set up some really, really sick combos, and this makes her power cheaper, so it basically halves the cost from 2 to 1, and you can use it twice. So yeah, Cult of the Wolf is nuts. And if I get good stuff, there's a lot of really, really broken things that I can do with it. Don't like this. Probably gonna go with this. I'd like to get some better minions, but having, I guess, Backstab, Head Crack isn't bad either. The other one that, there's like a combo that you can do that I've set up a few times before where you can use her hero power to obviously discover new spells, and then there's another passive that makes it so when you use something that doesn't start in your deck, it has a reduced cost. So you can just fire off a combo of all these super cheap things that didn't start in your deck.
Down your weapons. Join us.
this.
Alright, I'll go with this. I don't think I've gotten this one before. Whenever a player draws a card, deal 1 damage to them. Interesting.
Job done.
Does this mean you're not in?
It includes the enemy, though. Okay. In that case, I'm just going to put down Worgen Infiltrator, get another Sinister Strike. That's fine, I guess.
Talk about a nice suit.
Summon a bunch of 1/1 tentacles. So I could Fan of Knives that, but that would actually make me take increased damage, so that's slightly problematic. So I think I don't want to do that. Then I can Abyss, do this, just discover another Sinister Strike, sure.
Fire everything.
Why does your chunky panda have to be so slow in the maw? You know, just get a maw mount. Makes it much easier. Or, I mean, I guess once you get to Korthio, right, you know, then it's, then you can just mount on anything. This is the beta of Torghast. You go in and it pops Hearthstone. Yeah, true. Let's see. What could I pick? Vile Spine is really broken. I don't love Deadly Shot or Snipe, but this is just a really fucking good card. I already have a Vis, so I don't really need this. That said, Prep, Cold Light, Edwin, these are all solid. That's tough. This is a tough choice. I'm going to go with Vile Spine just because it's really good. It's not like Snipe and Deadly Shot are terrible. Alright, so this one just silences minions. That shouldn't be a problem. I don't really have any, like, buffs or anything like that. Or effects.
Tess versus the mute.
The art on this is definitely a bit creepy, though. Especially the hero power. God damn. Hearthstone Pog? Yeah. This is the last, I guess, campaign, would you call it, of Hearthstone that I'm playing. I'm doing this run of the Witchwood, and then after that we're moving on to the next game.
I smell blood.
But I'm giving every single game a decent amount of time. So we've been playing Hearthstone for like a good hour now. I mean, the single player stuff is fun, what can I say? Oh yeah, that's another thing you can do with Test Greymane. If no spells have been cast yet this game, using this power gives a small rock, which is just a 0 mana, deal 1 damage type of thing, which is pretty good. Here... I'm gonna go with Hired Gun, and then I'm just gonna backstab this. So, he's probably gonna... I mean, the AI is probably gonna silence this minion. They haven't done it yet, though. What games am I playing? I'll leave some of them to be a surprise, but the ones I have mentioned so far, I'm going to be playing Gungeon, Slay the Spire, and the next one will be Luck Be a Landlord. What do I want to do here? Glaive Zuka's not bad. I kind of just want to go face. Yeah. I'll take another Sinister Strike. Like, at this point, I can kill him pretty fast. Next turn, I'm pretty sure I have lethal, even if he manages to, like, kill my minions, so... I'm not terribly concerned. What did he silence? Did he silence my already silenced minion? What the fuck? I feel like the AI in these modes is just really bad today. I don't remember it being that stupid. It definitely always had its moments of just, like, random stupidity, but, like, Togwaggle was interesting. And that was a very questionable choice by the AI. Okay, so I can pick another treasure. Ooh. Reduce the cost of all cards in my hand by 3. Whenever I cast a spell, this gains spell damage plus 2. Discover one of Tess's weapons and equip it. Return this to your hand. So if I go with like a Kingsbane type of build, Tools of the Trade is nuts. The AI is slowly deteriorating from the lack of people playing this. True. Interesting. I kind of like the idea of hopefully getting Kingsbane and going with Tools of the Trade. It's a gamble because I may not actually get it. Like, right now I haven't, so that's problematic, but on the off chance that I do get it, Tools is really good. It's still not bad, but... Let's go with Edwin. Why not?
Forest howls, fears and woes.
I remember this one's really tricky if you get it late, but I think this is early enough that it shouldn't be a problem.
Tess versus Splintercraft.
Alright.
The trail leads here.
Your kind will pay.
Prep rocks for Edwin, yeah. Definitely lots of cool synergies that I can do with this build with Edwin. So, like, Cold Light isn't necessarily the best, but just having, like, all of these things is really, really good. Like, I can build up all these very, very, very small rocks, and it's nuts. Okay, well, that's one way to spend your mana, I suppose. So happy when you got to pick your Covenant and you can play Kyrian. Nice. What spec are you playing? Let's see, this... I think I'm just gonna get more rocks. Yeah, Elysian Hold is definitely one of the better Covenant halls. I really like that and Heart of the Forest. I would say those are probably my favorites. Mistweaver and your off-spec Windwalker. Nice. Yeah, Kyrian's definitely really good for Monk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I think I have enough rocks. Brett says you hate Kyrian. I mean, hey, not for everybody. Oh, shit. That's actually bad. I'm gonna overdraw. I hope it's not Edwin. If it's Edwin, that's gonna be pretty bad. Okay, Blink Box is fine. Austin says you only like Venthyr and Kyrian. Yeah, Venthyr are pretty cool as well. I'll give you that. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna chuck a rock at that. And get another snipe. Oh, fuck. Wait, this is bad? I didn't realize this had so much, like, overdraw shit.
My hand is too full.
Ah. I see. Well, that's, a problem. Yikes. Okay, I'm going to... I can't try to outmill the opponent here. That's actually really problematic. I don't know how I want to play this. want to do Snake Trap here. I mean, Force of Nature isn't the worst if I can discover a prep. I didn't discover a prep, though. I guess I'll just take Naturalize as a backup, just in case. Unfortunately, my win condition is kind of gone now, so I need to find some way around this. And he's just going face. Okay. I still do have these rocks. So I have that. Would be nice to get a prep. Still not getting one, though. There's one. Okay, preparation. Force of Nature. And now, I kind of just need to make sure that he can't, like, overwhelm me or deal with my stuff. So I'm just going to kind of spam Naturalizes. I think at this point, the only way that I can really pull this one out is by... I don't know if I can outmill him, but I might be able to just keep destroying everything he plays by non-stop discovering Naturalizes. It's a possibility. Another Naturalize. Another Naturalize. Well, we're on the way there. Maybe I can outmill him. And nice. Destroying Poison Seeds is actually really big. Let's go with Head Crack. And Worgen Infiltrator. Okay, I might actually be able to kill him next turn. That's fine. Okay, that was close. I forgot about all the mill shit in this guy's deck, so losing Edwin really sucked, because I was kind of playing around that, but managed to pull it out. You wish Kyrian were more like Diablo Angels? That would be sick, yeah. They're like incompetent Diablo Angels. There it is. Kingsbane. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just take this.
The Chupacabran. Oh, how hard I worked to make him mine.
Alright. Okay, Hearthstone. Music in Elysian Hold is an S tier. I can't wait till I raid with this dude. I'm going to be the only big fluffy boy.
Tess versus the Chupacabran.
The trail leads here.
Alright, muted my mic momentarily. My dad brought me pancakes, or waffles. Sorry, he brought me waffles. So that was nice of him. He usually makes waffles every Sunday morning. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Elysian Hold music. I mean, honestly, I've not been a huge fan of Shadowlands as, like, ambient music for the past few expansions now. Like, it peaked in Mists, and it's been down a bit. There were some good ones in WoD, I guess. You're leveling? Nice. What are you leveling? Throw down Bloodsail Raider. Huh. Interesting way to spend your mana. Your new main is Arms Warrior? Nice. Arms is pretty good. I kind of want to just generate more small rocks. I'm gonna at the very least play a snipe.
I'm fast and furious.
You don't go to Bastion for the music, you go for the blue chicks. Yes. And that is something I suppose the Bastion has going for it. Well, Kingsbane's nice. Leeching Poison, I guess I'll play Snake Trap. You started new in a Horde realm, so you can level a Druid to farm gold, so you can afford playing on there? Nice. Definitely a good idea. What is this? Every turn this is in your hand? Oh, it's one of those cards, right. I remember now. Alright, well I got Tools of the Trade. I guess Snipe is good. Another Snake Trap, sure.
Ready to ride.
Come on, attack my minions. Please. Proc my Snake Trap. Or... okay. This guy's just like, no. I go face. Fair enough. I can do this, though.
One shot, one kill.
Might as well drop Snipe, then. Whatever he plays next, we'll just get immediately blown up.
I'm fast and furious.
There we go. Aha! There we go. Snake Trap. You wish you didn't spend 4k Stygia on the armor things just to not play a Druid again? Nah, I feel it. I spent a ton of gold on, or not gold, Stygia on those armor things on characters that I'm now, like, no longer playing. It's like... It's just nice sometimes to, I guess, have a character geared up, just in the off chance that maybe one day you're like, oh yeah, I want to play that character. Boom, you already have 200 item level on it. Unless there's something else that you want to spend Stygia on, in which case, yeah, I can see that would suck. Oh, fuck. Okay. That's unfortunate. Snipe. You would have spent it on your new monk? Ah, fair enough. Do professions matter in high-end rating? Not at all. They've basically made professions completely worthless in high-end rating now. There's no real advantage to them anymore. Like, the only advantage to them is, at this point, literally just the crafting aspect of it. There's no, like, buffs or anything like that. Like, back in MoP, you would get, like, synaptic stabilizers, or what was it called? It was, like, some stat buff, and it was really, really broken. That's not a thing anymore. I think I just want another snipe. Didn't get one, though. Unfortunate. I'll take a swipe just in case. I guess, you know, maybe I get something decent. Eviscerate for next turn could be good. And then I just send it to the face.
I see lunch now. Sufficient is sufficient.
What is this? Huh. That's really broken. Wait, that's really good. Hold up. Hold the phone.
Initiating overdrive.
Okay. Thank you, Hidden, for giving me that.
Dysfunctional.
It literally could not have given me a better card. I suppose if it gave me a minion that had poisonous on it, that would have been better. But, I mean, that worked just fine. You miss the old mining passive buff, some percent on stamina? Yeah. I do miss when that stuff actually did matter. Like, I did like the professions, but it did kind of suck. You had to always go engineering. I still always go engineering for, like, the little gadgets, but that made it even more important, right? Caltrops or Glyph of Warding? Glyph of Warding is just good, but Caltrops is also not bad. I think Glyph of Warding will just overall be better. Ooh. OG Secret Keeper could be nice. Yeah, I'll take that. Yes! Oh, I got it! Yes! Okay. This is like the most infamous combo in the Witchwood. I was really, really hoping I would get this so I can show it.
The Whisperer.
For anybody that didn't play this when it came out. It's so fucking stupid.
The trail leads
Okay.
here.
This mist.
Literally doesn't matter what I pick. I can pick anything. So, yeah, rock, exactly. Josh knows where this is going. So, this enemy has a passive effect where every single spell has Echo. Echo is an effect where after you cast a card or a spell or something, basically when you play that card, you can play it multiple times in the same turn, same price and everything, and then that effect expires after your turn ends. So, what I can do here, using this power, is I can get a 0 mana deal 1 damage card. Yes. Wait. Why does this cost 1? Did they nerf this? I think they nerfed it. No! They nerfed the combo. Oh, that's so lame. So it used to be that you could infinitely throw the rock. I guess Blizzard decided that that was too much fun. So now you can't? That kind of sucks. That's so weird. I honestly, so it might not be with this boss in particular. Wasn't there like a mechanic or something where there was something that made it, wasn't there like there was a card, I think, where it was like all things in your hand have Echo? So I think it's possible that when they added that card later on, maybe that caused some broken combos? I'm not sure. Use another 0 cost card? Yeah, we can see. So I'll try Backstab. Yeah, Backstab now costs 1. Huh. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna go ahead and just pop a Vis over here. Yeah, a Vis costs the same, so it's only with 0 cost cards. So there must be something built into Echo now, where if it echoes a 0 cost card, it now costs 1. Huh. Well, I guess this is still interesting, because now, everybody like me, who is used to that combo existing back in the day, now realizes that unfortunately it doesn't exist. Which is a bit of a letdown, but I guess it's good to know. Unstable Portal. Ooh. I mean, it's nice that I can just play that right off the bat. I'm just gonna Abyss this. Because I can always just get another Abyss with this hero power, so it's not really that much of a concern.
Try Techno, stupid!
Wow, okay, thank you. He's gonna buff it, but whatever. Still outscales. Maybe if you have the Gnomish Mage, it's possible. I don't know, though. Could always Sinister spam? Yeah, that's probably what I'll end up doing to win. Well, okay, that was a bad thing for him to do. The all spell cards cost 1 less. It's possible. I see where you're going with that, Fozzer, but they do have some of this stuff like hard-coded to always hard set it to 1. There's some janky mechanics in Hearthstone regarding that. I think for now, I want to make sure I don't get overwhelmed. I don't want to Sinister spam yet. So I'm going to actually Portal spam. That's fine, I guess. Okay. Wow. Okay, Radiant Elemental. Wait, okay. I want to try this. So this should test your theory, Fozzer. If Radiant Elemental works as advertised, if it hard sets this to 1, this should let me
Job's done.
infinitely Sinister Strike. So it can't cost 0. Echo can no longer be used at 0. That's weird. I never realized they made that change. I guess it makes sense, because this fight was always a joke because of how easy that combo was to set up on, like, every character. I guess I could do... Yeah, if I get a Vis, I was about to say. Oh, wait. Sinister Strike. So, why would I use Sinister Strike when I can just use a Vis? Like, makes no sense. That's the unfortunate downside of them making that change. This does mean that I can hit him for 20 here, which is pretty good. Or I could drop an Edwin. I haven't played that many cards. I'd rather just hit him for 20. Worth the try, life isn't easy, yeah. Oh well. Like, obviously we're still ridiculously favored on this boss because of the Echo thing. But what I never understood is, they gave the boss this power, and then they gave him a bunch of cards that already have Echo on them. So what's the point of giving him cards that have Echo by default, and then making his power give them Echo on top of that? I don't know, it's just weird. What is... I don't remember this card at all. What was this? This was an Ashes of Outland card? Huh. Yay, now you can make legendary rings and necks? Nice. I probably win this turn, right? Just give me an Abyss. Alright, Sinister's fine. Okay. GG. Maybe because he has the passive power, his cards all have Echo? No, because, that card that he just played, the pumpkin one, I forget what it's called, but it's whatever that, like, pumpkin healing card is. That one definitely has Echo. I mean, it says Echo on the card. Like, even if I look at this, this doesn't say Echo, but if I were to play it, it would have Echo because of the power. But that, like, I forget what the name of that pumpkin card is. I know that it has Echo because Priest ran it all the time. Oh, yeah, okay, so you're saying lore-wise. That's fair, yeah, I could see that. It just makes him really weak overall. Professor Putricide. Okay. Yeah, that seems good.
One of your own cast aside. Within my woods, he finds a home.
So far, this is going pretty well.
Versus Leatrix.
I have lots of spell synergy, but I also have, like, the secret keepers and stuff for board
The
control,
trail
so
leads here.
Still, you
working
try
out
to
well
hunt me.
that way. One thing I really need is some sort of weapon buff, like, oh, like basically Deadly Poison or Tinker's Sharp Sword Oil, I think it's called. Something like that. Because at the moment, I have Kingsbane, but I don't have a lot of synergy for Kingsbane. Right. Yeah, I think Bear Trap is fine here. Should get a good trade off that minion.
This guy's tough.
If I remember correctly, this guy has just a ton of buff cards. So I don't want to leave his minions around to, you know, get extremely buffed up.
Hey, lights out.
That is kind of scary with his passive, so just gonna make sure it gets destroyed as soon as possible. I like Living Roots here. Just because a lot of his 1/1s are going to become 2/2s, and I can just easily destroy them with Living Roots. So, oh yeah, Serenite Chain Gang. I remember that card. Let's discover something. Sure, Deadly Shot. I think, yeah, I should just do this.
Hey, lights out.
Did you just end up in a Hearthstone stream, Pog? Yes.
Get 'em, boys.
We'll be moving on from Hearthstone after this last playthrough of the Witchwood. And the next game will be... whatchamacallit? Luck Be a Landlord. Thoughts on Civilization? It's never been my favorite game. I've tried it a few times, but it's always been one of those things that I'm just kind of iffy on. Don't hate it, but don't love it. It's alright. Also damages the minions next to whomever your hero attacks. Interesting. Well, this is really good for clearing out 2/2s, but these are 3/3s. I wish I had a weapon damage buff. Yeah, in terms of strategy games, I prefer Total War as like my main strategy game. I play a shit ton of Warhammer 2. But I have played Civ, it's just never been my favorite game of all time. Okay, I'm just gonna clear one of these out. Prep isn't bad here. I'm just going to try to keep his board as clear as possible, because I have effectively infinite removal with my hero power. Pick prep, yeah. Like, that's scary, but I have better than average odds of hitting at least one deadly shot. Boom. Then... yeah, I think I just go Cold Blood here. Now he's forced to deal with this. I have not played Factorio. I've heard good things about it, but it's one of those games where I would need to set aside, from what I've heard, a ton of time to play it, and I just don't really have time to play like one of those types of games at the moment, or even recently. So it's just not been something that I've really felt like getting into just yet. But I have heard a lot of good things about it. Okay, I'm just going to use my weapon charge to take care of that. After you play a secret, put a random hunter secret into the battlefields. So I can prep. Branching Paths, I mean, is not... It's a good card, so... I'm just going to go ahead and throw down Cold Light. Ooh, Eaglehorn is really good. Okay, so next turn I can pop off, hopefully, with Professor Putricide. Putricide is a Hunter card? Yeah. Hunter Legendary from, I think... Oh, this was, yeah, Wrath of the Lich King, or whatever it was. Knights of the Frozen Throne was what that was called. Right. So... Bear Trap. Okay, nice. That's all I wanted to get. I'm going to take this out, then I'm going to do Deadly Shot, then I can do Putricide, Bear Trap. Learning Factorio would be awesome for a stream, maybe in the near future. I don't know necessarily about the near future, because, so, I haven't necessarily decided... Like, I should check what secret he gave me. Wandering Monster. Ooh, that's good. I haven't decided what I'm going to do for Wednesday's stream. I'm still thinking about that, but I have said this before, next weekend will be TBC Classic. So, a lot of people have asked me to try TBC Classic. It's something that I've been interested in doing for a while, so I will finally be getting around to doing TBC Classic next weekend. So that's like the near future. And then going forward, there's obviously a few other things I want to do. Eventually, we'll be doing, you know, Final Fantasy streams, all that fun stuff. So, hard to say when I'll have too much free time. Okay, I really, really want to hit Onyxia with a Deadly Shot, but I don't think I can guarantee it. Prep is nice, though. I can prep a Branching Paths. And I think, honestly, I'm just going to play it safe and gain 12 armor. At this stage, you know, it's my game to lose. I really do want to get rid of Onyxia. Well, rest in peace, Eaglehorn Longbow. But I think overall this is worth it. Have I decided what class and spec to main? Well, my decision is... Wait. Oh, 5 wisps. Okay. My decision is made pretty simple by the fact that I only have one character on Classic, and that's my Prot Warrior, so... I'm not going to boost. I'm not going to buy the Dark Portal Pass or whatever it's called, or boost a character. I just have my my original Prot Warrior that I played back in Classic, so that's what I'm going to be starting with, right? I'll be leveling through TBC Classic next weekend for the first time with that character. If I really enjoy it, I might try something else, but for now, that's my only real option. Let's see. I'll take a prep just in case. Another Branching Paths? I mean, Branching Paths is really good, so... Alright, I'll play Blink Fox first, just in case I get something good. Whenever I summon a minion, eh. Alright. Oh, wow, Savage Roar. I think if I get branching paths here, I just kill him with the attack buff. Oh, he's gonna armor up, though. Or draw a card. Okay. I guess the AI doesn't register that it's in danger. Because as far as the AI is concerned, it's like, you know, it has 40 health. You know, how could it possibly be in danger? But, yeah, well, as it so happens. Okay, whenever I summon a minion...
One shot, one kill.
Full kill Naias!
Technically a misplay. Eh. At this point, it's not too big of a deal. There's thresholds for that? Yeah. At first, I'm like, oh, clearly the AI is going to armor up because it'll realize it's in danger. But the AI doesn't expect me to do this. It's not coded to do that. So, the misplay, for people who aren't familiar with Hearthstone, is I should have played Backstab on this minion first, so that I would have killed it. But because it only works on undamaged minions, I forgot to do that. I'm not really thinking through my turns carefully, because at this point I'm so far ahead, it's not really a concern, but definitely, you know, it's good form to, like, not make stupid mistakes like that, so I probably should have given it some more thought. Could I get another branching paths? I mean, he's still dead, so who cares? Cool. I really like an Exterminate. Exterminate's a really fun card. Ah, no Exterminate. Oh well. I already have Tools of the Trade. Sucks that it offered me another one, because there's no advantage. Literally, having a second Tools of the Trade is useless, because it automatically returns this to your hand. Beastly Beauty. After this attacks a minion and survive, transform this into an 8/8. Eh. Give a minion +2/+2 and Death Rattle. Give your top hat to another friendly minion. I mean... Okay, so in theory, this is a spell, right? I could copy this with Tessa's power. So I'm just gonna take that. Ah, I still don't have any weapon buffs, though. That's unlucky. Wait, I just realized. That's a second Edwin. Arcane Giant is nuts. Okay. Final boss.
Not all Forsaken have abandoned these woods. Some serve me.
That's... Hold on. I don't think that's supposed to be the final boss. Is it this bug again where it doesn't actually give you the proper final boss? I've seen that happen sometimes. The final boss is supposed to be a pirate, I thought. I'm back. We're still in Hearthstone? Yes, we're almost done with Hearthstone. We're about to move on to the next game after this boss. I'm fairly certain this is not supposed to be the final boss.
Come see what I've been digging up.
I'll take Tools of the Trade, though. Alright, finish my coffee. Get myself a rock. Okay, he did nothing. Not in the Witchwoods. I thought it was supposed to be the Ghost Pirate. I thought that was guaranteed. That's weird. I do remember it bugged out with Darius Crowley specifically. Like, his final boss wasn't working properly for a while. So I don't know if that's what happened here, or if it's just I'm misremembering it. Something like that. Bwansamdi. Ooh. Draw one cost minions from my deck until my hand is full. Well, I don't really have many one-cost minions. So unfortunately, Bwansamdi here is not going to be very good for me, but... I mean, I suppose it's cool to see Buon Sandy. I just realized that if he plays a lot of shit like that, I can really abuse the hell out of it. Oh, they buffed Flesh-Eating Ghoul? Huh.
Let sickness overtake you.
Especially because I have so many mill-related cards in this deck. No Hunter Secrets drawn yet. Probably should just go Tools of the Trade. Think just handgun. Get some rocks, and then I'll throw a Sinister Strike out there.
I have no time for games.
Oh no!
Evil witch! You killed my brother!
Huh! I've never heard that dialogue before. That's cool. Apparently, special dialogue between Tess and Sylvanas.
Unexpected.
What did I get? Snipe? Okay.
Eureka!
Full kill Naias!
And I'll just go ahead and take handgun. Sure, yeah. I'm trying to rush Arcane Giant out. Resurrect 2 different... Oh. That's fine, because I can Deadly Shot Sylvanas. Oh, Edwin Van Cleef. Wait, hold up. Okay, so... Prep. Deadly Shot. Sylvanas was that weak? Yeah, in Hearthstone. I mean, Sylvanas is a very powerful card in Hearthstone. It's just, a lot of her power is in her Death Rattle, and the AI isn't using it properly. Let's see, I can... Oh, shit. That's tricky. Let's take Prep. I'm just gonna go ahead, pop Prep, pop Tools of the Trade. Let's just refresh Handgun. But then I can do Arcane Giant and Edwin Van Cleef. Okay, that's nice. Did I see the dialogues in the Lich King bot? Oh. Did I see the dialogues in the Lich King boss fight? I did it on only some heroes, so not every single one. But I think I did it on Warrior, I did it on Paladin, and I think I did it on Mage, at the very least. Those are the 3 that I definitely remember doing Lich King with. Hard to say for sure, though. Wait. Oh, but... If I cast this now, it's gonna resurrect Van Cleef with its base stats, so... Unfortunately, that wouldn't work the way I'm hoping it would. Getting another Prep is nice, though. I'm gonna pop one Somdi. Wait, actually, I do have a lot of one-cost minions. I kind of forgot about that. Alright. I still haven't drawn... Oh. Wait, oh, this is actually... Okay. Welcome back, Juan Somdi. Wait, that's so good. What are my opinions about a WoW private server? Hope you're having a good day. Thank you. You too as well, Thoft. And, I've heard that there are some good WoW private servers, like Ascension. I haven't really messed around with them myself, but it seems like an interesting concept. I don't know if I'll ever check one out myself. Maybe. But it's never just been something that really appealed to me, but I'm not one of those people that's like, oh my god, how dare people play in private servers? That's like, you know, against the rules or whatever. Like, I don't give a shit. I guess I'm just gonna vomit this stuff out. Prep, resurrect, sure. Okay. Well, that was a good hit. I need to cast 4... God damn it! How many Twisting Nethers does this guy have? Fucking AI. Okay, secrets, maybe? Snake Trap, sure. Wait, I already have Snake Trap active. God damn it. Sure, I'll take Twisting Nether. I'll do it myself. I can mill him here, though, so that's nice. Shallow Graves.
Ha, this guy's toast.
You only play Ascension a little bit, but the new stuff is fun. Interesting. Against the rules, make money selling gold. What thing can they do? Give you a permaman? I mean, I don't know. I just know that, like, not necessarily, I don't think playing private servers is against the rules. I meant more like running a private server is like, obviously, WoW will shut that down if they really want to. So, I mean, they have at multiple points in the past. So I probably made that point, like, improperly. What I meant to say was that I dislike playing in private servers because since it's against WoW's terms of service, right, and they will shut it down at any point, any work that I make on a private server has the potential to just be, like, gone to waste, right? If Blizzard decides, we're shutting this down. So I don't want to invest time in a private server and have that time potentially just go to nothing. That's what I was trying to say. Right back at you, buddy. Okay, let's see. Sure, I'll take another one. Another prep Twisting Nether for next turn? I guess. That's one way to do it. Sure. I'll make him keep drawing more cards. Alright. This is so dumb. Okay, Twisting Nether. Preparation. God damn. Wow, this turn seems familiar. Is he just gonna keep casting it over and over? Preparation. Twisting Nether. Okay. Alright. Sure. I mean, does he have another one? Okay. He finally ran out of, what is that spell called? Shallow Graves? Jesus Christ. Maybe not Vile Spine. If I get... I mean, prep is good. Sure. Man, the private servers can reset on a weekly basis because it's bugged, and this is just one of the things. You started playing WoW in a private server because WoW at the time was 60 reais, expensive back in 2004 to 2005. Yeah, I could understand that. Like, I'm not blaming people for playing on private servers, right? Like, if you want to play on private servers, you know, more power to you. It's just not something that I've ever personally been interested in as a result of, you know, it could get shut down at any point.
Lapdogs, all of you.
I mean, do I have lethal? No. I'm just gonna Twisting Nether. Why not? Does it make little sense considering, like, they would have all died the next turn anyway? Probably. But I don't really think I can lose at this point. So, it doesn't matter. Future side. Interesting. Okay. Another Corrupting Mist. Alright.
Join me, real.
I really want to kill him with Fatigue. I feel like that's just, at this point, the way that I have to kill him. Like, I've gotten this far. You know... Sure. Nice. Alright. So we got 1 win in Kobolds, 1 win on this. And now, on to the next game. Spent a good 2 hours in Hearthstone. So obviously Hearthstone's a bit longer in many ways, and there's a bit more depth to it, just in terms of all that stuff. A lot of the other roguelikes are going to be a bit, like, shorter in terms of each match will take, like, or each game will take less time. So next on the list, let me double check. Right. It is... Luck Be a Landlord. So I'll get that opened up. And... How do I get this to work? There we go. Okay. So, now we're getting to games that I would imagine that most people probably haven't seen. I'm gonna... Okay, there we go. I cleared off the bar on the bottom. Now, Luck Be a Landlord, I'll explain it as we go. It's one of those games that... Audio... Sure, that seems good. It's kind of easier to just show rather than tell. So this is inherently a roguelike in many ways, but it's a bit different than a lot that people might be used to. So it does have kind of like an ascension system similar to Slay the Spire with a bunch of different effects. I mentioned this earlier, but I think that these kind of limit the creativity that you can use in how you build your, like, I guess deck, for lack of a better term. So I'm just going to be playing it on the base game to demonstrate this. I'm going to show maybe... Well, we can go up to floor 10 for the later one, which is the highest I've unlocked so far. I haven't played some of the more recent updates. But okay, so you started off, basically every single turn, you're spinning a slot machine. And you have to gain 25 coins in 5 spins. So you start off with 1 coin, and, you know, that's just the gist of the game. Then you have all of these symbols on your slot machine. These are the starting symbols. Every single run of Luck Be a Landlord starts with these 5 symbols. Now, every single time after a spin, you add more symbols. So, I'll click this, I'll spin. Then, right now, they're just all going to, you know, give 1. Nothing special there. But now I can add a special symbol to the slot machine. So, these all have different effects. So I can pick a banana peel, which interacts with this symbol, which is a thief. I don't have any yet, but maybe if I wanted to later on get this symbol, I could start building banana peels. Crow gives 1 more than normal, but every 4 spins, it takes away some of your coins. And then Present gives 0, but then it destroys itself after 12 spins and gives a big chunk of coins. So it's like delayed payoff. None of these are amazing, but early on, you always want to pick a symbol. So I'm going to pick banana peel. Because every single time you spin, it's going to favor putting a symbol over putting nothing. So these little slots right here, it's called an empty. It means there's nothing here. You get no money from this. So having at least 1 extra money per turn is just infinitely better than having an empty slot show up on your slot machine. So now we're up to 10. Now I have other symbols that I can choose. So crow, we've already seen that one. Monkey. So monkey, once again, just gives 1. But if I eventually get a banana, a coconut, or a coconut half symbol, it'll destroy those symbols and give additional value after destroying it. Or I can pick milk. Now, right now, I'm going to go with milk because one of your starting items, a cat, destroys milk. Now, this is obviously a lot of complicated stuff thrown out right at first, but I'm going to pick milk. Now, hopefully, this works properly. Yeah, okay, so cat was adjacent to the milk symbol, so it destroyed it. And now I already have enough to meet the next checkpoint. So this game is basically divided into little checkpoints. You have to constantly meet each checkpoint in order to, move on to the next one. If you fall behind on money, you lose. And then eventually, after a certain amount of payments, you beat the game, and then you could either restart or go into endless mode. So here, same thing, I have milk, I have bubble. Bubble gives 2 each spin, and then it destroys itself eventually. So it's slightly high value, but it doesn't last forever. Mouse is just a basic one, but if I eventually get cheese, then I can make money through that. So right now, I think I'm just going to go with bubble. Some stuff like bubble is nice, because it's good early on, but then it's bad in the late game. But it destroys itself before we get to the late game. Alright, let's see. So, shiny pebble here. This one just gives 1, but I have an increased chance to find rarer symbols. So, if I stack shiny pebbles or similar things early on, as we get further into the game, I'll have a better deck, so to speak. Okay, so that's the first red payment. We've met that, and now we're on to red payment 2, and now it gets bumped up. The cost doubles. Now I need to hit 50 coins. Alright. So, now every single time you meet a rent payment, you get a rare symbol. Or uncommon, eventually it's rare. So I can choose Bronze Arrow. Now, this gives nothing, but it doubles the value of symbols that it points to. So maybe if you have a lot of really high-cost symbols, you might want to just go with these, because doubling the cost of one of them might be better than just having a lot of small ones. Coconut Half. This one would interact with Monkey if I had picked it earlier, but I didn't. This just flat gives 2, nothing special. And then there are these things called hexes. Hexes give 3, which is good, obviously, more than everything else at the moment. But they have a downside. So if I pick this, it would give me more money, but it would make it so I'm less likely to find rarer symbols. So this would give me more money in the short term, but it would punish me more in the long term. Now, I really like Bronze Arrow, so I'm going to be picking this. It ends up being pretty good if you manage to keep it on into the late game and get some better symbols, because a lot of the stuff that you want to be doing in this game is scaling exponentially. And because Bronze Arrow doubles the value of a symbol, you can scale exponentially really quickly. So here now I get to add an item. So items are like passive effects that last throughout your entire run. And this one makes it so every single time I spin, my cat symbols give 1 more. Well, I already have 1 cat symbol, so this is just automatically giving me 1 additional money every spin. So now I'm going to spin this. Oh, it hit my cat. So now my cat gave 4. Alright. I'm going to take a bubble again. You've already established that bubbles are pretty good. Now, okay. So, Cultist basically synergizes by having lots and lots of cultists. If you stack a bunch of these, they each give more money, but I found that it's kind of hard to make them work. Magpie is kind of similar to, it's like an inverse of Crow that we saw earlier, so it actually removes money from you, but then it gives you a big chunk every few spins. So don't really like Magpie. There are things that synergize with it, though. So there are basically things that you can get which reduce the basically money siphoning, effectively, that these things do. So in that case, Magpie is really good. There's lots of different ways that you can build your deck in Luck Be a Landlord. But I'm just going to go with the safe one, Banana. It's just an additional symbol, and it gives 1. It's a pretty safe pick, so we're going to go with that. Okay, we hit the cherry with the arrow. Shiny Pebble. I want to start finding rare stuff, so I'm going to pick the Pebble. Alright, got a lot of money there. Now, we've already hit 50 coins, so we can afford the next checkpoint, but we still have 1 more spin to make a bit of additional money. So Toddler is pretty good. Toddler destroys presents, candy, piñatas, and bubbles, and we still have... Or no, our bubble just got destroyed. Okay, so we actually don't have a bubble. So that decentivizes me from picking Toddler. I'm still going to go with it because it's better than I think the alternatives, and it means that I can pick other stuff that synergizes with it. Then I can get a big chunk of money that way. Alright, we met this payment. But now it's up to 100. So every single time, the amount that you need to pay keeps doubling. It slows down, it's not directly doubling later on. But it still gets to be a lot. So we had to pay 50, now we have to pay 100. So now I need to really start thinking about, okay, how am I going to start to scale this into the late game? So Chemical 7, this one just gives me 7 coins one time, and it adds a 7 item. Basically, once I collect 7 of these, I get 77 coins. So lots of 7 related things in here. Clubs is basically its own synergy. There's a suit of cards synergy type of thing. I'm not going to be going with that. It requires a lot of building to actually make it work. And then there's this thing called Lucky Capsule. So this gives nothing, but after it gets destroyed, it will make it so one of the next symbols I pick will be a rare symbol. And rare symbols, generally speaking, are pretty good. So I'm actually going to go with Lucky Capsule here. I want to get a good symbol. I want to start building towards something really powerful. None of these items do anything for me, so I don't have any bears, so this doesn't help me. I don't have any rabbits, so this doesn't help me. But egg card in here basically means that if I get eggs, then they'll just automatically generate money and they won't take up space on my slot machine. So I'm going to go with egg carded. Doesn't do anything for me right now, but it's a long-term investment, is the way I'm looking at it. Okay, so I got Robin Hood as a rare symbol. It's not the best, but it can work in some cases. So it's kind of similar to the one that I showed earlier, where it takes money away from me every single turn, but then after 4 spins, it gives me a big chunk of money. It also boosts nearby arrows, thieves, and it destroys billionaires, targets, and apples, which we haven't seen yet. But Robin Hood is overall pretty good. Okay, nice. That was actually lucky. It hit the arrow. And here's the thing. So I picked Egg Cardin earlier. I was saying, oh, well, long-term investment, Egg Cardin's probably my best bet. Now I picked an egg. This means that the egg will automatically be counted as if it landed on the board every single spin without actually taking up space. So as you get to the late game, board space becomes really valuable because you can only fit so many symbols on the board. I have a banana, so because of that, I'm going to take a monkey, because the monkey will destroy the banana and give me a big chunk of money for doing that. I just need to get him to actually land next to the banana. So far he hasn't. Oh well. Okay, I have 2 spins to make 40 coins. Might be a bit difficult. Bear is just pretty good, gives 2, and it has an extra effect, but it's mostly just a good symbol. If I'm lucky, okay. Robin Hood gives me a chunk here. Okay, Robin Hood got me there. That's good. Got there. Void Creature, basically, okay. Void Creature, if it's next to an empty space, that empty space will now give 1 coin instead of giving nothing. But if it's surrounded by other symbols, it gets destroyed and it gives 8 coins. So Void Creature in general is really good just because worst case scenario, it just gives you a chunk of money. Best case scenario, it's turning empty spots into additional money. So I think there's only plus sides with Void Creature. Here it's generating me 3 coins because it hit 3 empty spaces. That said, now it's up to 150, so it didn't double this time, but still, 150 is kind of challenging. Alright, now, this is one of the slight downsides with Luck Be a Landlord, and one of the things that I wanted to talk about, and this would be the perfect point. Luck Be a Landlord has a bit of a problem compared to other roguelikes, where it piles on a ton of systems right off the bat. There's so many things that you need to learn. I'm sure that anybody who doesn't really understand this game is already probably getting a little bit lost, and trust me, that's kind of how it feels to play it for the first time too. Because now we've reached this checkpoint where it says, "Hello, comrade. Your local mutual aid network has heard of your rent situation. To help with your trials, we're giving you 2 of these, 2 of these, and 2 of these." What the fuck are these things? So, this is just 3 brand new mechanics that are introduced right as we're still in the first few stages of the game. Well, these are reroll tokens. So basically, if we don't like the symbols that were offered, we can re-roll them, and we can get a new set of symbols. These are removal tokens, so if we have a bad symbol in our deck, like let's say I really don't want the flower here anymore, I can just toss it from my deck. That way it won't clutter up my slot machine anymore. And then there's this thing. Essence tokens are really weird. I still don't fully understand how they work. It lets you get these weird limited time and power items, but I feel like this is kind of, I'm using Let Luck Be a Landlord more as a way to highlight kind of what not to do with some of your roguelikes. It's a fun game, but I feel like with a lot of the new updates, stuff like this, they've cluttered the shit out of the game. it's so hard to get into because you're just having all this information thrown in your face. Like Slay the Spire, when we look at it, it's going to be simple. You look at it, you have ways to do damage and ways to mitigate damage. Here it's like, there's all these different symbols with all these different synergies. You get new symbols, you get new items, then you get reroll tokens, removals, essences. It's just a lot to take in. It's fun once you understand it, but it can be a bit confusing early on. So now, I'm offered an essence capsule. So that's another new thing. Now, it basically does kind of similar things to what the ones before did, but this gives me negative 12 coins, but it gives me 1 essence. But let's say I'm a new player. I don't know what essence does. Do I really think that essence is worth 12 coins? Well, I have no idea because I haven't seen what that mechanic actually does. So I can't really make an accurate assessment on whether or not this is worth taking. I will say I can tell you that it's actually not, at least not at the moment, because since we have a monkey, getting a coconut is really good here. So I'm going to take coconut. Now, here, guillotine is an item that destroys billionaires. We don't have any, so don't need to worry about that. Don't have rabbits. Lunchbox just gives me the option to add additional symbols to my deck, some of which could be good. So I'm going to go here. Egg is just free money every turn. Another egg is just free money every turn. And then Chemical 7 is once again a free chunk of money. So I'm going to spin this. Cool. Okay, I kind of want to reroll. None of these are great. Time capsule. Oh god, is this another new item? I've never seen this before. Destroys itself, adds 1 symbol that was destroyed this game when destroyed. That's actually not very good. So I haven't really destroyed any symbols that I want to re-add to my deck. Yeah, maybe it could add like a Chemical 7 or something, and we'll try it. I've never seen this before, so I'll at least give it a shot. Must be a new update item. Okay. Well, I got a lot of money there. Okay, we've already seen this one, Lucky Capsule. It's going to give me a rare item. So I'll try this one out. That's good. Okay, so the arrow hit the monkey after it consumed a coconut, so that basically exponentially increased the value of that. Bartender is good. Bartender will add basically alcoholic beverages or beverage symbols to your board, which generally speaking are pretty good. You have ways to synergize with that, so that's a good one. I'll add that. And we've already hit 150, so that's pretty good. Ooh, okay. So we already have Robin Hood. Robin Hood destroys adjacent billionaires, and we got a billionaire. Billionaire doesn't really do a whole lot. It buffs wine and cheese, you know, typical, right? But then when it's destroyed, it gives 35 coins. So we can destroy this with Robin Hood, and that'll give us a chunk of money. So that's a synergy that we can very easily activate. Okay, a lot of things just happened there. I made 100 coins that turn. We already have Robin Hood, so Thief will theoretically give us a lot of money if we can buff it. Or it's just gonna die on the first turn. Oh well. Okay, so now we met the rent payment by like double. We got 300. This was 150. So we lose 150 coins, and then he also says all the essence you earned is rightfully mine. Blah 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 blah. All that means is that now we're gonna get an empowered item, which is this thing. So now we have essence empowered items, which is another kind of new system. So destroys itself whenever arrows point to 0 symbols. Arrows point to 2 directions. Okay, that's actually pretty good. So basically this will, when a condition is met, when this happens, when basically my arrows hit nothing, my arrows basically get a big buff that makes them stronger for the rest of the game. So I'm going to go ahead and take Quiver. Oh, and I have another essence item. Interesting. So Lime Pepper would give me 30 coins by spending a reroll. I think I've already spent mine, so maybe I can't do that right now. I don't have either Sun or Moon, so I can't trigger this, so this would be a waste. And I don't know if I can add enough food symbols to reliably proc this. Eventually, I'll get another reroll token, so I'll just take Lime Pepper. It's probably the best thing for now. I'll reroll... Oh, wait, I have a reroll token. Okay. So I make 30 coins right off the bat just by doing that. And because I already have, if I look at my items, I have 2 7s. By taking Chemical 7, I'll get another 7 to complete the set to get 77 coins. Then Fruit Baskets. I only have 1 fruit. I guess it's better than nothing. The other ones don't really do much for me at the moment. Okay, that's really good. Wait, that's actually insane. Okay. I just made a ton of money off that spin. I've already hit the rent payment. Alright. I'm going to take Buffing Capsule here. This basically destroys itself. All capsules will destroy themselves after 1 turn, and then they have a different effect. So we saw one earlier that gave me an item. We saw one earlier that this one doubles the value of adjacent symbols. Alright, pretty good. All of these symbols now give 2 times value, so this should give 6. Pretty good. We have 1 Banana Peel left. So Banana Peel kills thieves. Thieves, I don't think I explained this properly earlier, they take money from you every single turn, but for every 1 money they take from you, they generate 4 money when you eventually kill them. So you're losing money in the short term for a long investment in the long term. Right, okay. Let's make sure I said that right. Okay, generated a beer. Not bad. I'll take Rabbit Fluff. Just because Rabbit Fluff gives 2, and it also means I'm more likely to find rarer stuff, so I can start to get better late-game items. Hopefully. Okay, Banana Peel went off. The thief is dead. Cool. Ooh, this is a tough call. So, we still have the monkey. We could take another coconut for the monkey. But Dwarf will start destroying the beers that this guy, or... where's the bartender? Oh no, I'm looking at destroyed symbols, okay. Bartender will, over time, start to place more beers, more wines. The dwarf will drink that. But because the coconut is uncommon, I think I'm gonna probably find another dwarf sooner than I'll find another coconut. So I'll probably get more value just by taking that. Haven't gotten it to proc yet, but that's fine. I'll take another arrow. Arrows are just good on their own, but they're especially good since I have Robin Hood. And I have a toddler, so because I have a toddler, I can take Pinata. Now, the toddler will destroy the Pinata, and then he will hopefully gobble up all the nearby candy. And since that's probably going to clutter my board, I'm also going to remove some weaker symbols. So I don't need Pearl, and I don't need Flower. So eventually... Oh, that was unfortunate. Eventually, once Toddler destroys that Pinata, I should make a ton of money off that. Yeah, and we're already really far ahead. I'm about to meet the next rent payment, and I have 7 turns to get 6 coins, so... Definitely going to win this one, unless something catastrophic happens. Voidstone is just Void Creature, but it's a stone instead of a creature. There are some weird synergies where that actually matters. Let's see. Small Symbol Bomb. Can destroy this. And... I have Fruit Basket, so Fruit Basket makes all fruits give 1 additional coin, so this will give 3 instead of the normal 2, so that's good. And, well, I still have Robin Hood, so Thief is actually pretty valuable. Alright, so far so good. That's a lot. I'll take Egg because I have Egg Harldan. Okay, the monkey hit the coconut, that's pretty good for me. Here I'm going to skip. Don't really have any need for any 3 of these symbols. I'm pretty happy with the, build that I have right now. I'm just going to wait for all this stuff to slowly get destroyed. I don't think I really need to add anything else. There we go. Pinata got destroyed, and one of the candies got devoured by the toddler. Now, because I have a thief, I want to pick this banana peel to eventually, once it lands adjacent to the thief, it'll destroy it. So hopefully we can let the thief build up his money for a few more turns, but... Okay, another egg for Egg Harldan. Can't complain about that. Toddler isn't eating a lot. I'm gonna skip again. There we go. Got decent money off that thief. Okay, Hustling Capsule. This one's interesting. So Hustling Capsule takes 7 coins from you, and then it gives an item, which every single spin gives you a guaranteed 1 coin. So after 7 turns, it pays for itself, and then every turn after that, it's just profit. So Hustling Capsule, if I get it super late, I usually don't pick it, but we're still like in the mid game here. They can pay 300 coins. Already past the next rent payment, so we're doing pretty good. Now let's see. Interesting. So, Frying Pan, I don't have anything to work with that. Oil Can, after 7 respins, it destroys itself, and then I can respin a column of symbols once per spin. Symbols in the respun column will give 2 times more coins. But Capsule Machine will mean that whatever capsules I have destroyed will happen 3 times, which is really powerful. So I'm going to go with this one. Oh boy. Wait, what the fuck? So this consumes dwarves and then gives me money when the dwarves are consumed. Interesting. So after 12 spins, I get a booster pack. That's interesting. I think I'm just going to take booster pack here. Basically, it just means later on, like in the late game, I'll just get a rare symbol. So, pretty good. Billionaire here can get destroyed by Robin Hood, so it's pretty nice. Grey Pepper is okay, but Holy Water will allow me to take hexes, and they'll give a lot of money. So, Holy Water enables a new strategy, so I'm going to pick that. Alright. I'll take another Hustling Capsule. So that gives triple the effect. Gives me 3 of those coins, so now it's going to start really paying for itself. I'll respin here. Wealthy Capsule. That just gives me 10 coins for free. It's just a good item to pick. And Void Fruit is a thing now, huh? I think I'm just going to get more Hustling Capsules. Just build that stack up. Did they change Wine? Wine now has a +1 icon next to it. What does it do? Huh. They buffed Wine. Wine used to just give a flat 2. Now it gives 1 more after it spins 8 times. Interesting. I'll take a 3rd Bronze Arrow. Am I playing Risk of Rain? Unfortunately, Risk of Rain is not a game that I've played. So, there's obviously a million good roguelikes out there. I wish that I could play them all, but unfortunately there are some that have been recommended to me that I've just never gotten around to. Torghast is laughable when compared to actual roguelikes. Exactly. I think I'm just going to skip here. Don't really need it. I mean, even this, like, Risk of Rain 2 is really good. Yeah. I've mentioned this before, but my cousin plays Risk of Rain 2, and he's told me millions of times that I really need to play it. So, it's definitely on my radar. It's something that I will eventually try out. But there is one new roguelike that I've never played before that I will be trying out on stream. It'll be the last thing that I'm playing on today's stream. We'll get around to it eventually. Okay, now it's up to 425. Almost there. We need to get up to the highest level. This is payment 7 out of 12. So 777 is the highest the payments go. Here I'm going to take an item capsule. Having another item is going to be pretty good. Ooh. Barrel of Dwarves is neat because of the synergy with Bartender, but that I think 7 Dwarves is probably a bit too much. Lockpick is a good item. Lemon is a good item. I think I'm just going to take Lemon. Anytime something gets destroyed, it becomes an empty, so Lemon will just fill that void and give an extra coin. Does the thumbnail spoil that? No, the thumbnail does not spoil it. Gungeon is already something that I've said I was going to play. So, the thing that I'm going to be playing is not in the thumbnail. I did think about that. So, yeah. if you recognize any of the games in the thumbnail, those are the ones that I'm going to be playing, plus one additional game at the very end. Question I have after watching some of your videos: would I ever be interested in trying to group with 4 other dungeons for group with 4 others for dungeon speed leveling attempts? If dungeons were ever the most efficient method for speed leveling, obviously that's what I would have to do, assuming they made that like a category. But is it like something that I would want to be viable? No. I would rather do solo speed leveling because I wouldn't like to rely on anybody else. I believe that speedrunning is the most fun when it's a test of personal skill and not just, you know, who has the best friends to run, you know, with them and stuff. Because it's just going to be kind of hard for new people to get into the scene if that ends up being the meta strategy, right? So that's not something that I want. Okay. Very rare symbols. Midas Bomb is really good. I don't know if I want to take it, though. I mean, Highlander is just really nice. I'm just going to go with Highlander. It's just really good value. And I'll skip here. I will say, to answer your question, though, at some point for fun, I might do, like, a fun speedrun where it's not, like, super hardcore, super serious, where I'm just, you know, attempting to play with some of my friends and see... Oh, wow, this is going to be good. 80 off Robin Hood. Nice. I can see, like, basically how fast we can run through all the dungeons, especially using some of the cool strategies for, like, the original vanilla dungeons, or, like, the Kata revamp versions of them. I think that would be pretty fun. So that's something I'm interested in trying eventually. There can be only one words to live by. Exactly. Monkey really does not want to eat this coconut, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't want it to be an actual, like, meta strat. Pretty much. Just because I think that would kind of be a bit bad just for the, you know, overall playstyle. It's kind of was meaning with that. It would be fun to watch, yeah. If I did something like that, it would just be more of, like, a fun attempt with, like, some of my friends. But that isn't something that I can really do right now because the reality is... oh, there we go. Monkey ate the coconut. All of my friends have quit WoW. I'm, like, the last one. So... I can't really, you know, do that because nobody I know still plays this game. Any speedruns planned for games besides WoW? Well, I did a Final Fantasy XIV speedrun, or partially. It was like more speedrun practice for FF14 main story quest. So, I did that. Okay, I'll pick that. Let me just look at this real quick. Destroys itself if dwarves destroy something. That's good. Now I just need a dwarf. Robin Hood is good, though. Sure, Grave Robber, fine. Death Stranding and WoW. But, okay, so I guess other speedruns. I've said this before. But I'm going to be hopefully uploading a Shogun 2 speedrun tomorrow. That said, I might have to postpone it by one day or something because I've been pretty swamped with, like, editing work this weekend, so I haven't fully finished recording it. I'm gonna try to, like, grind it out, like, after today. It's more of a fun speedrun. So, it, like, there's, I guess, a bit of a difference between, like, hardcore speedruns and, like, casual speedruns. And I'm doing a lot of, like, for fun speedruns, like, seeing how efficient I can play this game, like, that kind of thing. Interesting. Light bulb. Additional symbols give 2 more. That's strange. But I don't know. It's like I'm gonna try to do like casual stuff like that. So I'll probably do maybe 1 or 2 more WoW speedruns. But obviously, you asked about speedruns that aren't WoW. So basically, Total War is a franchise that I want to try to do fun speedruns for, like minimum number of turns for like a legendary difficulty campaign. I'm gonna be trying to do a bit more like with Final Fantasy XIV. I might do, like, fun speedruns for some of these games, like roguelikes. These are a lot of things that I play in my free time, which is why I'm so passionate about, like, Torghast being bad and whatnot. I want it to be good because I love roguelikes, and Torghast could be good. It's just Blizzard, you know, doesn't want to make it good for some reason. They're dead set on just kind of letting it suck. You're in the same boat, no friends, still forced to do 15 solo. Yeah, I've just kind of stopped doing, keys as a result. Kind of sucks, unfortunately. But I definitely, you know, I feel you all there. I'm definitely in the same boat as well. Would I mind doing some thinking out loud for what I think the best comp would be for something like that? It's really hard to say because it would also change depending on what level you got to. So early on, I would say like one of the best like dungeon DPS, so to speak, at low levels would be Arcane Mage. Historically and to this day, Arcane has ridiculous low level AoE. And I think that would probably be if you were like running, let's say like Kata revamp dungeons, like, you know, old Razorfen Crawl and stuff like that. You would probably go with like, you know, Arcane Mages. As for tank, probably Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid is just really good for, you know, tanking dungeons in general, and especially at low levels. It still has a lot of its really great tools. Let's go with, let's reroll this. Comedian. Huh. Geologist is good. Okay. So, yeah, I would say definitely Guardian Druid, as a tank. As a healer, maybe Resto Druid. I'm not really sure what healer would be able to do the most damage at low levels, but that's what you'd be going with. You would find whatever healer can put out the most damage, maybe like Monk with Spinning Crane Kick or something. Obviously, like, Disc and HPAL can do a lot of damage at higher levels, but we're talking, like, while leveling up, that kind of thing. So, not 100% sure. You would probably want maybe, like, a bit of diversity, so maybe now, because, like, Demon Hunters have, like, the brand thing, maybe you'd want, like, one Demon Hunter and maybe, like, 2 Arcane Mages or something like that, just because Demon Hunters are still good. But I really have no idea. It's entirely possible that maybe all Demon Hunters would just be the best, and you just wouldn't have a healer, because Demon Hunters have a lot of self-healing, Vengeance and Havoc especially. And if you can just nuke down a lot of, like, the lower-level dungeon bosses that are kind of poorly tuned, it's entirely plausible that you might just not really need a healer. So, I mean, I wish that I could give you more information, but the reality is that low-level, like, class balance is really, really skewed. And because there's never been, like, a reason in this game to actually try and min-max it to any certain, like, you know, important degree, I guess, nobody's really figured out what the actual meta strategy is for low-level dungeon speedrunning. It could be interesting to find out, though, so maybe that's something that I would want to check out. But I would definitely say, like, one thing I could say for certain is you would bring a Guardian Druid as a tank, unless you were doing some, like, cheese strat with Demon Hunter. Like, Guardian Druid could very easily survive without a healer as well. The only reason why I think maybe you'd go all Demon Hunter is a lot of old dungeons can be broken in half by Demon Hunter's double jump. So if you had, like, 4 Havocs and 1 Vengeance, and you did something, like, really weird where you, like, clipped outside of the wall and, like, Razorfen Crawl or something. I don't know why, but Razorfen Crawl, whenever I think of classic dungeons, is, like, my go-to. But you could do something really weird with that, where you, like, clip outside and you just run along the wall and skip straight to the end boss. I don't know if it's possible, but I'm pretty certain that there's a lot of really broken wall jumps that you can do with it, like those old dungeons that clearly were not designed with Demon Hunters in mind. And that could make them really, really good. DHs can't get into dungeons until they're out of the starting zone. Yeah, that's correct. So you would have to do the starting zone first, but after you do that, then yeah, you would be able to, you know, do runs like that. So I guess it depends on what the rule set would be. The way that I think of the rule set would be more like just, you know, completing every single classic dungeon. I guess in that case, you would have to think of a scenario where being able to complete those skips would be so time efficient that it would be worth completing the entire Demon Hunter intro and then starting to complete the dungeons. Because the more interesting way of doing that challenge, in my opinion, here, I'll do this. If Robin Hood lands in the corner, that could be really good. None of these are great, but Beastmaster could be alright. I have bears, so... let me destroy some symbols, just as we get later. Cherry technically could have given more. Coin is really bad. Rabbit Fluff isn't doing a whole lot. The rest of them can at least be eaten by Geologists, so I'm not going to destroy anything just yet. So, yeah, the way that I like to think about that is less doing a speedrun purely through dungeons, but more doing an all dungeon speedrun at low levels. Powering through all classic dungeons and not leveling 10 to 50 through dungeons. Precisely, yeah, okay, so you understand exactly what I'm saying. So, yeah, I think that could be interesting. And maybe you could do that with, like, every single expansion. Maybe you could even, like, say, since everything scales, something that might be a bit more interesting would be, like, XP locking yourself to 50, and then queuing for every single dungeon, and then that way it's not necessarily like a case of figuring out what's best as you level up. All you would need to figure out is what is best at level 50 specifically, and then you just XP lock all your characters to 50, and then you queue for every single dungeon that way, and whoever speedruns through all the dungeons the fastest, you know, that's the world record, right? So actually, I could see that being a pretty fun category. Yeah, that actually might be something I'd want to try at some point. Obviously, I would need people to run it with. Right now, I don't really know too many people who actually enjoy, like, doing speedrunning themselves. Like, even my friends, right? Like, they're mildly interested in the speedrun stuff. Like, they'll ask me questions about it, and they'll be like, oh, hey, like, you did another speedrun, how did that go? But it's not something that they've ever expressed interest in, like, attempting themselves. So, I don't know if I would actually be able to assemble a full team for it. But maybe if it was something more fun and laid back like that, especially if it was more dungeon related, because I think the part they hate about it is, like, the questing. So if I was saying, like, oh, we're speedrunning dungeons, it's like, you know, basically think of it as revamped classic dungeons, but Mythic Plus. Maybe that would be a good way to, you know, get them interested in it. I could see. But definitely it's not something I could do right now, because I know 2 people who still play this game. Seems stressful. It depends on, I guess, you know, how you go about it. If you have fun with it, then it wouldn't be that stressful. But if you're, like, competing for a super, you know, hardcore, like, world record time, then yeah, that might be a really stressful speedrun. I will say, one of the nice things about Luck Be a Landlord, as you can see, once you get to a certain point, I don't really even need to pay attention. I'm just hitting spin. You know, it feels kind of like, you know, you're just fucking around with a slot machine. Alright, well, we're on the final payment, and we already have enough money, so... I got another geologist. Alright, cool. So, Lime Pepper gives me money whenever I reroll. Yeah, and I can just now keep spinning. Spinning, getting additional things. Cool, it's fun. Let me, catch up on the messages I missed. Teeden said, I'm very tempted to play Shadowlands again, even if I know it probably won't be good, because my friends don't want to come back either. Yeah. I mean, Shadowlands is one of those things where, if you're really into raiding, it's still okay. The only problem is the Shards of Domination, though, admittedly, they are making it a little bit easier to deal with shards in the upcoming patch. But once you actually get everything set up, like, I enjoy Sanctum as a raid. I think it's good. I think it's better than Nathria. Bare minimum, it's a better raid than Nathria, at least in my opinion. A lot of people have very mixed opinions on Sylvanas. I am definitely in the camp that I think Sylvanas is a really cool boss fight, and I'm really interested in actually doing Sylvanas on Mythic. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. I've seen videos for it, and it seems awesome. So, Sanctum seems like a cool raid. If, like, Mythic raiding is your jam, then, yeah, I mean, maybe try Shadowlands out, but I'll give... Obviously, Teeden, you've been watching my stream for a bunch, so you know my thoughts on it, right? But, you know, in case anybody else is considering playing Shadowlands again, I'll give you the same disclaimer that I give everybody. The first, like, week or two that you play it, when you come back, you're gonna fucking hate life. At least right now. So, for anybody interested in coming back in Shadowlands, I would honestly say wait for 9.1.5. You're gonna have a lot more fun, I would imagine, if you don't need to slog through all the bullshit. So the funny thing is, I finally got offered a dwarf, which I've been trying to get for, like, I don't even know how many spins now. But I also got a wild card, which is, like, one of the best symbols in the game, so... The fact that I even am considering this goes to show how good dwarf can be in some scenarios, but it's a no-brainer with wild card. But yeah, 9.1.5 is going to remove a lot of the major pain points within 9.1 currently, so definitely wait for that. I would say there's really no advantage at this point to getting into WoW. Like, I got into it back in, like, July, thankfully, so, you know, I had to slog through a lot of bullshit, but at least it was bullshit that I would have had to wait months to get fixed anyway, so now I'm like safely into Mythic rating and I'm having fun with that. I'll take Shiny Pebbles so Geologists can hit it. But yeah, so that's kind of my stance on it, right? This is going to be good. Okay, so we beat the game. I'm going to keep this going in endless mode while I, continue answering stuff in chat. It has a 75% chance of being destroyed. Interesting. It's not very good. Oh, it gives a guaranteed very rare symbol. Okay, I like Golden Carrot there. This just gives me 5 removal tokens. Another Geologist? Okay, sure. Green Pepper? Cool. Alright, do I think Torghast will be cut with the next add-on, or do you think they'll build upon it? It has a lot of potential. What I'm hoping for is that they build upon it. What I'm trying to demonstrate, so right now, I'm just, at this point, this is more for fun, me playing through different roguelikes that I enjoy and showing what makes them good. But one of the other reasons for doing this is I'm trying to basically gather a lot of footage for, I've mentioned this before, I'm putting together more of like a video essay on like what is wrong with Torghast, what makes it fail compared to other roguelikes, and what they can do to fix it. The main thing they need to do to fix it is to remove any sort of like external I guess, motive for running it. Torghast needs to stand on its own 2 legs if people are going to want to run it. Otherwise, nobody's going to want to run it. And the other important thing is they need to remove any sort of external player power from Torghast. Because I talked about this when I ran Torghast before, but, it doesn't matter if you actually progress within Torghast. Progression within Torghast doesn't actually affect Torghast. Progression outside of Torghast is what affects Torghast, right? But with some of the games that we're going to be seeing coming up, Enter the Gungeon, right? You get more items for your future Enter the Gungeon runs by playing more Enter the Gungeon runs. It's a self-contained system, but Torghast basically is a parasitic system where it relies on other things outside of Torghast itself to get you more player power so that you can tackle the higher layers. So it doesn't work as a roguelike. It inherently fails just before it even gets started. That's the problem. So I do think that there are so many good things that they could do with Torghast. Absolutely, it could be a very good system, and I hope that they expand upon it, because it does have potential. It's just, I have a feeling, I hope I'm wrong, but I do have a feeling that what Blizzard's trying to do is slowly make Torghast irrelevant so they can just throw it away. Like, Torghast could very well be the biggest turnaround that WoW has ever seen in a system. They could take something that is, at the moment, objectively, a completely garbage system, and make it one of players' like all-time favorite systems, just with like a very small amount of changes. Now, of course, I'm going to go more into detail on that, in the video, but you guys at this point, if you've been watching, you kind of already know some of the stuff that I think they need to do, right? The biggest one is like, as I mentioned, because you're encouraged to do stuff outside of Torghast to actually like get more power, Torghast should just have preset scaling. So you should enter Torghast scaled down to the same level. That way it sets a baseline. So what did I say with like, you look at Hearthstone, you start with a deck of the exact same cards. You look at Landlord, you start with a deck, so to speak, of the exact same symbols. You can tune Torghast very precisely if you make it so every player starts with the exact same stat template, the exact same, general ability set. One of the other big ones that I'm going to basically show as we get into some of the other roguelikes, such as, Slay the Spire, Gungeon, Wizard of Legend, which is one of the other ones coming up, is that those games don't give you all of your abilities up front. Torghast does. Torghast, all you're getting are the enhancements. All you're getting is the stuff that adds on to what you can already do. You're just getting those passive bonuses that increase your damage. Your entire ability kit is the same from the get-go. And, you know, in Slay the Spire, you get, like, passive effects, you get powers, you get items, they give you passive buffs, but your core cards, the core abilities that you actually have, you still have to select those. So the fundamental playstyle of any given Slay the Spire run is going to vary greatly. And that's the biggest problem that Torghast has. So Torghast, in my opinion, should start you off with just a handful of abilities. You could do something like what, you know, a lot of these games are going to do, like, for instance, Wizard of Legend, when we get to it, Wizard of Legend lets you pick a certain set of starting powers. They're basic powers only, but you can pick basic powers to start off with. So you can kind of determine, at a basic level, what you want to start the game with. Oh, we finally got another dwarf. Cool. And the dwarf's already doing work. Fantastic. But the thing with Wizard of Legend is getting the actual, like, really good value things. You have to actually play through the run and obtain those as you go on. So my suggestion for Torghast, right? Make it so you start off, let's say I'm going in there as a warrior. I can select either a basic arms package, basic fury package, or basic prot package. If I pick prot, I get, like, basically a handful of spells. I get, like, shield block, shield slam, let's say, and maybe I get, like, I don't know, ignore pain or something. And maybe that's it. And then you can make it so I can discover some of my additional abilities with anima powers. So I click on an anima cell, and then that anima cell will either give me, let's say, like, revenge, or it can give me 25% damage increase to my shield slam. Or ideally, it should be a bit more exciting than that. I think it should maybe just be additional, you know, spells and stuff like that. You can basically regain your spells as you go up, but maybe sometimes you don't need a spell. Maybe I don't really care if I get Berserker Rage at all. I don't really need it. So it's entirely possible that I just go an entire run never picking Berserker Rage, and I just choose to upgrade just a handful of spells and go the entire run with that. That's something that I could do. And I think that obviously this wouldn't really work in the current system because, first of all, you would need to have a much longer Torghast run. You would need to have something similar to Twisting Corridors for that system to work, because you would need to really slowly, over time, build up your abilities and slowly progress towards a final challenge, right? And okay, Telescope seems really good. Destroys itself after 5 symbols are added after a spin. You add an extra symbol after every spin. Sure. I mean, this is basically going to fail. There's no way I can get 2,000 in this amount of time. But I'll try. I'll see what I can do. Compost heap, sure. So, what I'm thinking is basically remove Soul Ash and Soul Cinders from Torghast completely. Stop making, you know, player power in terms of legendaries tied behind that. Make it so, oh wow, that actually gave me a lot. Huh. Maybe I can still stay in this. We'll have to see. But yeah, so, like, basically, Soul Ash and Soul Cinder should just be obtainable from, like, calling boxes or something like that. I don't know. It shouldn't be from Torghast. Torghast should just be a fun game mode with pure cosmetic rewards, and it should just be Twisting Corridors. So, just remove all the other bullshit, make it Twisting Corridors, and I say do kind of what I described there with, making it so you have, what's it called? You have to, like, earn your abilities and, you know, pick different ability sets as you go up. Something like that. And then maybe you could be a hybrid. Honestly, something that could be cool is maybe you just go in as a warrior. So maybe if I go in as a warrior and I pick the Protection Starter Package, but then let's say that I get offered in one of my anima cells, whatchamacallit, a Recklessness, just as an ability. So now suddenly I'm playing a Protection Warrior with Recklessness, or something like that. And then maybe you could even pick something where it's like you have, like, upgraded gear. So you could basically have, maybe as a warrior, you choose between having a, you know, dual wield, two-hander sword, and then sword and shield. And you get to, like, if you pick, like, a protection package or whatnot, at the start of the run, your sword and shield will be at, like, rank 2. and your two-hander and one-hand or double one-handers will be at rank 1 or something. And then you can get, instead of anima powers, right, potential like upgrades to that. So you can get like a rank 3 two-handed sword. And it doesn't do anything aside from make it so all of your two-handed sword abilities hit harder. But then maybe, let's say, you know, I start as a prot warrior, but then I get a bunch of really good like arms warrior things, and suddenly midway through my Torghast run, suddenly I'm an arms warrior, right? I feel like that would just offer way more customization. That way, first of all, they don't need to worry about like tuning everything for each particular spec, because if you get something that synergizes with arms warrior stuff, well, you're not necessarily a prot warrior, you are just a warrior in general. I just feel like that's a better way to approach it. Hybrid would be amazing, yeah. And just to be clear, all of the stuff that I'm saying doesn't work right now with the way that Torghast is. This is stuff that could work if they fundamentally redesigned Torghast from the ground up. They fundamentally made Torghast not a player power driven thing, they just made it a fun challenge that people could do in their free time for cosmetic rewards. Basically like a new Shadowlands Mage Tower. And I just think that there's still time in this expansion for them to make these changes. I don't see how that wouldn't just be an overall net positive. Everybody would like that. Leveling through Torghast, I mean, they're technically already doing that in 9.1.5. They're just not really doing a great job at it. The current tuning is really bad. You genuinely have more fun leveling 1 to 50 than endgame content at 60? I feel you there, yeah. I appreciate you answering my questions. It's something I've been thinking about lately. You've been running DPS through dungeons, only trying to test the numbers. Yeah, I feel that. It definitely is an interesting concept. I'd managed to make that rent payment. There's no way I'm making this rent payment, but I'll keep going until I fail, at the very least. Oh, General Zaroff. I'm gonna pick Zaroff. Zaroff's always fun. Zaroff kills adjacent, basically, human symbols. He even kills, I think, bears, right? Or he doesn't kill bears, okay. So any humans, if Zaroff's adjacent to them, he just kills them, and you generate money off it. Let's see. Okay, he's not on the spin. He hasn't claimed anybody yet. 100% agree with Bear Tank because they're insane. DH would be nice to bring. Yeah, I did read that, if I remember correctly. Void Creature, sure. Mythic Plus leveling. Yeah, that would be interesting. Oh god, Zaroff just murdered a bunch of my best symbols. Well, that's unfortunate. But hey, I wasn't gonna win this spin this rent payment anyway. We're just having some fun before I ultimately fail. This is endless mode though, so. Jesus Christ, he's going to town. I've never raided, and I'm antisocial, so you don't have a lot going for me. I'm sorry to hear that, Seaton. Honestly, I think I totally get where you're coming from. I've definitely had to push myself a bit more. Like, you know, it might seem like I'm a bit more outgoing, because obviously it seems that way when you're streaming, but I definitely am, like, you know, IRL. I wouldn't say antisocial, but I definitely am way more shy. Even in guilds and stuff like that. So I 100% get the idea of, like, being too shy to like really join a guild and stuff like that. I've definitely tried to push myself a little bit more and like do stuff that I'm not 100% comfortable with just because I enjoyed raiding a lot. And honestly, I feel personally, this is just for me, it's not everybody's going to have the same experience, right? But I felt like I've gotten a lot better at like handling my social anxiety by putting myself in those positions, by joining guilds over the years and having to interact with them. You know, once you've called enough people dog shit at the game because they fuck up a mechanic, you no longer really feel uncomfortable about speaking in public. It's like, that just kind of sometimes comes out and you're like, hey, I said that. Like, you know, I can talk. Sure, you look like an asshole at the time, but it does build your self-confidence a little bit. That's one plus, I suppose. You don't have to be social to raid. I'm 9 out of 10 heroic and I've never spoken a word to my raid team. Yeah, that's fair. I do know a lot of people who join raid groups and don't talk at all. And they're like that mysterious person that just kind of shows up to raid. It definitely does happen. I had a Windwalker monk in my Antorus raid team. Dude was one of our top DPS and he like never spoke a word. I actually, at the end of the tier, I did add him. And I was like, hey man, you know, you're really good. I know that you haven't really talked a lot, but, you know, can I add you? And he was like, yeah, sure. So... still haven't added to this day, but I honestly have barely spoken to him. But he was a cool guy, so I felt like adding him. Alright, so we lost. We got pretty far in endless mode. Now, I'm going to swap games in a little bit. I feel like this was like 40 minutes. Landlord honestly doesn't have that much more depth to it. There's a lot of different builds that you can do, but it also is one of those games that can be a bit complicated to watch if you don't have all the knowledge, especially the new updates haven't done it any favors in that regard. And next is Slay the Spire, and I want to spend a decent bit more time on Slay the Spire. But let me quickly catch up on chat. I think so many people have quit playing because it ruined the community. It feels like we've lost a huge amount of the casual player base, can barely find anybody to level alts with in M0s. Yeah, right now, WoW is best for like the hardcore players. It still is really punishing for the hardcore players. Like Shards of Domination are very like anti-Mythic Raider, but the game is even worse at the moment for casual players. So, you know, there's that. I definitely agree with you there. Torghast should have been like the Mage Tower, something totally trivial rather than something necessary. 100% agree. Welcome back, Nakasadu. Personally, I wish Torghast had kept the Endless mode from Alpha and there were cosmetic rewards for floor milestones. Agree. Hybrid would be amazing. Mix and match class spells as you climb. A Feral Druid with Fel Rush. That would be really interesting. Hybrid stuff would mess with keybinds, but otherwise it would be pretty cool. It definitely would mess with keybinds, but I think it would just be like a fun little mode. If you were forced to do it, right? If it was mandatory content and it really fucked with your head because you had to do all these weird keybind things, I could see that being problematic. I could see people being like, oh, I do not like this. But, I mean, if it's just an optional mode and you get to experiment with some crazy builds, I think people would enjoy that. Trying to make Torghast an actual roguelike, imagine giving suggestions that require Blizzard to try. Fair. Yeah. It's completely instant. You get a blank slate class at the start and 3 to 5 basic spells like in the new Starter Zone revamp. Yeah. First of all, I think Torghast should be forced solo mode. I think if they're going to do these changes, Torghast should be only solo mode because multiplayer roguelikes are definitely weird. I don't know if they really work that great. I think roguelikes are better when it's personally just your own journey through it. You're gaining player power. If you end up in a position where like your friend is just carrying you, I don't really think it's fun for either person. So I definitely think it would be better if they made Torghast solo only and made those changes to make it more fun to play solo, that kind of thing. All right. Caught up with chat. Next up is Slay the Spire. So this is a game that obviously a lot of people have asked about. It's a very well-known game, right? So this is probably the one next to Gungeon that like everybody is going to know the most about. It's a pretty good game, to say the least. Slay the Spire is, I mean, it's been around for a while. I forget when it came out. But yeah, oh god, I have 250 hours in Spire. I mean, it's never been a game that I've sunk a ton of time into, but I guess for a casual game that I only play like every once in a while when I'm bored, 250 hours is actually a lot for me. Because Slay the Spire is one of those games where like, if I have nothing going on, I just open it up and play it for like an hour or two. So the fact that I'm up to 250 is kind of crazy. That means I've played it casually a lot. Crap, where is the music settings? Master volume. Okay, 15 should be good. Okay. You've never heard of this game before. Wow. Alright, let me swap it so it's up. Slay the Spire. Should be good. Okay, there we go. So now it should be viewable for everybody. Yes, no, maybe so. If it's cosmetic stuff, you'd be willing to figure out the keybinds macros for it. Risk of Rain 2 is a roguelike that does multiplayer well-ish. If neither of you die when somebody does, one person becomes a carry. Interesting, yeah. I have heard that Risk of Rain is multiplayer, so I'm curious to see how that works. Maybe you're just saying Risk of Rain 2. I don't know about Risk of Rain 1 versus 2. But okay, Slay the Spire. So, Slay the Spire, you have 4 characters. So you have Ironclad, you have Silence, Defect, and Watcher. So, basically there are 4 core characters, and each one has different playstyles within it. So there's an entire massive library of cards. If I go here, Compendia, Card Library, each class has tons of different cards, and there's so many different playstyles that you can do by, you know, combining these different cards. So each one of these is a card library. They all have, like, the same number of cards, but it's a lot. So lots of different ways that you can build each class. Each playstyle generally feels pretty unique. The one that I've played the most is Ironclad. Ironclad is, I wouldn't say it's the easiest, but it's, like, the most straightforward. It has very, like, simple builds and stuff like that. Now, I've already gotten a lot of footage, just like off stream while recording of Ironclad. So I guess I'll let the people who do like Spire in chat. I'll play Defect is not my favorite, so I'll do either Silent or Watcher, and you guys can pick Silent or Watcher. I'll do both of them, but one of them I'll do first, and then the other one I'll do with Ascension. So I'll do a basic run first, and then I'll do an Ascension run. I have up to 8 on both of these. The only one that I've actually pushed to A20 with is Ironclad. The others I've dabbled with, but I've never really gotten it. Okay, Watcher. Okay, guess we're starting with Watcher. So first run, I'll be disabling Ascension, and we'll just be doing a base run of the game. Risk of Rain 2 is awesome. You haven't played one, so you can't say. Alex said, got this game for free. Love it. Yeah, it's really good. Slay the Spire is awesome. Watcher, you're a Watcher watching. Yes. So, Slay the Spire is pretty straightforward. Every single class has a pretty similar starting deck. Everybody's starting deck has a few strikes, a few defends, and then some unique cards. So, Watcher has a special mechanic called stances. So, I guess it's kind of like Warrior, where you have like Battle Stance, or like, I guess, Berserker Stance and Defensive Stance, kind of. So, Watcher starts off with these basic deal damage and gain block cards, and it also starts off with a card that enters its attack stance and enters its defense stance. Every class also starts off with a relic. So for Watcher, that relic is, at the start of each combat, you add a miracle to your hand. A miracle is just it's like if you played Hearthstone, it's the coin, basically. It gives you 1 additional mana on the turn that you play it. So every single time when you start Slay the Spire, this is what you begin with. You begin with this same deck, for the Watcher at least, depending on what class you play. You begin with your starting relic up here, and then you talk to the whale. I forget, it's like Neo or something? I forget what the name of the whale is. Some weird name. Begins with an N. I remember that much. And then the whale gives you a blessing. So if you get a run previously that got to the first boss, then you get expanded options on this, but the whale will always, no matter what, offer you these 2 bonuses to start your game off with. So you can start with more max HP, or you can make it so the next 3 enemies you fight will have 1 HP. So what I'm going to try to do here, I don't know if it's going to work. I'm going to try to take the 1 HP thing, and I'm going to try to get a really difficult boss fight with the 1 HP thing. That way I can just one-shot it. We'll see, I'll demonstrate it as we get in. So, you can select a path. I picked this one. Now, because the enemy has 1 HP thanks to the starting power that I picked, all I need to do is select a card, and boom, it's dead. If you can get to an elite, that 1 HP is so useful. Exactly. A lot of times when I'm starting up runs, I just reset it until I manage to RNG into getting the 1 HP on an elite. Been so long since I played it, but it was a lot of fun to do, yeah. And now, after every combat, you can add a card to your deck. So, the whale, yes. Now, I can choose one of these cards. So, the blue icon, or the blue like color here, means this is an uncommon card. So, these are commons, because they have gray. This is an uncommon card, because it has like this light blue color. I guess that would be like teal, right? So, this one is technically rarer, but I would say it's generally speaking worse than these 2 cards. These 2 cards are just generally speaking more useful. Consecrate is a 0 mana AoE, so it's just kind of universally useful. It's free damage, and having an AoE is kind of nice. Just Lucky deals damage, gains me block, and it has this effect called Scry. Scry is like, I'm trying to think of like a similar mechanic in Hearthstone. Basically, you look at the next card on top of your deck, and you can decide whether to shuffle it to the bottom of your deck, or to keep it there. And then if you scry a bunch of cards, you can scry like the top 5 cards of your deck, and say, yeah, I want to draw these cards next. I'll select these 3 cards and put them at the bottom of my deck, to basically improve your draws, kind of. Just Lucky can be really good, but I think overall, as a first card, I like Consecrate here. It's just going to be useful in general. Unfortunately, I did not manage to get an elite, so just going to kill this mob. I can explain combat once I actually seriously get to it. So here we have 3 more cards being offered. Sash Whip. deals 8 damage, and then if I played an attack just before playing this, it basically applies a debuff to an enemy that makes them deal reduced damage to me. This card, Retain, is pretty simple. It stays in my hand, it doesn't get discarded at the end of the turn, and it lets me enter my attack stance. This thing, same thing, except it lets me enter my defense stance. This is generally better because it's better to have an oh shit card that lets you enter defense stance. So I'm going to take this. Alright. So, because I have shops later on this run, what I can do here is this is like a random event that can pop up. So, this random event, I can either gain 100 gold, which I can use to buy items at a shop, for free. Just pray, gain 100 gold. Or, I can destroy the shrine, I can gain 275 gold, but I add a curse to my deck. And this curse will do damage to me over time. So, if I had no way to easily remove this, I would just take the free 100 gold. But, because I'm going to later on be able to remove this curse from my deck, I'll go ahead, desecrate the shrine, take the curse. There's different ways that you can play that, but that's generally what I prefer to do there. Okay, combat's over. And this is a potion, so I got one earlier. Potions are one-time use items that you just hold onto you. You know, health carries over between battles, money, potions, all that stuff carries over between combats. So unlike the Hearthstone mode I showed earlier, where everything resets at the end of a battle, in Slay the Spire, all of your resources like this, your money, your potions, your health, carries over from fight to fight. So sometimes it's better to take a longer time to finish a fight in Slay the Spire if you know that you're going to end with, like, more money or, you know, more health at the end of the battle, that kind of thing. Fairy in the Bottle is basically a cheat death potion. It just sits here. If I end up dying, and obviously Slay the Spire, there's, like, permadeath, right? So you die, and you have to restart your run. There's no, like, checkpoints or anything. But if you get this potion, this is like a cheat death ability. You die, and then instead you get revived back to 30% of your max HP. So, Wreath of Flame is uncommon, but it's a really bad card. It makes my next attack deal 5 damage, but there's no real great benefit to using it. I'm gonna go ahead and take a Crescendo here, just because. Now I have both a Crescendo and a Tranquility, just in case, you know, I need to enter one of my stances on a particular turn. Alright, unfortunately, I didn't get too many bonus events. I ended up getting multiple combats from the question mark. So if I look at the map, every single symbol, this means it's guaranteed to be a regular combat. Question mark means it's random. It could either be an event, it could be a combat, it could be a shop sometimes. This little campfire here is basically a rest point. You can heal, you can upgrade your deck, stuff like that. This symbol is an elite fight. That's what we'll be doing next. There are specific elite fights on every single level within Slay the Spire that you can do. They're much more difficult fights that in many cases have a pretty high chance to kill you if you're not prepared. This is a treasure chest. It gives you a special item up here. This is a shop. You can buy items there. So, lots of stuff. Once again, every single roguelike, I think, will throw a lot of mechanics in your face early on, and it'll be hard to understand. But overall, once you get used to it, especially Slay the Spire, I feel, is very intuitive. It has a lot of mechanics, but they are pretty easy to understand once you, like, really get used to them. So, here. First time I've actually really gone into show combat. I can see here what the enemy's doing. So the enemy is about to attack me for 12 damage. Now, I don't have enough ways to prevent the enemy from attacking me. What I can do, though, is I can press this thing, Defend. I play this card, I gain 5 block. So this will mitigate 5 of the 12 damage that the enemy's using on me, so I'm only going to take 7 damage total from his attack. If I had more block cards, I could, in theory, block all of the damage, but I don't. So what I'm going to do for the rest of my turn is just attack him. So I can do 2 strikes, because I have 2 mana remaining. This costs 0, so I can hit him for 5 with that. These cards stay in my hand. Now he's once again attacking me for 12, but this time, I drew this card, Vigilance. This gives me 8 block, and then I can play another Defend, and now I fully block his attack. This is a shop, you shop there. I mean, it's pretty straightforward, right? So now you can see that this card has Retain, this card has Retain, this card has Retain. When I end my turn, they stay in my hand, but anything without retain gets shuffled into my discard pile. And then at the end of the turn, all of that stuff that, that wasn't played gets put in there. Then once I fully go through my draw pile, it reshuffles my discard pile into my draw pile, and you draw again. So it's not like Hearthstone where playing a card removes it permanently. You play a card, and then it just shuffles back, into your deck. So this is where this is kind of like weird Watcher stuff. Watcher's stance mechanic. I entered Calm on the previous turn by playing one of those cards. Calm is a stance that, when exiting it, I gain 2 energy. Energy is like mana in Hearthstone. So, whatever I do that changes my stance, if I play Crescendo, that's going to cost 1, I'll go down to 2 mana. But then that'll change me to Wrath stance. So then, I'll exit Calm, I'll gain 2 mana, and I'll be at 4 mana. And then Wrath stance doubles my damage. So Wrath, in this stance, you deal and receive double attack damage. But because I also take additional damage, I need to make sure that I don't end my turn in Wrath stance. But what I can do is pop Crescendo. Now I'm at 4 mana. Pop Eruption. Unfortunately, I don't have enough damage to kill him because I only have 1 strike. But I can do this. Miracle to get 1 extra energy, Tranquility to re-enter Calm, and then Defend to block 5 out of 7 of the damage he's about to deal to me. And by doing that, I also got rid of most of the cards in my hand, so this Curse, which I can't get rid of, it's just stuck in my deck, at the end of my turn, I lose HP equal to the number of cards in my hand, which is 2, as we can see here. So I'm going to take 2 unavoidable damage there, and he's going to deal an additional 2 damage. But now he's dead. And overall, we enter that fight only losing 11 health. Obviously, if I lost 11 health on every battle over time, that would start to be problematic. But if you plan out your turns properly, you should, in theory, later on, not be taking much damage on any given fight. So we'll see. On the next one, this is an elite boss fight. Okay, this one's kind of annoying. So, I actually might want to use an energy potion here. Basically, on this fight, I'm fighting 3 robots every single turn. 2 of the robots are going to be doing one thing, the other robot's doing something different. And it alternates between debuffing me or doing damage to me. So this turn, I'm getting debuffed by 2 robots, and I'm being attacked by 1. The next turn, I'll be attacked by 2 robots and debuffed by the other. So what I want to make sure happens is I need to kill one of these side robots first. That's what's really important. The unfortunate thing is I don't have a way to exit Wrath stance no matter what I do, so I'm going to be taking double damage here, but I think I kind of need to do that. Because otherwise I'm just not going to be able to efficiently kill the robots. So I'm going to end up taking a slight bit of extra damage here. Going to enter Wrath. I think here I'm just going to pop... Energy Potion. Strike. Defend. So because I'm ending my turn in Wrath stance, I'm now taking double damage from this robot, which does mean I'm going to be hit pretty hard, but this means that next turn I'll be able to kill this guy, and that's going to reduce the overall damage I'll take in the long run. It's always best to play your cards since you don't lose cards, just cards in hand. Technically speaking, there are definitely times when it's better to just hold on and not play anything. It is entirely possible that sometimes you're just going to hurt yourself in the long run. There's a lot of strategic depth to this game, for sure. So it's hard to explain everything. There, I kind of went through that quickly, but I exited Wrath stance so that I was no longer taking double damage. But I played a card that made it so at the start of the next turn, I re-entered Wrath stance. Now, what I can do is play 2 strikes, Vigilance, Simmering Fury. There's some cards that go into a discard pile when you play them. Yeah, and then other cards, if you play them, so some cards have Exhaust on them. So this card, for instance, Tranquility, when I play this card, it doesn't go into my discard pile. It has Exhaust. So this card will immediately just be removed from my deck, and it'll end up here. Same thing with Crescendo earlier. Like I said, it takes a while to get used to, but once you really get used to Spire's inherent mechanics, you can do a lot with it. It's pretty fun. So I can basically speed play at this point. Oh, that's so bad. Fuck me. Oh, come on. Literally, either one of these cards would have been perfect. Okay, so I have to play Tranquility. I'm taking a ton of damage here. So I got really, really unlucky with draws. At the end of the day, Slay the Spire is a card game. Sometimes you do get fucked by draws. That's just kind of how it goes. I don't really like any of these cards, so I'm just going to skip it. Did you miss the final part of the spin game thing? Yeah, we've moved on from Luck Be a Landlord for now. So because I took, unfortunately, a lot of damage in that battle, I'm going to heal up here. So you have a few options. You can recall to gain a ruby key, which I don't want to explain that now. I would over-confuse people who aren't familiar with this game if I did that now. You can rest, which heals back some of your health. Or you can smith, which basically upgrades one of your cards. So every single card has an upgraded state. So if I upgraded Eruption, for instance, it would reduce its cost by 1. But because I took a lot of damage previously, I'm just going to play it safe. I'm going to heal. Alright, moving on to the next one. Now we have another elite fight. Now, this is actually a good example, Teeden, to answer your earlier question, of sometimes it's better to really not do anything. So I could, in theory, play Miracle and hit Strike, but I don't want to wake this guy up, so it has the debuff, this enemy is asleep. If I break all of this enemy's armor and do damage to it, it wakes up, and then it'll start to attack me. So I can slowly build up the ideal opener before it actually ends up waking up naturally. This is a peculiar case with that, though. So, next turn, I'm playing Simmering Fury, so that next turn I'll draw 2 additional cards and I'll enter Wrath. But I'm not going to do anything else this turn. I'm just going to wait. So I have 2 energy, but I'm just going to hold on to it. Not going to do anything with it. He still hasn't woken up. Now, I'm starting the turn. I'm in Wrath. I have 6 energy, and he's still asleep. So I can just do a shit ton of damage to him right off the bat because I waited before actually doing my opening. That said, because I have Regret in my hands, I am going to play my defend cards. They don't do anything because he's not attacking me, but it's going to lower the damage that I'm going to take from Regret at the end of the turn. Now, I want to make sure that I end the turn in calm. So I'm going to do at least 1 strike. Then I'm going to do Vigilance. So that mitigates some of the damage. And then I am going to pop another defend here. So now I'm going to double defend to get 10 blocks. So I mitigate 10 out of 18 of his damage. And then I'm going to pop Simmering Fury. So at the start of the next turn, I'm in Wrath. That's my damage stance. And I can put out a lot of damage. So I get hit by that curse, he hits me for a bit of damage, but now, this turn, I'm not being attacked. So, one of the tricky parts with Slay the Spire is you need to understand what the enemy's attack patterns are. That takes a lot of time and practice and playing multiple games, but Lagavulin, this enemy, is well known, once you've played this a few times, for having an attack pattern of he hits 2 times and then he debuffs you. So, what you want to do is basically, in many cases, defend for the 2 turns when you're being attacked, and then set up a big burst window on the turn when he's not attacking you. So here, I can just dump all this damage into him, and he's actually dead, because I waited until a single turn to do my burst. And Watcher especially does that a lot. Watcher is heavily, like, burst-oriented. I'm gonna take follow-up here. Actually, wait, what is the boss? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take follow-up. Watcher, basically, because they have those stance dancing things, can really focus a lot of damage into a specific turn. Other classes, like Silent, for instance, will do its damage very slowly over time. Like, Silent has a poison mechanic where it can slowly rot down enemies over a long amount of turns. So Silent, in many ways, you want to play differently. You want to, every single turn, be doing a slight amount of damage, and you want to basically defend from attacks. So you're constantly whittling enemies down. That is not, generally speaking, how Watcher plays. Okay, this is interesting. So, lots of good options here. First thing I need to do, I took that curse earlier, and it's been kicking my ass ever since. I can remove cards at shops. That includes curses, so I can basically purge my curse. And now I just have a bunch of free money. So, one item in every shop will be on sale. Vault is a pretty good card, and it's on sale, so I'm going to pick it up here. Wheel Kick isn't bad, but I don't know if I want to get that yet. And Mental Fortress is a power. Powers are basically, once you play them, they're like an effect that persists for the entire rest of the game. So if I buy this and I play it for 1 energy later on, every single time for the rest of the game, when I change stances, I'll gain 4 block. When I say rest of the game, I mean rest of that particular combat, so to speak. So I'm going to buy Mental Fortress. Because I've been doing a lot of stance dancing, it works really well with Mental Fortress. Now, I still have a lot of money left over. But there is a shop right over here, like 2 spots away, and the only thing in between me and the next shop is a campsite, which, you know, I take no damage in. In fact, I'm going to heal at the campsite. So I'm going to save the rest of my money because there's another shop that I can just, you know, buy items at. So I'll rest, heal for a bit. Next shop, let's see what we got. Oh, well, we got a waffle. Would have been nice to know, but, you know, sometimes you just got to play with the information you have available. So waffle is a really good item. When you buy this, you get healed to full HP, and it increases your max health. If I had known that this was going to be in the next shop, I obviously would have not healed on the previous rest site, but hindsight is 20/20, right? Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna buy the waffle. I think I'm gonna save the rest of my money. Nothing I see that I really want to spend it on. Ah, Golden Idol. Okay, Golden Idol's interesting. So, what's effectively going to happen here is I'm going to grab the Golden Idol, and then, as it says, trigger a trap. So, click this. I can pick one of these 2 things to happen. So I can take one of these downsides. I can take a big chunk of damage. I can add a curse to my deck. So it's not the exact same curse that I had before. This one just does nothing, but still, basically clogging up my deck is not ideal. I don't want that to happen. Or I can lose some max HP. So I, overall, would rather lose a bit of max HP now than have to go into the next boss fight with like a ton of lost damage. So I'm just going to take the max HP hit. Not too concerned about that. And since I'm still at full HP now, I can take this opportunity to upgrade a card. Now, there's a lot of good choices. If I upgrade Mental Fortress, then whenever I play it, the block that I gain will go from 4 to 6. So that's a 50% increase. That's pretty good. Simmering Fury isn't very great because all the upgrade does is it makes you draw an additional 1 card. Most of the benefit of Simmering Fury is having the delayed entering Wrath type of thing. So you basically can invest 1 energy on an earlier turn to enter Wrath on the next turn. So that the upgrade doesn't really improve it in that regard. Upgrading any of these other cards, like if I upgrade Consecrate, it boosts the damage. Upgrade Follow-Up, boosts the damage, that kind of stuff. Upgrading Eruption reduces its cost. So that's really good because basically energy efficiency is in many ways pretty good. The more cards you can play in a particular turn, obviously that's pretty nice. These, same thing, they get reduced to 0 energy, but they're only one-time use cards, so effectively if you use Eruption multiple times over the course of a game, this upgrade could end up saving you a lot of energy. Whereas this will always only end up saving you 1 energy because this card goes away the moment you use it. Vault is similar. Vault is 1 cheaper. I think that in this case, it's probably better to just upgrade Eruption. Like, as I've already explained, upgrading Eruption is just really good. It's a card that I use in every single fight, and that's just saving me 1 energy every time I use it. This is good. So, Mental Fortress, as I explained before, it's a power. When I play this, it just adds this buff to me. So for the entire rest of this fight with this guy, the Guardian, every time that I enter a stance, I'm going to gain 4 block, which is pretty good. Now, the way the Guardian works, the Guardian has a weird attack pattern where he will armor up here. So it says, this enemy intends to block on its next turn. So he's going to defend himself, then he's going to do a massive attack, and then after that he does some other stuff. But the idea is effectively down here, he also shifts between forms. So he kind of has like a weird stance mechanic where after you deal a certain amount of damage to him, he changes to his defensive mode, where he basically will reflect damage, and he'll slowly do damage to you until he regains his offensive mode. I'm pretty confident that I can do 30 damage to him before he's able to hit me. So I'm just going to go all out. I'm going to enter attack stance. I'm going to use these attacks on him. And now all I need to do is 8 damage to him over the next turn. He armored himself for 9, so now all I need to do is... that would be 17 damage to him. I obviously don't want to take 64 damage, but luckily for me, I can still stop this. So I'm going to do... let's see. Strike. Now, he's phasing into his next form. I activate Vigilance. Now I'm in defensive stance. So now I'm safe. So now for the rest of this, defensive stance, I'm going to play it safe. I'm not really going to go super, aggro and whatnot. That said, I did draw Vault, so what I can do now, in theory, I could... Yeah, actually, I'm going to. Okay. So, every single time I attack him, he has this debuff, Sharp Hide. So, every attack that I do on him, he reflects 3 damage. So, I don't want to do too much damage to him, but I can block for most of it, so now I'm going to Vault. This is basically take an extra turn. So now I draw a new set of cards. Let's see. Okay, so before I attack him now, I want to defend, consecrate. He reflects 3 damage, but I protected it. Now I'm using follow-up. Follow-up, I don't think I described this earlier. It's an attack that, if your last thing that you used was an attack, it just basically is free. So it refunds its cost. So follow-up is really good if you're chaining a bunch of attacks together. And then I'm going to hit him with Strike. And lastly, I'm going to re-enter defensive stance. That way I gain 4 block, and I can mitigate some of the damage that he's dealing. Because he won't be doing double damage to me effectively. And now this means that he's going to do 16 damage to me, so 8 times 2, and after he does this attack, he shifts back into his offensive stance. This is stuff that you kind of only know once you've actually played the game enough to memorize the attack patterns, but... I've played Slay the Spire a shit ton, so... Alright, so... Now I'm back in offensive stance because I played Simmering Fury the previous turn. He's about to hit me for 40 damage, but if I do 40 damage to him, he will automatically reshift back into defensive stance and cancel his attack. I can absolutely deal 40 damage to him. I can do a lot of damage to him, in fact. I can even break through his barrier. And then I shift back into defensive stance. So that's pretty much how Watcher plays in Slay the Spire. I think I've basically described all of the core mechanics at the very least. Yeah, I'll do 1 extra bit of damage to him. And from here on out, one of the main issues, right, is this can take a while to sit here and explain turn by turn, but I feel like a lot of times it's more fun to just watch Spire being played, and, once you really see what's going on, it can be kind of interesting. But I know that a lot of people here, especially, since most of you are WoW players, not all of you have seen all of these different roguelikes. It is a popular game, sure, but a few people did express they haven't, so I did want to at least give a basic overview of the mechanics. Alright, so I can do this. Gonna end my turn in defensive stance again. That's pretty much the basic combo for Watcher, though. Okay. Can consecrate. What game is this? This is Slay the Spire. Defends, and he's dead. Cool. And that's the first boss defeated. Now, after defeating the boss, I get to add a rare card to my deck. So, Blasphemy is really good. Divinity is like a super bonus stance that you get, which makes you really, really powerful. You do triple damage. But as you can see, this card basically makes you enter a stance where you do triple damage and gain a bunch of energy, but if you don't kill the enemy before you're done using it, you die the following turn. So it's a high-risk, high-reward card, but it is actually very good. Because if you are able to do math correctly, you only play that card when you're able to kill your opponent. Alright, then you get a special boss relic, so these are unique. I think I'm gonna go ahead and go with Black Star, because I tend to fight a lot of elites in my runs. Alright. What path do I want to take? I want to at least hit one shop. Okay, there's a shop over here. I'll go this way. Okay, so the enemy is hitting me for 10. I can't fully block it either way, so I'm just going to build Mental Fortress, do a bit of damage, block half the damage. Oh well. I'll just strike. End my turn. Nothing else really special I can do right now. Okay, follow up. Consecrate. Shimmering Fury. Or Simmering Fury. And then I can enter Vigilance. So, by entering this stance, when I enter Wrath on the next turn, it'll exit me from Calm Stance, and I'll gain an extra 2 energy. So that's pretty nice. I do want to make sure I end my turn in Calm Stance, though, so I'm going to play Tranquility. I've almost fully blocked all the damage he dealt. I did take 2. Oh, well. Okay, so here, because I have Vault, I can exit Calm Stance. So, enter Wrath. Now, I hit him with a strike. Deals additional damage. Vault to take an extra turn. And unfortunately, I did not get a way to... Actually, wait, I don't need a way to exit Wrath. Right, I'm stupid. Math is hard, apparently. Fear No Evil is a really good card. It lets me stay safe in case I accidentally end up in Wrath stance. So, definitely going to take that. Mental Fortress, defend. AoE damage is good when there's multiple targets, as you might imagine. I'm going to take a bit of a beating here, but, you know, that's just kind of how it is. And I'm just going to take an extra turn. By doing this, I can basically get an extra shift in and out of Calm Stance to get more energy. And then I'm able to actually play all of my cards. And by doing that, I can end up blocking all of the damage they're doing. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to kill this guy in time. And this guy is actually... Well, he was siphoning money from me every single turn. Actually, I can kill him. I got good draw. Cool. I have a second fairy in a bottle, so that's actually kind of broken. And I've been offered a lot of really good cards. So, Halt is pretty good because, as you've already seen a few times, I've been caught out in Wrath Stance, and then I take a lot of extra damage. So, Halt's basically, if I get caught in Wrath Stance, it's a big chunk of block. Protect is really good because it's a retain card, so it just sits in my hands and I can pop it whenever I really need it. But Tantrum is also really, really powerful because it's a multiple hit card, and basically that can really, really, really be magnified by a lot of like your damage increases, so to speak. So I like Tantrum. It's also uncommon, so I'm more likely to get one of these later on. So I'm going to take Tantrum here. Maybe not the best choice, but it is a card that I enjoy playing with. Alright. So, when I eventually use Fear No Evil, I will exit Wrath Stance, so I'm going to use that last. So first, I'm going to do all this stuff, and last card I play is Fear No Evil. I can only block for 5, so he's still unfortunately going to hit me for whatever 21 minus 5 is. Don't feel like doing the math on that right now. Gonna vault. Just take a free turn. Crescendo. And that enemy's dead. Awesome. Foresight is really good. Scry basically just improves my draw, and powers generally are pretty good. So now I can basically exchange my golden idol for a different version that makes it so every time I gain gold, I heal for like 5 HP. Which is just really nice, gives me a lot of sustain throughout my run. And now I can choose any card to add to my deck. Huh. Lots of good options here. I'm almost tempted to take Lesson Learned because I haven't managed to get a lot of upgrades yet. And I would like to get some of these cards upgraded. So Lesson Learned, whenever I kill an enemy with this spell, it upgrades a random card in my deck permanently for the rest of the run. You know what? Fuck it. I am going to take Lesson Learned. Why not? And I'm going to be a little bit ballsy, and I'm actually going to go for an upgrade here instead of healing. I think I should be fine on health, at least for the next combat. And I'm going to upgrade Vault just to reduce the cost, because Vault is really nice, but it can sometimes be a bit tricky to play when I don't have more than 3 energy. Okay, this boss fight's really hard. That's unfortunate. I'm going to try to kill this guy, hopefully next turn. So I'm going to use the weak on this one, because if I get a really good combo... This might kill me. I do have Fairy in a Bottle, though. And I still have a bonus Fairy in a Bottle. Got any good big one-handed swords? I really want Thunder Fury, but still a lot waiting to go. So I'm wondering if there's any alternatives. Hard to say. One-handed swords. The one-off Archimond is pretty cool. I've always enjoyed that one. Okay, I'm going to do Simmering Fury and Vault. So this will give me a lot of additional cards. Cool. Tantrum 6 times 3 is 18. Okay, I can do 12 damage. Do this. Lesson learned. Lesson learned upgraded itself. Now I am going to be killed again here, but I have my second Fairy in a Bottle. So I am relying heavily on that Fairy in a Bottle to do a lot of work here. I may still die, but I think, yeah, I can kill him. Okay, so I lost all my cheat deaths, but I managed to take that fight without actually having to, you know, sacrifice anything for it. I don't want a second Lesson Learned. That's probably overkill. Smash and Grab. That's just a free 99 gold. Now I get my Relic. Singing Bull is... It's not bad. I suppose I'll take Singing Bull. And now, hopefully, if I don't take too much damage here, I can probably try to take an elite fight on the next floor. Alright. I'm just barely off being able to afford that. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna vault. Get an extra turn. I'm gonna take Vigilance just in case. Okay. Whew, nice. So I managed to burst that enemy down, and I ended my turn in defensive stance. So I didn't die to that last hit from that enemy over there. And now I can just finish him off this turn. Couldn't be too difficult. Alright. I heal for a bit because of that item I have that heals me whenever I gain gold. I don't really want any of these cards, and thanks to this item I picked up, in exchange for not picking a card, I can increase my maximum health. So that's pretty nice. Now, this might end my run, but I am going to try to take this elite fight. I do have Preserved Insect, so that is good. I'm going to go with Crescendo, Strike, and then take a bonus turn. I can kind of afford to do that just because of the fact that I knew I had, whatchamacallit, I knew that I had Tranquility in my hand. So here, unfortunately, because... yeah, he is hitting me for a decent amount. So I'm just going to build Mental Fortress, Vigilance. That fully blocks all the damage I'm about to take, so that is the safer play here. But then here, I can Eruption. Now I get a lot of energy back. Can do a lot of damage to the Book of Stabbing. Set up Simmering Fury for the next turn, and I end in Tranquility again. I am going to take a little bit of damage here. Unfortunately, didn't have a lot of block cards, but hopefully this turn I should be able to kill it. Yeah, Blasphemy I can definitely do this. Okay, nice. Lesson learned, upgrades a random card. I don't really want to bottle anything. Mental Fortress, I mean, I would take a second one. Yeah, it's pretty good. Prismatic Shard is interesting. It basically lets you pick cards from all of the other classes in this game. So it's a complete meme, but it is kind of fun to use sometimes. But I am just going to pass on it for now. I don't really want to take that big of a risk. I am going to remove a Defends. Just a basic one. It's not going to do much for me, so I might as well toss it. Honestly, I'm not seeing a lot of other stuff here that I really want to spend my money on. I could buy a Whetstone. I suppose it has a chance of hitting one of my basic strikes, which wouldn't be ideal, but if it hit like Tantrum or Fear No Evil, that would be good. So sure, I'll buy Whetstone. Follow-up, okay, it hit a strike, but follow-up is decent. That's a card that I'm going to be using a lot. This is unfortunate because I don't have any way of blocking, so I'm just going to have to eat 12 damage right off the start. And I can't really do this. I can't use Tantrum because that's going to put me in my offensive stance, and that would kind of hurt me. Don't really want to be doing that early on. So, oh, Jesus Christ, they're hitting me for a lot. And I have no way to reliably defend. I can do Simmering Fury for the next turn. Follow up. Yeah, so I'm very close to death here. This is actually a bit concerning, but luckily they aren't attacking me right now. So this is my opportunity to dish out as much damage as possible. This guy's probably going to heal. Yep, they do that a lot. Okay. Fortunately, this sucks. I can't finish this guy off without using both Tantrum and Eruption on him. Ah. I'm going to end my turn in attack stance just because I want to nuke this one down within a single turn, ideally. I can probably do that. Consecrate. Okay, lesson learned. Okay, I'm upgrading more cards slowly over time. We're getting there. Hopefully, if this isn't a combat, nice. Remove all strikes. I'm gonna pass. Yeah, I'll pass. You can choose to become a vampire. It's kind of weird. Definitely I'm gonna heal here. I'm at very low HP. I don't want to be near death before entering this boss fight. This one can be a bit tricky. Okay, I'm going to do Eruption, Strike, and then enter Calm for the next turn. Getting a bit of damage. Gonna block for a bit. He's still gonna hit me for a solid amount, unfortunately. I do have ways to mitigate it. Well, this is gonna hurt. Okay, yeah, this is gonna hit me pretty hard. Okay, don't want lesson learned right now. I unfortunately might have lost this, but I'll try. And take another Mental Fortress. Take another Tantrum. Strike. Vault to get another turn. Ah, shit. Misplayed there. Only have myself to blame. Okay. Yeah, and I'm dead. I think. Actually, no, wait, I'm still alive. Probably should have played that first. I'm definitely not playing great. Okay. So I can... Crescendo. Hear No Evil. Tantrum. Vigilance. Okay. So I did a lot of stance dancing there to basically make the most of my Mental Fortress. That way I could effectively use it to gain a bunch of extra block. Gonna use Eruption, Follow Up, Consecrate, Tantrum. But now he's buffed himself to an absolutely absurd degree. So I would basically be in a position where I kind of need to kill him in a single turn, and I have not scaled up exponentially to the point where I could reliably do that. So I am dead. Unfortunately. Slay the Spire can be kind of difficult. Definitely, I would say for me, like 1 of every 5 runs I do is actually successful. So I'm going to go ahead and do the other character that I mentioned, the Silent. Just to get a good, more demonstrative run, I'm just going to do it without Ascension on, because Ascension even lowers the chance that you get a run off the ground. Can be kind of difficult. So once again, I'm going to do the thing where next 3 enemies have no HP. There's a good path that I can take for that. Cool. And my next combats have 1 HP. Cool. I'll go this way. You came back to death. Yes. It did not end well, unfortunately. So this is one of the other characters. This is the Silent. Their starting item is at the beginning of every single battle, they draw 2 extra cards compared to other characters. And their starting bonus cards are Survivor, so they gain 8 block and you can pick 1 card to throw out. And Neutralize, which is a 0 cost, deal 3 damage, and weaken an enemy. Silent has very good starting cards. Survivor and Neutralize are both pretty good. I did pick that thing again where the first 3 enemies I fight have 1 HP. None of these are great. Flying Knee's okay. It's not amazing. It's not terrible. It just is. Let's remove a card. I'll remove a strike. I'm gonna upgrade Neutralize. Upgrading Neutralize is a really good thing to do early on. Well-Laid Plans is good. So Well-Laid Plans basically gives me the retain mechanic that Watcher has, but I can use it on Silent. So it's honestly solid. I'll spend money on that. Awesome. And I will get to showcase the thing that I mentioned earlier. I think Nakasadu brought it up, of being able to one-shot an elite. So I did manage to achieve that. And upgrade a card because I'm at full HP. I'm going to upgrade Well-Laid Plans because it's very, very, very good. And now, because I still have 1 charge of this active as I go into an elite fight, this elite fight did a lot of damage to me last time, and this time everything just dies instantly. So it's pretty nice in that regard. Piercing Wail is very good. Now I have to actually fight a battle. But it's not too hard. Okay, I have 4 energy. Can actually use all of my cards there, which was pretty nice. Sure. Doesn't really matter, I suppose. I guess I probably should have used Piercing Wail. I would have taken 1 less damage. Oh well. Bouncing Flask. Sure. Maybe this means that I can go for a poison build. That would be neat. The Courier is good. Oh, this is an interesting minigame. So, if I get a matching card, it gets added to my deck. And some of the cards in here are really good. Some of them are really bad. So sometimes if you accidentally get a matching card, it's kind of bad. Phantasmal Killer is decent. Okay. But there's a trick that you can do with this. So if you ever don't want to get a card added to your deck, so I don't really care for Prepared. Just gonna click there. So now I found Phantasmal Killer. I have to decide, do I actually want to take it? I think it's good. I'll take Phantasmal Killer. So I already knew where the other location of it was. I have the nice number now. That is true. I do have 69 health. Very, very good. Panacea is really nice, and I got one of those. Okay, so that I actually came out of that minigame with Panacea and Panacea and Phantasmal Killer. Not bad. Those are both pretty good cards. Can pop Phantasmal Killer and Well-Laid Plans this turn. Choose 2 cards to retain? Oh, fuck yeah. I almost forgot for a second that that was something I had. Okay. Oh, and because... no, it didn't cancel off the double damage thing. Damn. That would have been cool. So I have 1 artifact. Artifact is a buff where it negates the next debuff that I take. So there, the enemy tried to debuff me. My artifact prevented me from taking that debuff. So it's pretty good. These slimes are NPCs where when you get their health down to half, they split in 2. This is the lowest they can go, though. So this, whatchamacallit? This size of like, medium, I guess. They can't shrink or split any further than that, I suppose. So, let's see. I can do double strike, get rid of this guy. Survivor, toss bouncing flask. Wait, how did I not kill it? I'm weakened. Okay, I'm bad at math. I see. Oh, that's what I get for not paying attention. But this turn, I kill it. I've taken minimal damage. So far, my deck is shaping up to be pretty nice. I don't have anything that lets me discard yet, so it's not worth taking Tactician. I could take Concentrate, which would let me start taking cards like Tactician. Yeah, I'm going to go with Concentrate. For 3 turns before it wakes up. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pop this potion, Cultist Potion. This gives me a buff called Ritual, which every single time I end my turn, I gain 1 strength. Strength just is like an additive multiplier to your damage. So you just constantly gain 1 extra damage at the end of every turn. So this way I'm able to slowly build that up. I did use Bouncing Flask though, so it is gonna... You tuned in, did you cut off your message early, Cosmo? I just see, I tuned in last Y. Okay, so I'm only taking 9 damage here, that's pretty good. Panacea... You tuned in last time I fought this boss? Nice. Yeah, so this way, as the fight goes on, I'm slowly gaining more and more strength. I'll retain these 2 cards. Cosmic assassinated before he could finish his message. Apparently so. So... By using that ability, I'm just ramping up poison over time on that enemy. And I'm able to fully block all the damage he deals. So I'm dealing damage to him passively every single turn with poison. And because it's just ticking away, I don't even need to worry about, like, actively, you know, dealing damage. I've just set up my poison, and then it ticks down over time. Bottled Flame. Is there any attack that I want to start every single combat with? I'll bottle Neutralize. I normally don't like bottling things, but Neutralize is solid. This turn, your next skill is played twice. That's actually really good. That's really fucking good. Burst, okay. Perfect Piercing Wail? Holy shit. Okay. Alright, that works out really well. So Piercing Wail is like an AoE damage down debuff on the enemies. And on a turn when they were all about to hit me really hard, I got that. So it worked out. I am going to take 2 damage here, but I'm fine with that. Okay, I'm gonna kill this guy, and then I'm gonna play Phantasmal Killer, and hopefully next turn I can finish off the rest of them. Cosmic said I went oof. Ah. Poor Cosmic. Gone too soon. Alright. And then I ended up finishing this fight, taking pretty minimal damage. Acrobatics isn't bad. It's hard to say, though. Sure, I'll take acrobatics. Gremlin Knob. Oh boy. Gremlin Knob should be a little bit easier because I don't have, I have retained, so I won't be vulnerable. You were too young, only 14. May he rest in peace. Torghast looks different. Well, what I am doing here is showing why Torghast is bad by playing games that are good. So, this is inherently not Torghast because I'm trying to show why other stuff is better than Torghast. Choose 2 cards to retain. Let's go with Burst. So, Gremlin Knob, this elite makes it so every time I use a skill, so like a defensive card, he will gain like a big attack power increase. The problem with this is a lot of my damage dealing potential is behind skills. So I kind of need to use them. Oh, that double counted. Fuck. I'm just gonna pray at this point. I need to basically kill Gremlin Knob this turn, or I am fucked. Okay. I did it. But that did hurt quite a lot. Another Bouncing Flask isn't bad. I kind of just want to go with a Poison Stab, though. Torghast is worse than actual roguelikes, though honestly, I think you just wanted an excuse to stream roguelikes. You're on to me. Yeah. I mean, let's be real here. This is more fun than streaming WoW. That's just a fact, right? I'd much rather be streaming this or literally anything than streaming WoW. WoW isn't necessarily not a fun game, but it's like sometimes you just need a break from it. Especially the amount of time that I've actually, you know, put into WoW recently, it's just, it's too much, man. And one of the other things is, I mean, I did mention before, so, okay, I'm gonna nearly die here. So that's a little bit scary, but... Yikes. You've been taking a 7-month break so you can understand? Cosmic said, I'm waiting for the live event in Fortnite, 15 minutes left till it starts, so you're watching my stream. I appreciate it. This is going to do more overall damage, so... This is tricky. The way that that works is the boss splits in half, and the health of the remaining adds is dependent on what health the boss phases at. Wait, I'm dead. Ah, shit. I miscalculated that. Ah, fuck me. I've been doing pretty poorly in Spire right now. I'm gonna be real here. I'm gonna move on to the next game, just because this has been overall taking a lot of time. And I still have 3 more games to get through. And especially, you know, I want to make sure each one has time. Slay the Spire, I did try to do 2 runs. Unfortunately, neither one went super long, just because I kind of ate shit. But I think it's odd that the Sludge Slime doesn't have poison immunity. That would be a bit too broken, right? So the next game I'm going to play is Wizard of Legend. But yeah, definitely one of the main reasons that I am doing this is I did want, you know, an opportunity to get footage of all this stuff. I am going to be doing a Torghast video semi-soon. So this is a good way for me to get, you know, footage for the Torghast video while still streaming. That was something that I planned on doing one way or another. So it's like 2 birds, 1 stone in that regard. Okay, this is taking a bit to load, but we're almost there. Alright. So, Wizard of Legend is a bit different than the previous games we've seen, where it's like turn-based and you build a deck and stuff like that. Wizard of Legend, in many ways, is more similar to Torghast, because, you know, you control a character, and you move around, and you can, you know, interact with objects. There's things that you can pick up. You have, like, money systems and stuff. And really, overall, it's, like, more action-based and stuff. Do I plan to branch my content so I have more variety, or do I mostly want to stick to WoW and Final Fantasy content? Whatever I feel like doing. One of the main reasons that I'm mostly doing WoW and Final Fantasy content is because I mostly play WoW and Final Fantasy. So it makes sense for me to be doing a lot of WoW and Final Fantasy videos, because if that's the game that I'm playing, well, then that's what I'll be making videos on. So, Wizard of Legend has just a bunch of different ability sets that you can use. I can select my abilities before I go in. So if I click on this, I get to pick which ones I want to start off with. I already pre-picked this before the stream started. This is my standard loadout. There's a lot of other little customization things you can do. You can pick the cape that you start off with. Each one has a slightly different effect. You can pick what item you start off with. There's a lot of little different things that you can do. But I'm just going to hop in. It's honestly not that complicated of a game. Pretty straightforward. You just defeat monsters, and you eventually get slight power-ups and fight a final boss after a few floors. In one stream, I mentioned a cool WoW zone to level in story-wise, but I forget which one it was. I might have been referring to Frostfire Ridge. Another game you have no context for. Well, Wizard of Legend, thankfully, is pretty self-explanatory, I'd like to say. You know, there's no, like, crazy deck building or anything like that. You just kill monsters. So, no, there's enemies, and I have abilities. They're, like, spells and stuff. And, oh, I got hit by that. So, I can shoot a lightning bolt at that guy. And there's, like, little pits of spikes that I can dash across. Overall, a pretty fun game. It's been a while since I played this one. Wizard of Legend is a game that I really used to play a lot, but it's been a while since it's been, like, really on my, like, to-do list, I guess. So, I'm going to still be a little bit rusty with the controls, but hopefully most of it should be pretty intuitive. So each enemy has a different attack pattern. So here, I'm just trying to kite a little bit. Alright, I got them. Your health does not regenerate passively, so... you definitely want to make sure you don't take damage. So this build is nice because if I really want to get up in enemies' faces, I have the option to do that. But I can also do exactly what you're seeing, where... you know, I just kite from a distance. You can also destroy little stuff around here. Kind of like, honestly, like I said, it's very similar to Torghast in that regard. There's, like, you know, different things in the terrain that you can destroy, kind of like the Ashen Phylacteries. Some of them have, like, you know, money in it that you can use to buy better items later on. Oh, there's another shop down here. Alright. So, if I wanted to, I could buy one of these items. And you can have as many items as you want. So, let's see. So I could get something that does passive damage. Can basically make a chance for my cooldowns to just be instantly reset. If basically, this is really good if I have something that, like, lights an enemy on fire. Or, like, poisons an enemy. It has a chance that when damage over time ticks, you know, it explodes and hits nearby enemies. But I have a lot of projectile stuff. I have, like, little wind blasts and a lightning bolt. So I'm going to take this. Or actually, I forgot. I don't have the money for this. So I need to come back and get more money before I do that. Getting ahead of myself. I should have enough money, though. That's pretty cheap. So dash over the cliff. I entered this room, door locked behind me. Ah, shit. These guys can be a bit difficult to deal with, so I'm just trying to kite them as best as I can. The spear enemies especially can be kind of annoying. They have really long range, so this is more of like a melee-focused build. So the spear guys can really catch me out if I try to dive in and get them. But if it's a pure melee enemy, I can usually like stun lock them and destroy them. Pandemic Pouch. Yes. Definitely not a name that is, I guess, aged well in that sense. Alright. Oh, was out of range. Cool. So I still have a decent amount of health left. Ooh, this one's interesting. So this vendor gives you cursed items. Cursed items are free, and they're somewhat powerful, but they have downsides. So I can basically convert my health into gold. That seems a bit iffy. This one, if I upgrade my spells, they do more damage, but because none of mine are upgraded, that just means I'll be losing damage. Interesting. This one? So, honestly, this actually might be pretty good for me. My basic attack is actually pretty strong. I'm not going to risk it. I'm not going to go with, like, some sort of, like, cursed item. So, I'm just going to play it safe. Do normal stuff. Oh, there was an archer enemy. God damn it. I'm definitely really rusty with this game. But if you do this, you can kind of stun lock enemies if you play your cards right. Alright. It's kind of difficult to set up, but that's what I remember really getting good at with this game. I was really able to, using this build, properly stun lock large groups of enemies. And I had, like, a lot of effectiveness doing that stuff. Yeah, so basically this exact combo. They can't do any damage to me because I'm just able to continually stun lock them. I only played Wizard of Legend when it came out. Has it gotten good? They've been updating it consistently over the years. I mean, I've always thought that it was pretty fun, but yeah, there's a lot of, like, new floors to it, new, different, like, elemental types and stuff like that, lots of new abilities. It's still the core gameplay loop, so I guess I personally enjoy the core gameplay loop, but maybe if you never enjoyed it, maybe it wouldn't still be for you. But they have added a lot of content to it, so lots of new stuff for people to, you know, basically test themselves against in terms of, like, new boss fights. So overall, I think they've done a good job with it. It's just, honestly, this is what, in many ways, Torghast could be. You pick a set of abilities to start, and then you fight, like, increasing random challenges and whatnot. Minus maybe the whole health thing. I think having, like, no health regen in WoW might be a bit janky. But still, you know, it's similar concept. Alright, nice. So what does Chrono Glove do? I just picked this up. Reduces the time required to fully charge any basic arcana with a charged final attack? That's nuts. That's really good for me. Okay, cool. Alright, so this is the final boss room. Now, I'm going to check the map. I still haven't fully explored this, so I want to make sure I get as much money as possible. So I'm going to head back to... Let's go to the red shop. I can take a portal here. So long as melee auto attacks exist in Torghast, health regen would be needed? Yeah. Technically, unlike this game, yeah, in Torghast, you wouldn't necessarily be able to avoid all damage. It definitely works here, but yeah, I don't think it would work in WoW. But the same kind of concept of, like, having a lot of, like, avoidable damage and stuff, and having to, you know, progress and gain new abilities and whatnot. 3 minutes till your event starts? Nice. I don't know much about Fortnite events, but, you know, I hope you have fun doing it, whatever it is. Fortnite is never a game that I've been super interested in. Oh, shit. I almost got fucked up by that. Alright. So now I can see here, I've 100%ed this floor. So now I can go to... I'm going to go to the shop first, because there was an item I really wanted to buy, this thing here. So all my projectile spells, projectile arcana as the game calls it, which would be my right click and my Q, they have increased damage, which is good, because that's one of my main sources of damage. Okay, so this is the boss fight. Every single floor has an end boss. So, I'm going to try to take out the casters first, and all these, like, little guys that are jumping around at me, I'll deal with them later. Okay, that guy's dead. Now, this guy's going to infinitely summon this. It's hard to really actually get a good burst off on him, because he has so many of these little fucking projectile things flying around. Okay, got him. Nice. I actually didn't take any damage off that. Cool. What is this? So this is a new spell that I just picked up. Okay, so basically I got a close, like, melee hammer swing, which I'm pretty sure... Strike enemies with a mighty hammer before bringing down the lightning. Ah, I see. So I'm guessing that it's a close combat, like, hammer swing, and then if I connect with them, it does a follow-up attack. This one boss is more mechanic than most Torghast bosses. Yeah, for sure. Torghast bosses basically just auto-attack you and summon, like, adds or puddles or make themselves do more damage over time. Having a Slay the Spire-esque roguelike thing for pet battles might be cool, but I imagine there would suddenly be an influx of pets in the cash shop if that happens. I mean, isn't that kind of what pet battling dungeons are? Not, you know, technically, but I mean, it's like a progressive pet battle challenge. That could be cool, though. I mean, I just think that more content, more options would be neat. Oh, wow, that one-shot that guy. Just hit him in melee with that. Nice. Why do I not play this game more? Honestly, like, I think it's probably more just because I've played Slay the Spire so much in recent, I guess in recent, like, months and stuff. But I'm having way more fun right now playing Wizard of Legend than I did playing Slay the Spire. But I play Slay the Spire, like, all the fucking time, and I haven't played this game in, like, months. It's been longer. It's been, like, half a year. This is just fun. Like, the moment-to-moment gameplay on this, like, I'm actually just having a blast. Don't really want any of these spells. I usually don't buy, like, tons of bonus spells. I usually just like to stick with my basic spell kit, and I tend to invest all of my money in, like, upgrades, like passive damage increases. Have fun, Cosmic? But yeah, so... basically, that's kind of what I want for Torghast, right? Where here, you have the option of basically expanding your, like, spellbook, right? You can have multiple spells equipped. Or you can, like, invest in, like, another new cool spell. I generally have, like, a core set of spells that I really like to use, and that's it. And, you know, in Torghast, it could be the same thing. If you want to use, like, all these different abilities, you can. If you want to just have a lot of passive damage, that should be, you know, another viable option, too. But just giving players more creative freedom, I think, would be great. Because some people I've seen prefer to play Wizard of Legend. Like, my friend just likes getting a lot of different cool spells and just having, like, a spell for every situation. I prefer to just have my main set of spells, and that's what I use, and I try to adapt to different situations using that one set. Okay, so increases max health, that's good. Fire and lightning arcane damage, but lowers damage for other elements. Well, I mostly use wind damage, even though I do use some... Okay, did I see BTTV expand to YouTube? What is BTTV? I don't know what that is, so no, I have not heard about whatever that is. If it's like a Twitch thing, or like something semi-related to Twitch, then I probably haven't heard of it. It's an emote add-on, interesting. I mean, I'd imagine that's just good, right? That can only mean good things for me, somebody who streams on YouTube. Any sort of attention on YouTube as a streaming platform is good for me. It's expanding to YouTube? Cool. I don't know what it is, but, I mean... Oh, better Twitch TV. Huh. Well, I guess they would need, like, a different name if they're using it on YouTube, right? BYT, I guess? Ooh. Hate the spear guys. The spear guys are like the bane of my existence. Ooh, that's pretty strong. But yeah, that's awesome. Whoa, shit. That came from off screen. Felt a little bit bullshit. Had no way of seeing that. Oh well. Yeah, sometimes going into like, floors that are above you, the camera doesn't, like, you know, show enemies in time before they can see you. I have had that happen a few times. Probably the one major downside with this game that I've encountered. But it rarely happens. There's rarely cases where enemies can actually attack you fast enough for that to be a thing. On Twitch, it's basically a staple. It just gives channels access to a gigantic amount of emotes. Oh, that's good to know. I think I know what you're talking about. I've definitely heard people mention it before. Like, once you said better Twitch TV, I was like, ah, I've heard of that. Oh, this thing. Fucking hell, this thing. Okay. So, if you manage to do enough burst damage to this pinata, you get a special item. I did it. Nice, okay. I don't always manage to do that. Fading Petal. What is this? Draw in and slow down all enemies in an area. I might try that, but I have a feeling that's probably just going to get me killed a lot. Have I heard of Pog? Like PogChamp? That kind of thing? I know of, like, the emote. I also know of the drama behind it. Heard a lot about that. That's a BTTV emote? Ah, I see. Yeah, my cousin says that, like, all the time. Pog or PogChamp. One of the two. Like, that's just, like, in his vernacular now. Okay, that's actually relatively strong. Combo the pedal with the hammer ability. Ooh. I like the way you think. That's actually not a bad idea. Okay, hold on. Fuck. I completely whiffed it. Okay. Okay, there we go. I managed to make it work. So, apparently you can't do double pedal into hammer. That's too much of a pull. Oh, shit. Damn it. Nice. Accidentally jumped into a little abyss over there. PogChamp is just a Twitch emote. Pog is a better Twitch TV emote that's zoomed in on the PogChamp. I see. Yeah. Can you tell that I don't use Twitch a whole lot? There's a reason that I wasn't like, you know, oh yeah, I definitely want to stream on Twitch. Like, when I had to decide where I wanted to stream, it was like a pretty easy decision for me. I've never been big on watching Twitch, and because my YouTube channel already was doing decently well, I was like, yeah, fuck it. You know, I'll stream here. And YouTube just seems to be doing better and better slowly over time, so looking forward to see where they can take this. Ah, shit. His stun faded away just as I went in to attack him. Unlucky. Oh well. Still didn't take too much damage. Doesn't make much sense when you don't see the emote. Yeah. My cousin just says Pog. Like, he just every once in a while in a conversation will just say Pog. So, to each their own, I suppose. Captain's Ring is just a flat damage increase. I'm gonna take it. Why not? This increases my max health, and I'll also heal. Cool. Honestly, if YouTube improved chat and stream discoverability, it would do better than Twitch overall. Yeah, for sure. That's the main thing I've heard. Like, basically, I have to really try to advertise my streams, because the only people that watch them really are subscribers. It's not really recommended to people outside of your subscriber base. So, that's why I mostly try to focus on more chill stuff. We've been telling them about those things forever. Come on YouTube. They do know about it, though. I have heard that YouTube is at least aware of these problems, and they're working to fix it. I have heard that a lot of people complain that Twitch just kind of actively ignores feedback. YouTube is just like, yeah, we're trying. That kind of thing. So I'm like, okay, whatever. Alright, and this is the first boss fight. So the boss fights are actually kind of difficult. They can really fuck you if you get, like, accidentally comboed. Okay. Nice. Okay, wow. I know hit that. Alright. The one thing I was worried about doing this is there are some new boss fights that I haven't really tested yet. Ooh, what is this? Radiant Beat. Stab at foes with a sword of pure lightning that generates additional swords on contact? Wait, what? Okay, that seems cool. I'll have to see it. Dr. Disrespect going to break down the Google YouTube doors and teach him a thing? They're working on it, but their algorithm's a mess, so it's probably pretty hard for them. Blizzard sucks. Yes. Unfortunately, I agree with that statement. I wish I didn't. I wish I could say, oh no, Blizzard's amazing, but the Blizzard of yesterday is, well, not literally yesterday, but a few years ago, Blizzard that we all knew and loved is no longer with us. Now we're stuck with the modern Blizzard. Okay, so let's see, what can I do with this thing? Oh, shit. Okay, I ate shit there. That seems pretty good. Do I know bathroom etiquette? Thankfully, I learned a thing or two about it, thanks to my old guild leader, yes. Holy shit. Holy shit, I just got comboed by these guys. Okay, that was half my health gone. That's a mimic. Fuck me. Okay. Yeah, that's one of the tricky parts about Wizard of Legend. Like, you can go an entire floor taking almost no damage, and then you can do one fight where you play slightly inoptimal, and you just lose half your fucking health bar. It's brutal sometimes. What can we get? That's good. If you go to Guild Wars 2 Dragon's Stand, there's a princess there that teaches you. Indeed, my man. I assume you just watched that video? I am very proud of that video. I thought it was pretty good. Unfortunately, it didn't get a ton of views because, you know, it's not World of Warcraft, but it is what it is. Wait! Oh! Hey! How you doing? You should have told me! How the fuck was I supposed to know it was you? But good to have you here, man. Looking forward to End of Dragons. Did they ever announce a release date for that yet? Oh, shit. Okay. Shit, my ability just popped. Oh no! Fuck, I'm not... That's gonna be wasted. Muffin Zone. What the fuck is Muffin Zone? Is this something I'm forgetting? Rushing Typhoon. I don't remember any of those abilities. I liked Guild Wars, I just couldn't see how to get bags. February release. Oh, nice. Yeah, Guild Wars 2, you needed to, like, pay money to get, like, a lot of bag slots. And really big bags definitely were pretty expensive in terms of, like, in-game golds. I started slowly investing into them before I stopped playing recently. Wait, what about End of Dragons looks meh? I haven't been following the new information. The Guild Wars story video was funny as fuck, but the actual speedrun was alright. Game just didn't really interest me. I feel that, yeah. There's a reason why I didn't make a second part of the speedrun video. While editing it, even I was like, yeah... I mean, I wasn't gonna waste all that footage, but that's why I tried to salvage the footage as background stuff for the drama story. I was like, alright, I did this long-ass speedrun, I might as well get something out of it. Admittedly, I will say, Teeden, I'm gonna try to do Guild Wars speedruns in the future, but I've been looking at ways to make it more interesting. I have a few ideas on how to basically make the game more fun to speedrun, so if I do another one, it should be a lot more entertaining, I suppose. But we'll see. Obviously, I don't know how that's gonna pan out. Oh, shit. Okay. I can breathe for a second. Event just finished, now I have to wait 12 hours to play Fortnite? Nice. Well, a bit of a wait, but I guess you'll be looking forward to it, and it'll be fun when it happens, right? That's what I like about WoW, I can just learn the trait and farm mats for bag space, it does that so well. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 definitely has its pitfalls. It's one of those games that has a lot of, like, really unique strengths, but its weaknesses are pretty glaring. I will admit that much. Lack of stuff. New legendaries all look the same, and boats and turtle mounts are nice but not new. New guild hall, but no housing. A lot of the updates are just small things. New raids aren't even raids? They're just strikes? Oh, so they confirmed Scepter Thief. Yeah, I saw that you guys were posting in the guild Discord, like, all the new classes and stuff. I didn't actually look at all of them, though. I looked at, like, one or two, and I was like, huh, looks mildly interesting. But... Scepter Thief. How's that gonna work? That sounds like interesting, I guess, but obviously, you know, you being a thief main, I know you're just gonna use double pistol still, right? So that's unfortunate. Still waiting for the Guild Wars 2 Steam release? Yeah, why the fuck is that not out yet? It absolutely should be. I really don't see why they're delaying it this long. It's just kind of losing them money. Considering so many people have been waiting for that for a while. Fuck me, I whiffed. You wanted a greatsword? Yeah. Condi damage? I mean, hey, you know... I think, like, you without pistol would definitely not be the same, right? I was talking about Guild Wars 2, and I used you as an example about how you can always still use, like, default, like, classes if you really want to. If you want to make it work, it's there. It exists. So, if you used an elite specialization, who would I use as an example for people that still play default Guild Wars 2 classes? Right? Okay, I've 100% to the floor. Now I need to go grab a healing potion. Exactly. It's like part of your brand at this point. I will say that the interesting thing that you said that I just am surprised about is no new raids, just strikes? Like, strikes aren't bad, but they're not a replacement to raids. Like, how do they think that's gonna go over well with the community at all? It almost seems like they just don't give a shit. That one is definitely an odd decision. Oh. Okay. I'll just move on to the next floor. Took a lot of damage there, but we're still into this. Yeah, I do think that, honestly, if Guild Wars 2 isn't going to do that much with End of Dragons, I'll still play it, right? But that is definitely disappointing, that they're not willing to do that much in the way of changes. I think they have a really solid foundation, but, like, they need to actually expand upon it. They can't just keep, you know, chilling with what they have. They're definitely falling behind other MMOs. Oh, shit. Okay, taking a lot of damage there. Don't like that. How did I... Okay. You picked up Daredevil for a little bit for raids after you dipped because Go kept going. Go kept going at you for less than 60k DPS. Yeah. I mean, somebody had to fill my shoes, right? I was always like one of the top 2 DPS. Admittedly, I tried oh man, I had no fucking idea what I was doing on Condi Ranger. I really wanted to learn how to play Condi Ranger, but like I just couldn't be asked once I realized, like, I mean, regular Power Soul Beast was just already so good. So I just kind of lost motivation to really learn it, and I just kind of mashed buttons. And especially, even with button mashing, I still did so much fucking damage. And I don't know, like, I'm an absolute parse whore in WoW, so not having any sort of logs to really compare myself to made it hard for me to care. It was fun, though. I enjoyed raiding. Definitely that's something I'd want to do again when I come back. Final Fantasy has won you over? Yeah, I mean, honestly, 99% of the things I see you guys talking about in the old guild Discord is Final Fantasy now. So, looks like everybody's just moving over there. And that I definitely will be playing. I always forget, what data center are you on? And what server? I know I ask this, like, literally every time, but my memory is so fucking dog shit with that, man. I have to ask my cousin, like, every other fucking day what server he's on. Shit. The new maps look nice, new animations and the mounts look nice, but you're really annoyed at the lack of actual progress. It's like instead of building upon foundations, they just make more foundation. Like, yeah, that's the thing. Guild Wars 2 at this point already has so much content that people can play. They just need to, like, improve their actual systems. Okay, that's a heal at the very least. Whew. It's just much more stuff. Aether Siren got locked up though now, so unless you got characters on there already, you gotta wait. Ah. We probably should have figured that all out, right? Where everybody was deciding to pick their or play on with their characters. I mean, obviously, I was already playing Final Fantasy, but, like, the fact that now our entire Guild Wars 2 guild is scattered across different Final Fantasy servers is, like, oof. I mean, I'm on Aether, though, so that works out well. I know they're changing data centers a bit, but I don't know exactly how. So I don't know necessarily whether or not we'll all be able to play together. Definitely, you know, me and you will still be able to play together because I'm on, like, the same data center. That's already, like, cross-compatible and whatnot. But if they're all on Crystal, that's rough. But it's also difficult because I might be going to Crystal because of the fact that, that's where my cousin is. I think that's his data center. Okay, so if I want, I can trade gold to this guy. Crystal represents. They're gonna open them up soon. Yeah, I don't know how the data center swapping is gonna work. Have they elaborated on that? Like, I know they said it's a thing, but all they said is they're gonna make it easier to, like, play across different data centers. What game is this? This is Wizard of Legend. Jesus Christ. Okay, I need to wait a little bit for the poison to go away. Now I can cross. Okay. Whew. So this is Wizard of Legend. Honestly, this is probably the closest thing to Torghast we've seen, since it's more of an action roguelike than a, you know, turn-based, you know, card game roguelike. It's alright in the end, my gremlin wouldn't let me join Crystal. Fair enough. Yeah, I guess hopefully things work out. Obviously, I'd like to, you know, have the entire team back together, but we'll see. We can try to figure that out as, you know, we get closer to launch. Regenerate health every time you pick up a Chaos Gem and increases armor based on the amount of Chaos Gems held. That's good. Can also use a healing potion. Okay, wait. I'm gonna finish exploring up there. Damn it. Oh, come on. Misjudged it. Oh well. Still got the disc for the memes. You'll be around for End of Dragons even if it is meh. Yeah. The new mount is a 2-seater turtle. Wait, can I? Yeah, I'll be there, definitely. I've said it before, but when the new Guild Wars 2 expansion comes out, I'll play it. February launch is actually really good news because, I mean, by that point, Endwalker will have probably died down a bit. I don't think they'll have the next patch out by then, so that should give me enough time to, like, actually play through, like, Guild Wars 2 without, you know, really having it interrupt Final Fantasy. Because, obviously, once Endwalker hits, that's going to be my main thing. And assuming WoW maybe tries to improve, obviously I'm still playing WoW, you guys know this. I'm the one fucking degenerate in our friend group that still actually plays that game. But, I mean, what can I really do, right? It's fun, though. Raiding is fun. Obviously, I know that, like, even in Guild Wars 2, raiding wasn't, like, all your guys' thing, but I think I made it pretty clear that that's, like, kind of what I enjoy in MMOs. So that's what I was going for. But Final Fantasy should be really fun, regardless. That's going to be pretty interesting. I'm curious to see how that turns out. I mean, so far, everything I've heard about Endwalker sounds really good. Yeah, that's why they pushed it to February. It was supposed to release alongside Endwalker, and everyone was like, that's so stupid. Yeah. I mean, it is. Honestly, they would have murdered their expansion if it released alongside Endwalker. WoW's been trying to do that shit, and it's honestly not been working super well for them lately. I'm worried that WoW's going to try to do the same thing with their new patch, though. So, we'll see. But I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Nice. Whew. You're just waiting for WoW to die so you can play a private server without the risk of the whole server being Thanos snapped? Fair enough, I suppose. Alright, second boss fight. This one, if I remember correctly, is a bit harder. I also have mostly lightning damage, and earth units are weaker to lightning, so this is going to be a bit rough. Fuck. Okay. Damn it. Love the game, hate the company, yeah. I mean, honestly, a lot of MMO players, like, you know, have a like, long-standing attachment to WoW, right? Conjures a dragon that speeds along a circuit before crashing down on the enemy. Just gonna keep using what I have right now. Definitely Blizzard is not doing super great at the moment. In terms of their reputation or everything, really. WoW would be better in the players' hands? Yeah. I mean, I'm looking forward to at least trying, like, BC Classic. It's like... They've kind of, like, tarnished it a little bit with, like, getting their money-grubbing hands on, like, you know, the pre-order shit, but... At the end of the day, it still reminds people of, like, a simpler time where, you know, WoW wasn't full of garbage systems and blah. Oh, shit. Come on. How? These wind orbs are rough. How am I supposed to actually get into combat with these guys if their wind orbs just track me around corners? Be safe, Harldan. Thanks, Luke. I appreciate you stopping by. Good to talk to you again. The bots are out of control with the tank shortage as well in TBC. I've heard about that. So there's a tank shortage in TBC? This game was Wizard. Oh, Jonathan, did you not hear what I said? Sorry. Wizard of Legend, yeah. You must have missed that. Sorry. Yeah, Wizard of Legend. It's another roguelike. My bad if I didn't say that loud enough back when you asked. But yeah, so what's the deal with the tank shortage? There's just not, like, a lot of people playing tanks, I guess? Because I've heard people mention that. I mean, it's good news for me, right? Because, obviously, I main tank. That's the only thing I'm gonna be playing. And if that means that I'm gonna have an easier time finding a group, then cool. It's alright, I was thinking about other stuff while you said it. You heard it, but it was on... Okay, gotcha. No problem. I don't really want to spend money on an upgraded dash. Not enough people know how to tank, really? Interesting. I mean, is tanking in BC, like, any significantly different than, like, tanking in vanilla? It's mostly just the same core fundamental concepts, right? They shot me through a wall? Hello? Whew, not really. In TBC, you can do mage tanking? Oh, on one boss. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's like one boss where that's like a meme strat, right? Or something, but it's not like you don't actually play a tank as a mage, like, consistently, right? But Toth said no, so... Toth, not really when you said there's nothing fundamentally different, or there is something fundamentally different. Sorry. I probably should have phrased the question better. Ah, I missed. I'm really having to kite on this one. Fuck me. Okay. I only tank with out armor hardcore with this. Oh god, that sounds awful. You've seen a Shadow Priest tank all of Karazhan. Oh, you meant that it's basically the same. Yeah, I mean, I tanked all of Vanilla, and I had no problem with it. Like, I did multiple, like, dungeon speedruns and stuff for gear and whatnot. So, I mean, I tanked Molten Core. Obviously, it's not like Molten Core is, like, end-all, be-all of tanking, but anything harder than that, and, well, I also main a tank in retail, right? Like, I know how to tank in WoW, basically. But... I mean, you guys all know that, right? But, dungeon tanking in Classic, I mean, it's a little bit different than retail in some regard, because threat is, I guess, more of an issue. But, I mean, dealing with threat, once I got the hang of it, once I, like, actually understood, like, what I needed to do to min-max my threat, it wasn't that big of a deal. Also, because I, generally speaking, built my tank for damage either way, because, you know, of course I'm gonna do that, it wasn't that hard. Okay, this is problematic. Fuck me. I need to get a heal. This floor is brutal. Yeah, okay, so if I've tanked Classic, it shouldn't be a problem in TBC. Mage and Warlock tanking was definitely a thing in TBC. Interesting. Oh, it randomly selected... Okay. So it randomly took one of my main DPS Arcana? Okay, that's interesting. I guess I'll have to make do. Yeah, it would be interesting to try mage tanking. I mean, I've always wanted to play mage, like, more, I guess. But, I mean, I like tanking, so it's never been something I've looked into. But if mages can actually tank, that could be cool. I might pick that up, but I might also need to get a heal. Warlock I can see, but I've never heard about Mage. SL Warlock tanking is a thing on some raid bosses in Classic, and I think even BC. Interesting. I'm alive. I keep hitting tab for the map, because in Gungeon, tab is your map key. I'm gonna do the boss of this floor and see if I need to buy a health potion after that. Otherwise, I'll buy the Cartographer's Quill. You can do it on one boss in particular due to spell steal. Interesting. You can spell steal 90% DR. There's lots of gimmick fights where you can tank with a mage. High King Mulgar, Illidari Council. Cool, cool. I need to get rid of these ads. Fuck, I whiffed that. Tried to hit it on that mob, and the mob died. Okay, I definitely need a heal after that. Fuck. What's this? Gloves of Midas. Increases gold gain. I think I need to buy this potion, unfortunately. 75%, not 90%? Gotcha. Yeah, so I might check out some of the other stuff. It really depends on how much I'm enjoying TBC. Like, if I play TBC next weekend, and I'm, like, having a lot of fun with it, I'm like, oh yeah, this is awesome. Like, I'm having a blast. Like, I really enjoyed Classic, so I played that a lot. Unfortunately, Classic leveling was a bit of a time sink, so I didn't really have time to level anything else, but maybe I'll check something else out in BC. It's really hard to say, though. There's something wrong with the stream. Game is extremely pixely. That's just kind of how the game is. Unless there's a resolution problem. But that, I don't think is on my end. Because on my playback, it looks fine. So if there's, like, a really weak connection, like, between your computer and YouTube or something like that, then sometimes it lowers the resolution. All the tanks are playable. That much I did here. Played TBC for 5 years, is what you're saying? I'm guessing you played on a private server? Oh, you were joking. Okay, okay. Alright, I gotcha. Fuck! Oh, I got stun locked there pretty hard. Okay. Losing my wind slash was frustrating. I rely heavily on that. I probably shouldn't have gambled with it. Some bosses were not scripted properly, but it was still TBC. Nice. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm gonna check it out. I should have fun with Prot Warrior, because, well, what can I say? I like Prot Warrior both right now and, on Classic. And as far as I know, Prot Warrior isn't changing much. It gets, like, Devastate, right? And it just gets, like, a few nice, like, little bonuses, but it's still fundamentally similar to how it was in Classic, I believe. I mean, obviously, you know more than I do, so correct me if I'm wrong on that. But from what I looked at, it seemed to be mostly the same. Ah. Here, I kind of want to... Can I swap up my spells? I feel like this would be a bit more intuitive for me. Devastate and Spell Reflect? I mean, that's cool. Obviously, Devastate is a big one, assuming it works similar to how it still does. And Spell Reflect is just a really useful utility spell in, like, basically every form of content. So. I have heard good things about... I mean, Prop Heli and Guardian Druid are both, like, pretty solid. So... Nice, I managed to get that. If I level another tank, it would probably be Prop Heli, just because I never got to try Prop Heli at all on Original Classic, because, you know, faction lock. So that's probably what I would play, if anything. Well, okay, there's Feral Druid, right. There is no Guardian, there's just Feral. You know what I mean. I mean, you're still, if you're, like, playing as a Guardian Druid, you're still inherently a Bear Druid. Yes, cat weaving is a thing, but cat weaving is still a thing. Even in retail. Okay, signature charge. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to spend this in time. But yeah, I'd probably... If I play Druid, it'll be when when they release Classic Fresh. That sounds like it should be interesting. But for TBC, I would definitely play Prop Heli. If I level a second character. But obviously, for starters, it would still be my Prot Warrior. Shit. Oh, that hit pretty hard. I don't want to go into that room. I'm going to take a shit ton of damage. I like hearing praise for Feral, even if it's for Feral Tank in Classic. Fair enough. Can recommend it. The raids are good. Gear progression is really solid. Crafting's probably the best it's ever been. It's a damn good game, it's just a bit old. I mean, I have nothing wrong with playing old games, right? I still play Star Wars Battlefront 2005, so... You know. Max health is reduced, but I regen health? Sure. I mean, I'm already low HP. Might as well. Fucking, of course. I would get hit there. I'm looking forward to seeing what it's like. I'm not sure how much I'll try crafting in TBC, though, because I would imagine crafting is probably pretty gold-intensive. And doesn't everybody still have, like, a massive amount of money left over from, you know, Classic? Like, I'm pretty sure gold is still super-duper inflated. Unless something changed. Because they didn't do a gold reset. And I mean, I had money, but I didn't have, like, the levels of money that some people had. It, like, when I heard about the people who were, like, super duper rich in WoW Classic, I was like, okay, fucking hell. I have nothing compared to that. Shit. Okay, I think this is the last boss fight, right? Well, last normal boss fight, and then I have the final boss. So luckily, I think at this point I'll only have to do one run of Wizard of Legend, because I got pretty far in a single run. Sometimes you die in like the first 10 minutes, sometimes you can make it all the way to the end. Hopefully I managed to win. Oh shit, he's really comboing me. Shit, I didn't hit him fast enough. Oh, I'm dead. Okay. Yep, that happens sometimes. That's the main reason I hate the wind boss. If you don't immediately react to his first hit, you just get chain locked. Like, I couldn't move there. I was trying to dash away, and it's just... The moment you get hit, especially on the harder difficulties, stun locked, you're dead. Wizard of Legend is unfortunately very punishing. Which is one of the reasons why I like it, because it feels very rewarding when you finally, you know, get through it. Next up is Enter the Gungeon. Yeah, I spoke too soon. Karma'd myself, but that boss is fucking ridiculous. I see they still haven't fixed that. That was honestly one of my biggest frustrations with Wizard of Legend, that boss in particular, that particular stun lock. You are ever so slow, and boom, you're fucked. There's no escape from that shit. Okay, Gungeon. Gungeon's taking a while to load, but Gungeon is next. Come on. My OBS is really not... Come on. Please detect the fact that there is a new program open. Oh my god, what is wrong with this? It is struggling right now. There we go, okay. Fuck it. I swapped to a different setting. I swapped to something that I usually use to record Total War. So hopefully this is working properly. I don't know if like all the same settings are applied, but... Okay, confirm. Alright, Enter the Gungeon. So, Enter the Gungeon, actually, you know what? I've already played through it. Played through this on this particular playthrough, but I'll enter the tutorial because it actually... Enter the Gungeon is probably the best new player-friendly type of thing. It has a really, really, really intuitive tutorial. So we can go through that and then hop into a run. Now you're going to notice I don't have a lot of stuff unlocked on this, despite the fact that I have like over 100 hours in this game. And that's because I actually reset my save file, just for fun. Okay. Approach me and press E. Oh, so there's special dialogue if you've already done the tutorial. Do you want me to do my whole thing again? Yes. Alright. So it kind of makes fun of you for, like, replaying the tutorial. So, there's lots of different, like, interactable objects in Gungeon. So it says here, you can click this button to knock over tables. And you can kick aside barrels, they roll around. You can shoot them while they're moving. That's pretty neat. And then one of the main mechanics of Gungeon is you can dodge roll. So a lot of times there'll be like unavoidable bullet patterns in Gungeon, but while dodge rolling you have immunity frames. So you are invulnerable to gunfire during the first half of the dodge roll, but vulnerable again when you hit the ground. Yep. Ready. So if you time your dodges, you can jump right through bullets. So in many ways, this actually is very similar to Wizard of Legend. It's like Wizard of Legend with guns instead of spells. Wait, I need to replay this tutorial. Okay, so these items that I can pick up are called blanks. Yep. Basically, when I press a button, it's this thing in the top left corner, the little blue icon. It clears all bullets off the screen. So blanks are like your oh shit button, effectively. And I get a pea shooter, which quite literally shoots peas. The guns in this game are fucking amazing. There's like multiple different types of AK-47s, including one called a JK-47, which is like an AK-47 with like a curved barrel. It's so fucking stupid, and I fucking love it. So you can knock over explosive barrels like that, kick them into enemies, then blow it up, and it deals damage. Blah, 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 blah. This medkit, for instance, it'll replenish your health. Okay, so if I want to demonstrate how to use this medkit, I fall into a pit, I take damage, then... it doesn't let me use items right now, apparently. The Gungeon devs have a good sense of humor. They do. I fucking love Gungeon. It's so good. Okay, so you can hit tab, click on little markers in your map to teleport to places you've already been to. Okay, so little, also, there's, like, explosions. They destroy little things in the terrain that are nearby. So there's lots of different rooms over here. There's also some fun little tricks with Gungeon that aren't 100% explained. So, this doesn't outright tell you what this crack in the wall is. Hello, Mutated. Good to have you here. So, this crack in the wall, you can find them at various points throughout the game if you just end up shooting your guns at walls randomly. And what happens is, if you use a blank, it opens up a secret passage, and the tutorial has one, which gives you a suit of armor and a little set bonus, which turns the pea shooter into an explosive cannon. So there's lots of little Easter eggs and stuff like that in Gungeon. Gungeon has lots of hidden rooms, hidden secrets. It's really cool in that regard. And obviously this thing is ridiculously broken for the tutorial, which is why it's an Easter egg. And then AK-47, there's like millions of different guns in this game. Then this is what a boss room normally looks like, but here we're fighting this guy. So I could dodge around all these bullets, but I can also just walk through the gaps. It's not a big deal. Lots of dialogue here. If you find the Easter egg, there's like that bonus dialogue. It's pretty cool. Reminds you a lot of Rayman 3. Never played it, so I can't say for certain. Alright, so now we can just hop in. Entering the Gungeon is pretty simple. You just walk right through the front doors, and it starts. There's no optional difficulties, none of that, no ascension levels. There are certain modifiers that you can choose to add later on, but for the most part, you just walk in. There's one difficulty for Gungeon, and the floors get harder and harder as you move on. And, like with most roguelikes, it's procedurally generated, but every single one of the heroes has the same starting build every time. There's a few different heroes. I'm playing the pilot. So the pilot starts off with... can show it here. He has a starting pistol, which every single starting pistol has infinite ammo, but it cannot reveal those like little secrets I mentioned. Then he also has a lockpick, which there's locked chests and doors throughout the dungeon, and normally you would need keys to open them, but this is basically a 50-50 chance to either unlock something, or if you fail the 50-50 chance, it permanently locks the item. So you can't like test the lockpick and then use a key. If you attempt to use a lockpick and it fails, that item is locked for good. So it's kind of like a, you know, risk-reward type of thing. You get reduced prices at shops as a passive, and increased, you can hold 2 items. Normally people can only hold 1, and you have higher maximum ammo amounts. So every single time somebody starts a game with the pilot, they start with this exact stuff. And then you just enhance the run as it goes on. Are you noticing a pattern? There's a reason that every single time I play a new roguelike, I point out how every single time you start a new run, you start with basically a default standard setup. Because that is something that is pretty normal. I do want to lower the audio at least one more. As good as Gungeon audio is, I want to make sure it, you know, doesn't act too loud, so like when I'm trying to edit footage or whatever, it's not like over the top. Sometimes I've noticed that with games that I've been playing. The audio is like way too loud. But yeah, that's the thing. All of these good roguelikes, because these are all, in my opinion, good examples of roguelikes, have a baseline that they start you off on. So they're able to more precisely balance challenges later on down the track because of that baseline. Torghast does not have that. There's a reason why I've been pretty obnoxiously hammering that point home. Alright, here, not a very good chest, so I'm going to go ahead and... Well, I was going to try to unlock it, it worked, and now I have a new gun. Cool. It's an M1 sniper rifle. Well, I'm at full health, so I can't really use that for anything. Nice. Okay, so we found the boss room. I'll come back to that later. I want to fully explore every single room first. Hopefully it gets less frustrating now that it's not time gating. It'll be less frustrating, right? Like, the changes to Torghast make it less annoying to play, but they don't make it more fun. Like, making something less tedious doesn't necessarily mean it's overall just a more enjoyable experience. It just means it's a less overtly punishing experience. Which, I mean, is good, but that's still not amazing. Eh. I don't really want to buy any of that stuff. I'm gonna save my money. People will feel obligated to run it 3 to 4 times in one day, so they don't need to touch it for a while to get their ash and cinders. I mean, I can tell you personally, I'm only going to feel obligated to run Torghast with the changes once I actually need to craft a legendary. If there's no legendary that I need to craft, why would I play it? Just like, if I would rather be playing something else other than Enter the Gungeon, I just close Enter the Gungeon. The problem with Torghast, obviously, is that you can't just not do Torghast if you're interested in raiding. That much is obvious. It's required content. You don't need me to tell you that. Alright, so that lockpick failed. This chest is locked. I can destroy it to potentially get more loot, though. For the people still working towards legendaries that may have been struggling with higher layers, yeah, for sure. But in that case, what I'll probably do is, on the characters that I don't have my legendaries finished on, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to grind out all the soul cinders in like one day. That's my plan for it. So here's a little secret room that you can unlock in Gungeon. So this fireplace, if you kick a water barrel at it, the fire goes out. If you interact inside the fireplace, there's a hidden lever. That opens up a secret room down here. It's random where the room actually is. So after the fact, I can go down there. I can interact with the secret room. I'm going to do the boss fight first. The base gameplay is fine. I just wish they iterated a bit more. Infinite mode, challenge runs, better bosses. I think the base game still could be a lot better. In terms of Torghast, that is. There's a lot more stuff that they can do with Torghast to make it not boring. So this is the floor 1 boss, or one of the potential floor 1 bosses for Enter the Gungeon. If you no-hit the boss, you get an item that gives you 1 additional health. So I am going to be trying to not get hit. Oh, shit. Okay. Nice! No damage. Okay. Always shoot these chests first, in the off chance they're a mimic. And then you get this item. Master Round only drops if you no-hit the boss. Gives you an extra little health up there. Grenade launcher. Okay, that's pretty good. So now that I've managed to clear this out, I can check for secret runes. Fucking shit. Okay, I don't think it's on that wall. Let's check here. Fuck it, I'm just gonna YOLO blank. Okay, no secret room here. Fuck it. I didn't feel like checking every single one. These games look much more fun than Torghast, no doubt. I would say every single game I've played on stream is worth buying. The only one that I would say is, in my opinion, it's still fun, but it's a little bit weaker, is Luck Be a Landlord. That definitely can be a bit iffier, but it's still a fun game. But I would say if you haven't played any of the games on here, definitely some of the other ones, like Slay the Spire is really good. Slay the Spire, admittedly, I was a little bit bored playing it just because I've played so much Spire recently. I keep almost ricocheting a grenade into myself. But Enter the Gungeon is just so much fun. Enter the Gungeon, Slay the Spire, they're amazing games. Wizard of Legend is pretty fun too. Lots of good options. Gungeon and Slay the Spire are a lot more fun than Torghast. Admittedly, so... I took damage. Doesn't matter. There's technically no downside to taking damage there. Aside from the fact that I lose health, right? But... oh wait, my explosions don't damage me? That's good to know. I was sitting here, like, dodging out of the way because I was worried that I would blow myself up. Oh. Okay, I just whiffed both of those shots. You've heard a lot of good things about Hades as well, so have I. I've heard many, many, many good things about Hades. Curious to see how much fun it is. I don't know why I'm using the grenade launcher. Love me some Hades and Meg on the side. Definitely want to check it out. So we'll see about that. I don't feel like I need ammo belts. It's a lot harder to pick up than Gungeon, but it's great. Interesting. What do I think of Project Ascension? I don't know anything about Project Ascension other than what people have told me. A lot of people have told me about it. I don't have my own opinion. Night. Okay, there's no secret door there. I need to stop taking unnecessary damage, though. Ah, 1 health is nice. Okay, out of ammo. Kind of low on ammo on my guns, though. I haven't really gotten any ammo packs, so I might honestly buy that off the store, just because. Okay. That was stupid. I don't know why I walked into that one. Nobody but myself to blame there. The pilot starter is so weak. Oh my god, I almost got hit. Okay. Is that it? Nice. I kind of want to go buy an ammo refill. I hate having to do this. Oh wait, it wasn't off this shop. Fuck it, I'm just gonna buy the Moonscraper then. New gun, why not? I start to see why you need to dodge roll in this game? Oh yeah. You'll see later on, really clearly, some of the attack patterns where you need to dodge roll, or you just die on. Some of these bosses are brutal. Like true bullet hell bosses. It's fucking crazy. And as you can see, pretty much every single weapon has a completely different playstyle. Okay, it's not a mimic. Fuck. Been getting unlucky with chest RNG. I might just start using some of my keys. I'm trying to save them for better chests, but it might not be worth it. Okay. I'm gonna head down here, make sure I 100% the floor. You can also knock enemies into pits. I just took unnecessary damage again. What? Okay, I got hit by something and I wasn't paying attention, clearly. Partial ammo refill is good. Ugh. At this point, I'm gonna have to buy a heal. I will say, I hate this weapon because it's so hard to see stuff because it covers up so much of my screen. Like, the big blinding light is so distracting. Okay, nothing secret there. Yeah, so this floor is the oubliette. This has basically a special floor layout, and it always has the same boss. Like this, you basically need to dodge roll through. There's like no really getting around that. Fuck. No master round for this floor though, so it doesn't matter. Whew. Okay. It's so hard to dodge these patterns with this giant fucking laser beam right in my face. There we go. Okay. Ooh. I like that weapon. Okay, so this weapon's cool. It's a shotgun with an axe attached. So if you reload, you swipe the axe, and if there's nearby enemies, you knock them back and deal a bit of damage. Really cool weapon. Love this thing. I'm gonna check for secret rooms. Okay, I'm just gonna use this here. No secret rooms. Okay. And... hopefully, I can not take damage on this next floor. Basically, there's another secret room that I can get. So if you go to this secret room and you get that little armor piece, so it's a special piece of armor in the top of my screen, the red one up here. If I manage to not lose that, so if I don't take damage, and I get to a specific room that has a shrine, I can place that armor piece on the shrine to unlock another secret room. So lots of cool stuff in Gungeon with that. Okay, almost lost it immediately. That would have been bad. Nice. I'm gonna play it safe, and I'm gonna use the M1 for now, at least. I did not see him teleport next to me. Okay, so there's a special boss fight to the left of me. I'm gonna wait to do that until I've explored the rest of the Gungeon. If I'm lucky, I won't need to do that boss fight in order to get to the shrine where I need to get rid of this armor piece. God, I am getting really bad lockpick RNG. Oh, but it gave me a heart. Okay. That's nice, at least. Now I'm going to pull out the grenade launcher for a bit. I really hate having to use that laser pistol. I can't see shit with it. Okay, and another little health piece. That's actually pretty good. Getting decently lucky at the moment. Wow. So I shot an explosive enemy, and he just comboed the rest of them. Worked out well for me. Nice. God, I hate that particular enemy. Okay. Empty. Okay, now I just have my shotgun. So I need to make the most of this. So hard to hit things, or hit these things with the shotgun. Does have medium range, so I'm gonna wait for it to jump. Okay, I can hit it there. Oh, that's a jammed enemy. So if enemies are glowing red like that, that's an effect called jammed. So this weapon, the Huntsman, gives me an additional like hidden effect called curse. And when you're cursed, like you have a as like the curse level goes up, an increased chance for like those like stronger enemies to potentially spawn. So obviously that's not good. They have more health and they deal more damage per hit. Nice. Whew. So those guys have a lot of health, but falling into a pit one-shots anything. So, can just defeat him by doing that. Finally! Yeah, Helix isn't the best weapon, but I mean, if it works. Okay, no hidden rooms there. Come on, teleport. So these guys blink around. So I want to wait until they teleport slightly closer to shoot them. Unfortunately, this Helix thing makes it really hard to hit enemies that are directly in front of me. Which is kind of the main thing that you want to shoot at. Just using a blink there to be safe. I don't want to risk taking damage when I've gotten this far without taking anything. Unfinished gun. Ooh. I don't have the prime primer yet, so I cannot get the bullet that can kill the past because I haven't done it on this yet. Okay. So I need to find the key for this guy. Unfortunately, that means that the shrine is locked behind the mini, like, optional boss fight, which is unfortunate. I'm gonna have to do this. I'll try to use the Helix. Oh, it's this thing. Okay, this isn't too bad. Fuck, okay. Whatever, no secret floor. Not getting any really solid guns kind of hurts. Especially when the one room I needed to reach was locked behind a fucking optional boss fight, which is not often. That doesn't usually happen. Ah. Oh well. What is this? Shotgun cola, speed up. I move faster, okay. Yeah, so this is where I needed to place the armor piece. This was the worst RNG I've ever seen for that, though. Oh well. So we only get to see one of the optional rooms this time around. I'll use the unfinished gun. Gorgun is easy. Okay, this is the easiest of the bosses that I could have gotten. Gorgun is probably the easiest boss in the entire game. Okay, unfinished gun is terrible. I'm gonna stop using this thing because, God, it sucks. Unfortunately, I'm not getting the master round because I accidentally took a bit of damage. Man. I say she's the easiest boss in this game, and then I get hit 2 times. That little, like, see-through ring that she does, basically petrifies you, so that's why I'm dodging through it. Otherwise, I get turned to stone, and then I take damage. And then after she dies, you can shoot her and blow her up. Fun, fun. Ooh. This thing's kind of nice. At least it's a cool weapon, either way. Alright, I can go open this cell up. I can unlock a new character. So this unlocks a new random shopkeeper that has a chance to spawn, so that's cool. And on to floor 3. This is... I think it's the Hollow, right? Or no, this is Black Powder Mine, right? Hollow is floor 4. So this is a gun that shoots planets at an enemy. And depending on the planet that you RNG into, it can have an additional status effect, like burning, or it freezes them, or it just does a big chunk of damage. So this gun's pretty good. Or it just spawns a planet around you that knocks back and deals damage to anything nearby. Unfortunately, I'm playing from a safe distance, so... social distancing, don't really want to hit any of these enemies. But yeah, all these planets then rotate around me, so if something comes near, they bop it. Cool gun. Oh shit, I didn't notice this guy. Damn it. I took a bit of extra damage. Come on. Okay, there we go. There's a shop over here. Teapot. I should probably start using keys now. I think I have more than enough. Oh yeah, I remember this boss fight. Okay. So this is basically the guy who betrayed the tutorial person. So, if you paid attention to the dialogue there. The tutorial guy was killed by one of his friends. This is said friend. So now we just DPS him down. He's not too hard. Unfortunately, he does summon ads, so I'm going to try to deal with him. Nice. RIP tutorial guy, you will be missed. Yes, indeed. Ooh. Okay, this is good. This is a really good gun. At least I really like this gun. This gun is called Heck Blaster. I walked right off the side. Ah, I'm good at this game. Yeah, so this gun, you just kind of aim at them. Oh, shit. I didn't realize I got hit by fire. Armor is nice. I've been taking a lot of unnecessary damage. Cool. Out of ammo on this, so I need to... Fuck. Okay, there we go. Hey man, hope you're having a nice day. What game am I playing right now? I am playing Enter the Gungeon. It is very fun, you are correct on that. Ooh. Armor synthesizer is pretty good. What I'm doing is I'm going through a lot of different roguelikes to show how they're better than Torghast, and how Torghast fails as a roguelike. That is the entire point of the stream. So far it's been 6.5 hours of just playing through various different roguelike games. We're on the second to last one. So one more after this. Should probably end up being 8 or 9 hour stream total. So you know me, I don't know how to stream for only a short period of time. Fuck. Unfortunately, one of the problems with YouTube is I can't really do longer than a 10-hour stream, or I would have to, like, split it up into segments. So, I probably will at some point in the future do another, like, 24-hour stream. Definitely for Final Fantasy Endwalker launch, I'll be doing one. And when that happens, I'll have to basically stop the stream in the middle, and then restart it, which is just an unfortunate reality of how YouTube handles its, you know, stream recording. Ooh, Eye of the Beholster is good. Torghast is just an excuse for him to play other games on stream. I mean, true. But hey, it's not like anybody can tell me that I can't, right? So this just is a way to, you know, make some more fun out of it, right? Oh god, this minigame. Okay. So you have to hit these targets, and you only have a handful of shots. Oh god, I hate this thing. Nice, that's one. That's two. Oh, I missed. Damn. Okay, 3. 3 out of 4 is definitely better than average, I guess. I usually do a lot worse in that minigame. Prototype railgun is pretty good. So if you put multiple guns inside this thing, it spits out a new gun for you. Oh, this is actually a pretty good gun. This is like a 3-shot assault rifle. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and put this thing... Oh, yeah, okay, right. You can only do it once per time. I thought I could do it multiple times. I was being a bit too greedy. I misremembered how that worked. I'm gonna use the prototype railgun, though. It's always fun. Oh, that's a... It would take me way too long to explain what that room is for. I'll use the prototype railgun on the boss over here, though. This thing is pretty cool. Oh, Cannon Balrog. So prototype railgun takes a while to charge, but it does, as you can see, a big, hefty chunk of damage. So it's pretty nice. Ow. Okay. No! So close. Where is it? Okay. I took a decent bit of damage there. Still got the kill at the end of the day, but... Oh no, it's this thing. Oh, this fucking gun. This gun is a glass cannon. Which does exactly what you think it does. So a glass cannon does a pretty hefty amount of damage, but if you get hit even once, it immediately shatters, and you can't use it again. Good ol' Enter the Gungeon. Okay, now we're in the hollow. Second to last floor, if you don't count the special levels. Fuck this. I'm just gonna fucking... Damn it. Fuck. Rip glass cannon. Nice, I got an armor. Yeah, so Void Core Assault Rifle, the thing I'm using right now, is really nice. Oh, shit. This thing is just like a triple-shot assault rifle. Nothing special, it's just pretty solid. Good accuracy, good damage. Did I play another game before Gungeon? The game I played before Gungeon was Wizard of Legends, so I think you were here for at least the start of that. I made it pretty far, but I did eat shit to one of the bosses, unfortunately. I've got another armor. Gungeon is our second to last game. So, I'm going to try to get as far as I possibly can, and then whenever I fail, we'll move on to the final game. But the final game, I'm not going to say yet. I was, so I haven't missed much? Yeah. Oh, that hit me. Okay. Okay, almost out of ammo for this thing. I'm gonna go back to using the prototype railgun. I can charge it before entering a room, though. So I can just blast that enemy. Fuck. I'm really not focusing well right now. You can also dodge roll through some enemies to deal damage, though. Wait, what is this? C4? Okay. So I have the Beholster conjures these little things to come out and fight for me. So that's kind of neat. Lots of guns. Which one should I use? I want to refill the ammo of the Void Core Assault Rifle, but I think I'm going to start using the Heck Blaster more. I just kind of feel like I haven't used this gun enough. Ruby Bracelet. I can't remember what Ruby Bracelet does, so I'm not going to mess around with it. WoW looks strange in this video. The entire point is we're playing different roguelikes to show why they're better than Torghast. That's the idea. But yes, WoW looks strange in this video. So, you know, I've heard people make the insane claim that Torghast is not fun as a system, but Torghast would be fun as a roguelike if only it wasn't mandatory content. And, I don't know what roguelikes those people have played, because it absolutely would not be. Torghast doesn't hold up as a roguelike in the slightest. Not even close. Like, Enter the Gungeon, infinitely better. Like, I have all these different weapons I can just swap to, like, different ones that have different fun playstyles. Like, oh, on Torghast, my, Heroic Leap does slightly more damage. In Enter the Gungeon, I have all these different, like, extra guns with passive effects and stuff. Heck Blaster is, like, completely different than Prototype Railgun and all this shit. Ah, it's so much fun. Yeah, this gun is nice because you don't even need to, like, really aim projectiles with it. It just shoots bullets in the general direction that you point. So, it's just kind of a fun playstyle. Of, oh, I'm just, like, holding the cursor over an enemy and bullets are just appearing on top of them. Ooh, that was close. Almost got hit. That's one of the unfortunate parts about, YouTube streaming, though. Like, basically, on Twitch, nobody would have to ask, what game is this? Because you can change the game category. YouTube doesn't really let you sort by games, kind of, so I can technically change within the thing what game it's under, but there's no categories, right? So it doesn't matter. Nobody's gonna, like, find the stream by looking under a specific games category. The only reason Torghast is fun for me is you play Elemental and you do 50% of the group's damage. Fair enough, yeah. Explosive chest. Okay, I'm missing some of the rooms up here. Okay, these little panels are trapdoors. If I walk in them, I'll fall into an abyss. So I want to make sure I don't do that. YouTube categories do exist, it's just nobody uses them for searching. Exactly, yeah. Like, there is technically a feature where I can go into, like, the video description, kind of, and change the category that it's under. But unlike Twitch, it's just not a thing that is well utilized by YouTube. So as a result, because all people see when they click on the video is the thumbnail, a lot of people are going to come in here not knowing what the game is. That's not their fault. That's YouTube's fault for not, you know, making their system good enough on that regard in streaming. Generally, that's not a problem, right? Because 99% of the time, when people click on my stream to watch it, I'm playing World of Warcraft. Because you guys all play World of Warcraft. You all know me from World of Warcraft. So, that's what you expect. But if you click on someone that you know normally streams WoW, and there's this shit on your screen, you're like, wait, what the fuck is that? It doesn't tell you. All you get is the thumbnail. So, yeah. Oh, this one. Where is he? Oh. This... Ah, shit. I'm just gonna hide behind this pillar for a bit. I think I'm gonna need to use prototype railgun a bit more. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely just gonna pillar bump to get this done. God damn it. Is this strategy a bit cheap? Sure. But they added pillars to this room for a reason, right? I might as well use it. Oh, shit. I probably should have done that from the beginning. Would have made this a lot easier. There we go. Okay. Whew. Check for mimics. Shield of the Maiden is like temporary protection. You can block bullets. Okay, now I'm gonna go to one of the secret levels, which has my favorite track in the entire game. So, if you don't know, there's a secret little thing here. Ah, wrong one. Tab. Hit. That, why did it do that? Okay, you need to... So this guy is like... He's called a shop creep, I think, is the actual name. And you can drop items into that sewer grate, and he gives you money for them. But if you drop one of the master rounds in there, it falls down, and then he should... Or does he not do that? What am I missing? It's been so long, I forgot how to summon the shop creep. Is this it? There we go, okay. So you have to throw the master round and some other items. And then the sewer grate blows up, and it unlocks a secret level. There's so many different secret levels in this game. And this one is called the R&G department. So, great name. The irony of the RNG department is that there is no RNG. It's the only level in this entire game that doesn't have randomly generated floors. Fuck, I whiffed that shot. Prototype railgun just kind of demolishes everything. This gun is pretty good. Alright, that was a one-hit KO. Oh, shit. I obviously have the music a bit low so it doesn't, like, sound way too loud. But this track definitely is an absolute banger if you look it up on YouTube. Definitely the best one in the entire game, in my opinion. Okay, don't need help. This is just unlocking a shortcut. Fortunate. Yeah, I don't think, so on other floors, if you leave items sitting alone in a room, they normally get stolen. But on this particular floor, your items just sit there forever. They don't get stolen. It's a weird mechanic that would take me way too long to explain. And here's the boss fight.
I've been aiming for this.
And this is one of the few boss fights that has voice acting for some reason.
You bothersome infant.
Okay.
Die.
Shit. Still have one blank left over if I need it.
I'll kill you, then I pass.
Okay.
Die.
That was close. Out of ammo.
Die. regret, miss.
Okay. We ran out of ammo in the middle of the fight. That was stressful. Oh, I revealed the floor map. Wow. What is this? I forget what this does. Let me check it. Why can't it... I scroll down. There we go. Enables active reload. Let's see. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is a really cool mechanic. I forgot about this. If you press the reload button again while reloading, it improves your reload time consistently. Ah, that's cool. I forgot that that was a thing. Now, how the hell do I leave this place again? Don't I just, like, jump off the side? Right, yeah. I think, yeah, I just jump off. Okay. There we go. Oh, did I never do the floor boss? Oh, no, wait, I did, yeah. That was the High Priest. I did do that. Okay, cool. For a second, I was like, wait, did I forget to do that? So, last level of dungeon is a little bit hectic. And then there's also... There's another level after this that's technically a bonus, like, super hard mode level. I won't be doing that because I actually don't have it unlocked with my save file wiped. It's something I didn't really consider when I did that. But I also never really considered that I'd be streaming dungeons, so I never thought it would be a big deal. The super hard mode level for Enter the Gungeon is fittingly called Bullet Hell, and it's themed off, well, you guessed it, hell. And this is just the Forge. Forge is the last normal level. The end boss of the Forge is always the same. So, I really want to find the shopkeeper here. That's a jammed enemy. Really don't want to get hit by that. Out of ammo. What is this? Wolf. Oh. Cool. That's just a little pet that follows me around. That's pretty neat. And this is the shopkeeper that I rescued earlier. So, he sells... he sells items in exchange for keys instead of for gold, because he is a gigantic lock. That's Gungeon's sense of humor right there. Unfortunately, all of his items are pretty bad, so... So, that basically cursed me a little bit, but it refilled all my weapons, so... I mean, I'll take it, I suppose. Let me make sure all my guns are fully reloaded. I think the Colt isn't reloaded. Yeah. I'm gonna use Heck Blaster again. It repaired the glass cannon, yes. Basically, if you use an ammo kit on the glass cannon, you can repair it. But that's what you have to do. You have to, like, fully use an ammo kit that, like, maxes out its ammo. And that counts as using an ammo kit. God damn. That's brutal. So here. Why am I glowing like that? I can finally demonstrate the glass cannon. So, does a lot of damage. Pretty much one-shots anything. But technically, like, the prototype railgun is just like a glass cannon with more ammo. It technically does less damage, but at a certain point, if it's still a one-shot, it doesn't matter if it's on paper less damage. The answer is not really. Like, it can one-shot really beefy enemies like that, which the prototype railgun likely couldn't. But still. It does have really high pierce, though, so for stuff like that, it's pretty strong. That gun looks like a Mega Man blaster? Funny you should say that. There literally is a Mega Man blaster gun in this game. When I say that this game has every gun, it has every fucking gun. I forget what the name of it is, but there literally is a Mega Man blaster. Would be cool if I got it now so I can demonstrate it, but obviously that's, like, not guaranteed. I'm not even sure if I have it unlocked yet. Okay. I tried to get a double hit. Didn't manage it. There we go. Woo! Alright. Ooh, Smiley's revolver. I love this gun. It's not even anything special. It gives you a reduced cost of items at shops, which, I mean, is good. There we go. Here's the shopkeeper. So basically, the neat thing about Gungeon is... There's, like, all this information. The first time you're playing through it, basically you're told you need to go down here to find the gun that can kill the past. And then you get to the last floor, and this person's like, yeah, that's not enough. You actually need to go along and collect all these, like, special items on every single floor to create a bullet that can kill the past. So you can load the bullet that can kill the past into the gun that can kill the past, and then shoot yourself in the head with it. Where is it? Unfinished gun. How do I give this to her? Maybe I'm forgetting, but there's something you can do where if, like, you bring her this unfinished gun, she'll, like, repair it and make it a finished gun. I forget exactly how, though. It's been a while. The Judge is a pretty good item. I'll buy this thing. Can demonstrate this. It shoots square bullets. It's just, it does a lot of damage. That's pretty much it. It's a pistol that hits pretty fucking hard. That said, with Wheel of, or Cog of Battle, it's really fucking hard to use. I'm gonna go back to Glass Cannon for this, because I'm definitely not gonna survive the final boss, or go through the final boss without taking any damage, which is up here. So, before doing the final boss, I want to, make sure I use all of my ammo in the Glass Cannon. Almost there, we've almost fully cleared the final floor. Let's see, where is it? Glass Cannon. Oh, that didn't one-shot. Well, God, oh my God, I just got fucked by that thing. I was so surprised that the Glass Cannon didn't one-shot it that I fucked up. My bad on that one. Now the question is what weapon I want to use for the final boss. Lots of good options. I might just go with Heck Blaster, just because I don't need to worry about reloading. Yeah, I'm gonna try Heck Blaster. We'll see. This final boss is pretty fun, though. Can I get any armor? I think she only sold, yeah, only sold health points. Unfortunate. And this boss is neat. Zooms out your camera all the way. This is the boss where you absolutely need to dodge. There is no getting around it. You're gonna have to use dodge rolls at some point. The high drag gun. I love that. Oh, and I'm already hit. Wonderful. Definitely not the best gun in the world, but it does work. Okay. Now I need to DPS down these knives. Okay. I'm really bad at dodging that attack. I'm just gonna use the moon cannon thing. Unfortunately, I don't know if I'll be able to survive this. I definitely haven't done this boss in a while. I'm very rusty. Yeah, fuck me. Ugh. That dragon might be the coolest thing you saw today. Yeah. It's a cool boss. I'm just fucking rusty as hell. I generally haven't, like, actually played full runs of the Gungeon. Usually I just play a few floors, then, like, have to go to raid and stop. So the dragon I haven't played in, like, fucking half a year. But yeah, so, I mean, that was a decent bit on Gungeon. There's, like, multiple different characters. Like, the Convict starts with a Molotov active item. They have a passive where after they take damage, they do increased damage. They have a shotgun, a pistol. This Marine over here is probably the best character in the game. He has increased accuracy, he has the best starting weapon, and he starts off with 1 armor, so he's pretty good. And then there's the Hunter over here, which has a decent starting revolver and starts with a crossbow. Crossbow on most weak enemies is a 1-hit KO, so it's actually really good in the early game. And then there's 2 other unlockable characters, which are both... One of them's gimmicky, the other one is brokenly overpowered once you learn how to play it. And that one is definitely the strongest character in the game, but it's considered a little bit cheese. But overall, Gungeon's really, really fun. And then, here's another thing. So every single time I win a game of Gungeon, by beating the bosses, I get these credits up in the top right. There's a shop up here, and I can go over here and buy new guns. I don't have enough for that last one. And then these are new items that will spawn as I progress through the Gungeon in the future. So it gives you more options, more potential good things that you can get. So there's, like, decent progression that way, through getting, like, new unlockables and whatnot. But that is it for Gungeon. So, now we're going on to the last game for today, which is something that I have not played before. So, I don't know how this is going to go. This might be kind of bad. I have been told that it is a bit hard to get into just earlier in chat, but before the stream started, I went ahead and I bought Hades because a lot of people have told me that it's pretty good. So I'm going to see how it works. I'm going to see if it's actually, you know, as good as everybody makes it out to be, and if it is as hard as people say, then I'm probably going to get my teeth kicked in. But at least it'll be fun, because this is effectively a blind playthrough of Hades. I honestly know nothing about this game. Okay, let me turn down the music a lot. Hades is a super fun game. Glad to hear it. Well, I should have a lot of fun then. Okay, here, let me see if I can get this working. OBS, come on. Why is it showing Steam? Come on. Hades. There you go. OBS is really not working with me here. Hello? What the fuck? Dude, okay. Fuck me. I'm gonna try restarting it, see if that works. This is the only problem. I did want to go in blind, so unfortunately, as a result, I didn't decide to test it before stream. And now, of course, OBS decides it doesn't want to work. It's been struggling with a lot of the new, or the games that I've been trying to put on here. OBS is a good software. Wait, oh, it worked. Okay, there we go. I see it. I think it should be working for you guys. Fingers crossed. Just let me know if it is, because I want to make sure. Alright. Then go ahead. Let's get started, assuming it is working. What is Hell Mode? For those unafraid of death and other difficult matters, the Pact of Punishment. Yep, we see it. Restarting randomly fixed it? Yeah, cool. The Pact of Punishment will make your life harder right away. I cannot change this later. You know, I think I'll experiment with that later on. Alright, let's see.
Few tales are told of Hades. whose very name inspires fear and penitence, reminding us of the inevitable fate which we all share. I, however, mean to tell you such a tale. Listen carefully.
Goodbye, Father.
It looks amazing. Okay,
To
so
hell with this place.
WASD to move. Left click to attack. Fairly straightforward stuff so far. I'm assuming if I step into that pit, I'll take fall damage. E to proceed. Okay. Yeah, the main thing I heard about Hades is that the art style was absolutely amazing, and I see it. Holy shit. Okay, so I can destroy that pillar. I can't walk through it, though, so it still acts as terrain. Alright, makes sense. I assume this is currency that I can use to buy stuff later on. Okay, so more enemies are spawning. That's actually cool. They have very similar spawn things to Gungeon. They have, like, the little circles that appear on the ground to let you know that they're about to pop in. I mean, even Wizard of Legend does that, too. Oh, I have a right click. Okay. So, I have a missile attack. Oh, so it's a missile attack that costs something. I see. Oh, but I just got it back. Okay.
There she is. It's got to be her.
Neat.
Then here goes nothing. In the name of Hades, Olympus, I accept this message.
Hail, noble cousin. Now, let's get you from that miserable place. I'll see that all of us upon Olympus do our part, beginning here with me.
Okay, so this is where I guess the roguelike elements really kick in. So I get to choose one of these bonuses. My dash deals damage. Okay, so apparently I have a dash. I didn't realize that. My cast damages foes in a small area and can deflect. Okay, I see. My attack is stronger and can deflect. Okay, somebody said Divine Dash. I kind of like the idea of being able to just, like, hit projectiles away. I'm gonna try this one. Remember, this is my first time ever playing this, so I'm just gonna experiment with things. So, I'm fine if you want to, like, tell me a bit about the game and be like, oh, this is what I like to do, but I am going to try to go with what I'm like, yeah, it seems interesting. Ooh. Okay, so dash is the same as in Wizard of Legend. I see. Oh, and that's a projectile? Okay. Damn.
Bring it.
Oh, I see. So stepping on those tiles, it's what's causing it to shoot at me. Ah. That explains it. Ow.
What do we have here?
Learning is half the fun.
I've heard.
I mean, exactly. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want people to feel like, oh, they're not allowed to talk in chat, right? But I do want to make it clear that, like, I am still learning. I don't want you to, like, tell me this is the best thing. I'm ultimately going to look at what I think looks cool. And that's what I'll pick it based off of. Neat. Okay. So knocking enemies into traps is a thing that I can do. That's good to know. Ow. Okay. Played that a bit too aggressively.
that was revelry? People having a good time? Well, sure then. In the name of Hades, Olympus, I'll accept this message.
Hey there, Zagman. How's it going? Look, you have got to get here with the rest of us already. We've been saving you a spot. Let me see what I can do. Make life a little sweeter for you in the meantime.
Okay. Drunken Flourish. Your special inflicts hangover. Press Q for your weapon's unique attack. Interesting. You can hold left mouse button as well, for a different attack. Gain health when I pick up whatever this is. Nectar, I'm guessing, according to this. So I heal back up to 30% if I drop below that. Well, this says rare, so I'm gonna go with the thing that says rare.
Leave it to the god of wine to liven things up around here.
I see. And then Q has a special attack. Okay. And I can spam this. Good to know. And now there's branching paths, it looks like?
Each exit has its own reward.
Well, I don't know which one gives what reward. But I guess I'll go this way. God damn it. I keep getting caught out by that charge. Okay, I need to bait the charge and then dodge, because I keep taking that directly to the... God damn it. That's really fast. Fuck me.
A chthonic key.
Oof.
Wonder where I can use this.
Oh, okay. That's just an exit. Okay, so I'm at 1 HP. I'd imagine that's probably not good. Come on. Charge. Okay, I kind of have the hang of it. Come on, charge me. Okay, somehow I deflected that. Okay, so that heals me for 25, so I guess I'm not dead yet, which is good. And I assume, like, you know, there is permadeath in this game, right? So, you die, you start from the beginning, I would imagine. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong in that, but that is generally what most roguelikes have. Yeah, okay, cool. Ooh. Oh, so that just broke his armor. Oh, shit. Damn. Okay, that has a long range. I probably should have died way longer ago. I pushed that way farther than I thought.
Damn it. I'm home.
Okay.
Yes, carry on, everyone. Don't mind me.
Back already.
Welcome to the House of Hades, where... Wait, I know you. Guess that means you died out there, huh? Well, don't be sad, though. Pretty much everybody dies sometime.
Some of us more than others.
Stupid boy. I told you nobody gets out of here, whether alive or dead. So how was your wanton ransacking of my domain?
Greetings, Father. My ransacking was a delight, thank you for asking. So I'll just be on my way again.
Be on your way indeed. What do I care? You shall never reach the surface. Go, see for yourself.
Infernal watchdog Cerberus regards the underworld prince with mixed emotions, from purest joy to deepest melancholy.
You watch over things for me, won't you, boy? You know I'd take you if I could.
Alright, so I guess this is like the little hub world.
Good to see you, lad, despite the circumstances. Remember your training up
Achilles,
there.
huh.
The pain of death is but another obstacle.
And fear is for the weak. Take care, Achilles.
Alright.
The House of Hades. That dark and
Can I pet him? I'll try to pet him after
lair of
this.
The underworld's king is home not just to him, but to his willful progeny.
You know I can hear you, old man.
Yeah, that's locked, apparently. You can pet Cerberus. Okay.
There's a good boy.
There you go. Interesting.
You have come home. Do not despair, child. Such setbacks are inevitable and may be overcome with effort and with time. You made contact with the goddess Athena. She shall be true to her word.
I believe it, Nix. I'm grateful that you put us into contact. I know you took a considerable risk in reaching out.
The risk is not to me. I expected the Olympians would involve themselves in this eventually. Reveal to them no more than they already know. Are we understood?
Yes, we are.
So, I guess
Go.
the game kind of, it seems, intends for you to die. Which, obviously, right, like, nobody's supposed to beat it on their first try. I'm curious, I assume somebody's probably already tested this, but, like, is it possible to beat the game on your first attempt? And is there, like, special dialogue if that happens?
Hey, room. I'm back.
Use the mirror to go
Night and darkness
stronger.
guide me.
Deals bonus attack and special damage when striking foes from behind. The game does have unique dialogue. That's cool. Okay. See, yeah, that's what I was wondering. I figured, like, it would make sense if there was, like, special dialogue for doing that. See, and that's the thing. That's the type of shit that I love trying to do. So, I mean, so far this game seems cool. If I continue really enjoying it, then that is absolutely the kind of stuff that I would like to do. Like, challenge myself to beat it, like, on my first try with no upgrades. Like, one thing that I've been doing with Gungeon in my spare time, or I used to, I haven't put attempts into it recently, is I tried to, beat the entire game with only the pilot starter pistol, and it's fucking brutal. But I got down to, I think the Hollow with it. It's just, some of the Hollow bosses are mathematically impossible with just the pilot starter and no extra passives, so it could be a bit tricky. Okay, so I can unlock a weapon.
I can escape through that pink window there. There we go. Koronach, the Heart Seeker. Let's deal some death.
Psst, over here.
What the?
Nice place you got here, boyo. Name's Skelly, how's it going? But enough with the small talk already. I'm here to do a job. So let me have it. Give me everything you got.
He's the training
I don't
dummy.
remember having you on payroll, mate. Who's your supervisor?
Oh, I'm not about to wrap my sources, pal. Just try and beat it out of me.
If you insist.
Well, I guess he's into that.
Felt that one.
Volley fire? Release while flashing to power shot? Okay, so it seems something I'm not doing right is release this while flashing to do a power shot. Unless that's what I'm doing, but it's not checking it off, so clearly not.
Yeah, keep going.
The white flash? Do I have to, like, time it super precisely? Like... It's right before it stops flashing white.
Oops.
Good one.
There, okay.
That's the stuff. Whoa. Whoa.
Okay, so there's like a small window where I can get an extra powerful shot. Neat. That's volley fire.
All that damage? That was nothing, pal.
Interesting. And this was the weapon from before.
That thing some work, I guess.
Okay. I'll try the bow out.
No turning back.
Okay, so I guess every run starts the same.
Is this really him? Okay.
Greetings there, young man. Look, your father's always been rather difficult, and he's not so much as called in quite some time. You'll have a better home where you belong, here on Olympus. And to help you on your journey, have my blessing.
Alright. My special causes a lightning bolt to strike foes. My cast is a burst of chain lightning that bounces between foes. Dash causes a lightning bolt to strike foes. I'm gonna try this one.
Lord Uncle Zeus lending his support. Never thought I'd see the day. Or night. Whenever.
Ah, the camera keeps readjusting. I think I've kind of gotten the hang of that, though.
Stand aside. That was for last time.
Oh, I see. So if you kill the same enemy type that killed you, it says that was for last time. That's neat. Okay, ranged weapons seem way easier, just inherently. Doesn't really surprise me. Oh, okay, so these symbols correspond to a god. I'm guessing? So whatever door I go through, I'm gonna get, like, a blessing of that particular god after I complete that floor? Ow.
Divine arrow. There's only one heavenly archer I know of. Well...
Alright.
I heard about you. Look, I'm not like all the others on Olympus. The power of the hunt helps keep me company, so maybe it'll help you too.
If you know the Greek gods, it's not too hard to work out which is which. Yeah, I vaguely know the Greek gods. I'm not, like, super familiar with it all. My special is stronger with a 20% chance to deal critical damage. Interesting. My cast seeks foes. I'm gonna try this.
The power of the hunt sounds like good company to keep.
Okay, it looks like I can only go through one door, unless I'm missing something. Ah. Okay. Hard to gauge the exact depth from that. So I can just spam the dash attack.
Underworld's power.
That seems good. So that just gives me currency that I can use to upgrade stuff. That looks like a fruit. I don't know what that is. Let's see what this one is.
Heads up. Skullomats. Coin from the dead. Father won't miss a couple coins.
Oh, that's just the currency. Okay. I see. I'd imagine early on it's probably better for me to just go to floors that give me more currency. So that way I can get better upgrades. I would assume so, at least.
Absorbed my blow.
So I guess you need to do stronger attacks against enemies with armor. It does no damage. Okay. Maybe it's just a chance, because that hit. Okay. Wasn't too bad. Now, how long is the entire game? Fuck.
That's something.
Hit that.
Olympus, I
Hurt a little bit.
Message.
Your cast... Oh. So that's even stronger than before. Lightning effects also make foes jolted. They inflict lightning damage that harms nearby foes. I'm just going to try Electric Shot because it says it's epic, so... let's go with the one that gives me a key. I'd like to try out new weapons.
Numbskulls.
Standard hour long of most roguelikes. And out of curiosity, how long is the speed run of it? Because, like, Gungeon can take a really long time, but Gungeon in a speed run people have speedrun Gungeon in, like, no time at all. It takes, like, 5 minutes or something. If you know. Ah, shit, I just walked right out. In-game time, 5 minutes, 32 seconds? Jesus Christ. I assume they take out loading screens?
This can unlock something back home. They got me. No way to patch up. Got to keep going. Uh-oh. Okay.
Keeps moving my cursor a little bit. Like, I'm aiming somewhere, and at the last second when I fire, it aims it in a different direction. Not sure what the deal with that is. Okay. Okay, that was like a boss fight, right? Painful Ways is such a good soundtrack. My attack is stronger with a 15% chance to deal critical damage. The in-game timer is something in the settings, I see. After I deal critical damage to a foe, it's marked. For 6 seconds, the victim has a higher chance of taking critical damage. Your critical effects deal even more damage to armor. Well, I feel like I should increase my crit chance before I actually get powers that make it so when I crit, it's better. So, like, this is epic, so it's rarer, I would assume. And it makes my base attack strong, which is what I'm mostly doing damage with. So I'm going to go ahead and say that's probably the strongest, maybe?
Don't think I've gone this far. You're dust.
Okay. Okay, so I definitely got at least one crit there. Okay, so I assume this is healing, so I want to get more health because I've taken a bit of damage.
May I help you?
Okay, so the attack patterns of the enemies are starting to get a bit spicier. Nice. What is this? Oh, there's a shop.
Let's see what's in here.
Oh. I've been walking past those thinking they were just like things just sitting there. Okay. Restore 20 life. Gain gemstones. Passive, gain 20% move speed. Okay. I'm just gonna heal, and I'm gonna keep moving, so... That's an apple. That gives me more money. Let's see what the apple does. Now that I've played this game, though, I'm gonna have to play Risk of Rain 2, because I've said that, oh yeah, the two games that people have told me to play are Risk of Rain 2 and Hades. So it would seem unfair. I'm not going to do it on this stream, of course. This is the last game this stream. I am going to play it for a bit longer, though. Because I'm actually, yeah, this is fun. But yeah, now I gotta try Risk of Rain 2. My cousin's gonna be so salty, though. They'll be like, oh, I tell you to play Risk of Rain 2 for years, and you only play it because your stream tells you to. But I guess considering the fact that I've been telling him to play Final Fantasy XIV for years, and he only played it because Asmongold did, I think it's fair. Oh, so I can rank up my abilities. So it improves my attack. My special is stronger. I think I'm just gonna keep boosting my regular attack, considering I'm just doing a lot of my damage using that. The special seems good, but the special is more like AoE focused, it looks like. Whereas, the left click is single target. It's just sitting there. It can't be that easy. What's gonna happen if I try to take it?
Feeling stronger.
What is
Beyond
this?
the present chamber lies the outermost perimeter of
The
Tartarus.
chat holds power unimaginable to
terrifying
others.
dangers far beyond the Underworld Prince's reckoning.
Unrelated to stream, but is there a good Final Fantasy tank class that's similar to a playstyle of Bear in WoW? In the sense of shapeshifting, there's no class in Final Fantasy that shapeshifts. Hard to say. I mean, honestly, not really. Bear is probably something that doesn't really translate into Final Fantasy. There's like Warrior definitely translates well. I would say Warrior is probably more similar to like Gunbreaker than anything. Yeah, probably. You have parries and stuff. Gunbreaker has like a pretty hefty burst. It has like some slight self-healing, but it's mostly about like parries and like reducing damage taken. Paladin in World of Warcraft translates very, very closely to Paladin in Final Fantasy. Dark Knight translates very, very closely to Death Knight in WoW and stuff. So Warrior is a bit of the irony, right? Is I would say that in some ways, Warrior in Final Fantasy is actually not similar to Warrior in WoW. Gunbreaker in Final Fantasy is more similar to Warrior in WoW. It doesn't have a shield, so probably Warrior in WoW is like kind of it can either be translated into either just Paladin or Gunbreaker, depending on how you look at it. I really like Gunbreaker. I think Gunbreaker is a lot of fun. Honestly, if you're looking for, like, maybe Vengeance Demon Hunter would be, like, a good comparison for Warrior. Warrior is just kind of weird in Final Fantasy. It's strange. It's a good tank. I like it, but it definitely is a weird tank. Risk of Rain 2 is one of your most absolute favorite games. Interesting. I'll give it a shot. I don't know, like, when I'll play it. Risk of Rain 2 is way more fun than Hades, but both games are super fun. Yeah, I'll definitely have to try it at some point. But yeah, unfortunately, nothing really translates from Bear. There's also, like, Guardian Druid is probably the one tank in, or, maybe not. Guardian Druid doesn't really have a direct one-for-one translation.
Halt, Zagreus.
Okay.
Not one step further.
Megara. Oh, it's a boss in Throne of Thunder. Another tank that doesn't have a great translation into Final Fantasy is Brewmaster Monk. Brewmaster Monk, there's nothing in Final Fantasy like Stagger. So Brewmaster Monk is very unique in that regard.
Come on, Meg. Haven't we had more than enough of each other by now? Besides, don't you have someplace else to be?
Your father sent me. All in all, I'd rather be on your bad side than his. Now you can turn back, like a good little man, or I can send you home the painful way. What'll it be?
I'll have to go with the painful way.
A man after my own heart.
Okay.
Beg me for mercy, fool.
Definitely want to get rid of the ads as soon as possible. Okay. So there's no iframes like Gungeon, at least not at the, like, tail end of it. Unless I just timed it poorly. These explosions are rough. I might just need to start focusing her. She's at half HP. I should probably be using my right click more often. I keep forgetting to use that. Ow. Dashed right into that one. Ow. Okay. Interesting. Nice. I guess that was a crit. Whew. Okay.
Be seeing you around. Achilles might know what to do with this.
Titan blood. Battled out of Tartarus with the heart-seeking bow. I see. It makes sense in retrospect, though, since Bear runs off Iron Fur, which is off the GCD. I mean, Final Fantasy has a lot of off-GCD, like, mitigation. I mean, there's, like... The main thing that, I'd say doesn't translate well in terms of Bear stuff, it would be, like, Frenzied Regen. There's no, like, in Iron Fur, kind of, there's no spammable, like, mitigation and stuff. You have stuff like Shield Block, you have stuff like Death Strike, you have things like, Word of Glory. That's, like, a lot of the mitigation that tanks have. But there's nothing like spammable Iron Fur or spammable Ignore Pain, right? You have a lot of, like, little mitigation abilities, and that's what you have to rely on. Slain foes have a 15% increased chance to drop health items. Interesting. I guess more health seems nice. I don't really care about getting, like, temporary buffs, though. Maybe I should be investing more in these, but, like, I don't know. My gut instinct tells me that I shouldn't be worrying about temporary buffs like that.
Other than those in the trusted inner circle of Lord Hades are authorized to enter the
duration on them? Yeah, that's like the next few encounters, right? So.
But the prince decides to barge in anyway.
I barge where I please.
Dashes have iframes, but dash attacks don't. So if you accidentally did one of those, that might be why. Ah, it could have been.
Wash away my boons.
Purge. I see. I don't really want to do that. I'm happy with what I have.
Up we go then. And check.
Interesting.
Now we're getting
Achievement
somewhere.
unlocked. Escaped Taurus. Cool. Ah. 1 second. I have to stretch real quick. Okay.
The once verdant plains of Asphodel are now engulfed in scintillating flame, having been flooded by the river Phlegethon, whose hideously superheated contents could bring death swiftly even to those resistant to most heat.
I will say, correct me if I'm wrong, but like,
not flame proof.
In Greek mythology, Hades isn't a bad guy, right?
Wasn't this whole expanse once lush and green?
Honestly, isn't Zeus kind of like arguably worse than Hades in like actual Greek mythology? Wait. Oh. I can walk off the bridge. Okay, that's good to know, I suppose. You watched a war movie with your dad and I'm still streaming? Yes, I am. Hades, your favorite roguelike in terms of music and playstyle? Well, for those who are new here, this is my first time playing Hades. So I bought it just for this stream because a lot of people have told me it's really good. I've known for a while that it was really good, I just never got around to it. So this is effectively like a blind playthrough of Hades. This is like, I think we're on like hour 2 of it. But this is my second run. I died like after 10 minutes or so, maybe 5 minutes, I forget exactly, on my first attempt, but this is decently going well, I guess. But yes, welcome back, Cosmic Wolf.
Time to collect.
Oh, I got health. Cool. From what I remember, Hades was somewhat more benevolent. All of them are bad in different ways depending on what you read. Yeah, that's fair. I'll go for the key. I mean, Zeus was like the asshole who cheated on his wife like a million times and would just randomly like fuck people up out of spite. That's like the one thing that I remember reading. Oh! I recognize these types of mobs. Wow, that did a lot of damage. Nice, that crits. Can't tell if I took damage from that. Okay. Artemisa and Poseidon combo is quite strong. I'll have to find out more. Obviously, first time playing this, still figuring it out. Hercules is our true hero. Zeus was sticking it everywhere. Fair enough, yeah. Or, they all did, to be fair. Yeah. Okay. So is there anything like, Gungeon or Wizard of Legend where, like, if you destroy terrain, it has a chance to pop out money? I guess, like, you know, that even originated way back when in, like, what, Legend of Zelda probably, like, was one of the first few games to do that? I mean, fuck, you could even say that, like, if you break bricks in Mario, it does that, too. Don't forget to use the redstone, it's free damage. I keep forgetting that, yeah. There's some golden pots? Interesting. Okay, I'll have to keep an eye out for that.
That's the barge of death.
Oh!
Not a scratch. Slowing down.
Took some damage there.
Didn't work.
Oh, that's lava.
Artemis. Olympus, I accept this message.
After I cast or hit with an attack or special, fire a seeking arrow. Interesting. I'm just the type that breaks everything in the room for satisfaction. Fair enough. Okay, so now that I have a decent crit chance, a foe near it is marked. Critical effects are even more effective to armor. I kind of want to try support fire. I like the idea of getting like a bunch of little extra hits. Like especially on the special. Like if I hit a bunch of targets with that, assuming the arrow would do the same amount regardless of what it is. Then in theory that would just be a bunch of bonus damage. I fucked that up.
To eat.
Okay, so I can boost my attack even more. Or I could boost support fire. I kind of just want to boost this even further. Have I played bullets per minute? I have not. What level am I at? Oh, I don't know. I don't know all, like, the terminology yet, so once again, just started playing this game, don't really know, what, like, level I'm even on. This is only my second run, so I'm still getting used to it. 50? I don't know. I'm in the second zone? Cool. Asthma fell. Alright. I just noticed that 3 hours have passed since I turned on the stream and started leveling your warrior. Oh, you were asking him what level his warrior is. I see. I get it. Second zone out of 5. Okay, I'm gonna take the heal over here. Yeah, I just read Mutated's message after I read yours. Probably should read them in order going forward. That would be a good idea. Oh. Damn, you're still alive? Yes, I am. Okay.
I feel stronger.
Was this the secret special game I had planned? Yes. I've never played Hades before. This is effectively a blind playthrough. I can still say blind playthrough on YouTube. I think it's only banned on Twitch. So there you go. Cosmic just said bread. Okay. I don't know why Cosmic just typed bread. God damn it, I did it again. I walked into the lava. Ah. Okay. Oh, you didn't hear about that, Nagasaki?
No.
Well done.
Oh, great.
Lernian Bone Hydra. Has nobody else heard about blind playthrough was banned on Twitch? So using the term blind playthrough on a stream is banned because Twitch wants to make it so blind playthrough is a term reserved only for people who are blind who are playing a game. So basically they said that you're what's the term, ableist or whatever, if you use the term blind playthrough, because it's a term that should be reserved for people who are actually blind.
No effect.
Ow. So, you know, Twitch is something else sometimes. Oh, that hurts. Holy shit. Did they not stick to that? I have no idea if they stuck to that, but I heard that they were doing it, and there was like a massive amount of backlash because everybody was like, this is so stupid. So if they decided they were going to go back on that, then I haven't heard, because I just wasn't following it. But I know that so many people talked about that, were like, are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit, these attacks are fast! Oh my goodness. Holy shit! Okay. You know what? I want to do one more. That was fun. God damn.
I'll get that Hydra.
That felt a bit insane, I'll be completely real here. Didn't really feel like I had anywhere to stand.
It's usually pretty quiet keeping watch over the pool of sticks back there, but it's sure been busy lately. Why, somebody else came through just earlier. You should have seen the look on my face when it wasn't you.
You just got married, back home to relax and get some sleep, then off to the airport for your Disney World honeymoon? Awesome, Griffin. Glad to hear it. Congrats. Let me read chat, because a lot of people responded to that blind playthrough thing. The last weapon to the right to unlock is a rifle?
Glad to keep things interesting.
When you used to stream, you did some with a blind on as a challenge. This is for fighting games as a perk. Oh yeah, I've heard people doing that.
Someone's at the desk next to the throne.
Could you call it a blind playthrough if you were using a blindfold? Would that be more ableist? Yeah. Hydra is a great boss. There's aim assist that you can turn off if you feel uncomfortable. Wait, is that what that is? Where is it? Aim assist. Because I felt like it kept trying to, like, adjust my aim. And that was really bothering me. How do I turn off aim assist? Aim assist. Oh, thank fuck. It was really bothering me, because sometimes I'm like, okay, I totally have this shot, and it would just, like, twitch at the last second. And I was like, what the fuck? Okay, that should be a lot better, then. Thank you, Ignacio. I really appreciate that. Renovates?
Some sort of special offer for me, my good shade.
Fountain chamber?
Work authorized. A fountain chamber in the depths of Tartarus sounds like an excellent idea.
Ah. Wait, so you can get decor? Ah. Oh, I see. So the urns, you have to unlock them. Ah. You didn't realize aim assist was default on? Yeah, that's strange. I've never seen a game do that.
Asleep somewhere. Who's that sniveling shade to your immediate left there, Father? Already found someone new to do the busy work. And here I thought I was utterly indispensable.
That shade boy is my newly designated contractor. One whose responsibility is to work on this house. Though who shall pay for everything my subjects here demand, I do not know.
You're trying to guilt me into funding the exorbitant furnishings you desire.
Perhaps once we are finished with repairs for all the carnage you have sown throughout my realm, then we might finally have time for all the needed renovations that have piled up.
Nice.
You love your Steam controller? Yeah, I just prefer mouse and keyboard generally.
Happen to know whom I should thank for the weapons just outside my chambers, Achilles?
I'm sure I wouldn't, lad. Though if I happen to run into them, I'll let them know.
The story gets better the more you approach the endgame. Hope I enjoy it. Interesting. Have I played Dead Cells? I have not. No.
The prodigal son returns. Everyone's saying I went easy on you, Zag.
The story in Hades is amazing. Interesting. I didn't realize that this was actually a story-based game. Huh. That should be cool then. I didn't realize that was the thing. Yeah, I've never been a big controller user, I guess. I never really played it on consoles, like, as a kid. I played a little bit. Tiny bit. Mostly I just played on my computers.
Don't worry, Meg. I eventually managed to get home the painful way after all.
Look, I have a reputation to uphold. You get past me again like that, you best go all the way. Now leave me be and don't think you're gonna be so lucky next we meet out there.
So, question, is it a randomized boss every time, or is it the same boss for the end? Because, like, Enter the Gungeon, for instance, has 3 potential bosses on every floor. So, like, floor 1, there's, like, the Trigger Twins, there's the, Gatling Gull, and then there's, I forget what the other one is. And then there's, like, every single floor has a set of bosses, and it picks a random boss out of those 3. Same boss, but different variants. Okay, I see. You mostly used it to sit back and relax when you used it in WoW for fishing? You could use a controller for fishing? Ah. Alright, let's see. Death Defiance. Wait, there's a cheat death. Interesting. There's variants and you, for example, end up fighting all 3 Furies eventually? I see. The power of add-ons.
That's beyond my means.
I don't want to buy the cheat death. I feel like the cheat death would just be too easy, right?
How's it going?
There you are.
Hey, Skelly, you look like you know your way around Tartarus. Found some of this ancient Titan blood out there, and I was looking to score some more.
Ah, you come to the right place regarding that there, pal. It's your mean weapons back there that can find this stuff. Once you get all the way through Tartarus with one, that's all the blood you're gonna get. For the time being, anyhow.
How am I supposed to keep track of which weapons I've earned these with, then?
I don't know. There's always the invention of writing stuff down. You'll figure something out.
Alright. So there's a shield. So what I assume they're referring to there is whatever that currency is. I guess every single time I beat like a level with that currency, or with that weapon, I get one of that currency, and then I need to do it with a different weapon to get more of the currency. I'm guessing.
Aegis, shield of chaos. Lend me your power.
Cheat death isn't essential, it's just helpful. I mean, like, that's the thing. I don't like using cheat death because it kind of breaks the fundamentals of roguelikes in many ways to me. I don't know.
I can do this.
Walk up to the weapon I have equipped. Ooh. Interesting. Shield toss.
No, keep hitting me.
Interesting. I haven't unlocked upgrades yet. I see.
All right, I'm back.
Time to go.
Well, let's see how the shield works.
That looks like a Daedalus hammer. Enchantments for my weapon.
After my special hits, my next 2 attacks deal plus 80% damage. During your dash, your special is faster and deals 200% damage. Your special can strike up to 4 additional foes before returning. That sounds good.
Daedalus, wherever you may be right now, thank you.
Wait, yeah, I could just spam this, right? Okay, that seems good. When you hold the charge, it blocks all damage the way you're facing? Interesting. Oh, that's sick! I like that.
This can unlock a weapon back at home.
Okay. Guess there's only one way to go.
Out of my way. The prize of battle. This one was bound to show up, I guess.
So this
In the name of
Ares?
Hades.
You've got quite the fighting
Yeah,
spirit,
Ares, okay.
I have to say. Most intriguing, and yet no surprise for someone born in hell itself. You come on out of there and tell me all about it. I'm a fellow student of death, you see.
Look at Captain America over here. This is pretty fun. My attack inflicts doom. After a brief moment deals damage. My cast sends a blade rift hurling ahead. Interesting. My dash creates a blade rift where I started. So it's like a little vortex thing. You're a fan of ranged weapons? It feels more comfortable to dodge? Yeah, I mean, the bow felt pretty intuitive. I do dislike the idea that I had to sit there and charge up a shot, so... I'm gonna try Curse of Agony.
The war is on.
That's a heal, right? So I'm gonna go with the currency. Because I'm at full HP. Oh, another Ares. I think I'll be ending the leveling tonight. I'm heading to bed. See you later. Bye, Mutated. That's Nectar? What does Nectar do? After having a max level of every class, it feels like a waste of time to level another character. I've leveled multiple of a lot of things, so...
Brimstones.
Whoa. It siphons health for me. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, it's just a laser beam, and I happen to be standing right in it. Nectar is used to progress the story. Interesting.
In the name of Hades.
My dash creates a blade rift where I started. Sure. It improves your relationships with people? Wait, is there like a dating sim in Hades? Is that a thing?
Must be the fountain chamber I commissioned back at home.
Prangle's heading off. Good luck getting through Hades. Thank you. Appreciate you being here.
Good.
Sort of.
A place of
Interesting.
calm and respite.
And not a moment too soon.
Well, this says it's like an extra challenge, so I'm gonna go here. Gotta get Meg and that other girl.
Lads.
That felt pretty good. Holy shit! Meg and Thanatos are the way to go. Polygamy for the win. Oh dear God.
Must be a mess. Let's see here. Hi there. In the name of Hades, Olympus, I accept this message.
Why, hello there, little godling. I have to say,
Okay.
you're quite the specimen.
Well, speaking
And
of which...
I've decided I shall aid you for the moment. You interested?
My special does more damage and inflicts weak? Well, I'm using my special a lot. So... yeah.
Interested? In the power to break hearts? Sure, I don't see why not.
You wish they had more creative and interesting allied races? Yeah, that would be nice. Ow. Ow. All my attacks missed at like point blank range. I'm bad apparently. Is this the run? What, am I getting a lot of good stuff? I obviously can't tell, but... it's not gonna be the run if I keep playing like dog shit like I was before. That boss fight did, or I guess mini-boss, did feel pretty good.
Yes.
I want to get more weapons, so I'm gonna take the key. Okay, so charging in, bad idea on armored targets, apparently. So I'm just gonna kite, gonna not play it super aggro. I say that, and then I immediately charge back in like a fucking frog, but ow. Ah.
A key to a weapon. What I wouldn't give for, say, a healing flask of some sort.
When's my Murloc race that hates everybody? You gotta play smart when playing with a shield? Yeah. I'm sure I'll get used to it. I mean, it does make sense, but here's the thing, you know, you guys know how I play Brat Warrior and WoW. I'm not known for being very smart with a shield. I'm known for doing really dumb bullshit with a shield. So, yeah. Okay. There are lots of enemies here. I'm gonna use the ricochet to just cleave all the shit. I feel like once I get the enemy trapped against the wall, I can do a really, really large amount of damage. You just spam abuse the block. I should probably try to get the block to do more, yeah. So I can make my special do even more damage. I kind of want to just make my shield toss do, like, ridiculous damage. Especially with the bounce, it seems really good. Whenever you unlock the upgrades, you can get far more aggressive with the shield. Interesting. This feels kind of stupidly powerful, though. This is literally just fucking Captain America playstyle. Just non-stop bounces. Alright. I mean, this seems just like... Yeah, kind of dumb. Easy. I just press Q, it ricochets to everything, does a ridiculous amount of damage. Cool. Wait, there's a shield emote? Interesting. Ow.
Take that.
The Daedalus Ricochet is great. Spear is your favorite weapon. I think Spear is the one that I have to unlock with 4 keys, right? So that's the one that I'll get next. So we'll see. With the Spear and Trident, you can become a Beyblade. Interesting.
Why, good to see you, Charon, mate. Just minding my own business, taking in the sights, and hey, what's that you got? Some sort of wares for sale? Then I'll just have a look around. Just what I need.
I would have bought the upgrade if I could have afforded it. Alright. So I'm guessing this is going to be Meg again.
Can't get rid of me, Meg.
Ever stubborn, aren't you? Maybe my whip might make you reconsider whatever it is that you're attempting here.
Your whip's not been all that persuasive in the past.
Maybe persistence will pay off for both of us. Come then.
Ow. Oh, that's nuts. I can block her charge. Ow. Okay. Wait, can I just... Oh, that's broken. Oh, I whipped. Oh my god, that's so busted! Shit, okay. Bad timing. No more fucking around. I need to actually play it safe. Ow. I say play it safe, and then I just get hit by fucking everything. Jesus Christ, I am playing like shit right now.
Yes.
Real endgame boss is getting Charon to reduce his prices.
This holds some sort of power, but for what?
Whew. Captain blocks a lot, and that's why it's your favorite weapon? Yeah, I can see that. That's pretty cool.
Well, I did.
Next boon I find has upgraded rarity? Sure. Can it block the Minotaur charge? I don't know what that is, but I guess we'll find out later on.
The path from Tartarus is finally laid bare.
Lovely.
Yeah, I got a bit too greedy there. Fucking around with the, whatchamacallit, the blocks and stuff. Never really... I never really tried to, like, play it super seriously, and I'm like, okay, then now I'm really low, and I'm like, maybe I should actually take this serious and not just fucking sit here with shield block active. My shield toss does seem like the strongest ability I have. Obviously, I did get really good upgrades for it, so there's that. Shit. Took a tick of fire damage there. Okay, so that's nectar. What is that? Okay, so what is the question mark? There's a question mark and there's nectar. You're okay, Cosmic. Don't worry. Poseidon can be really helpful when playing with the shield since it gives knockback to most attacks. Interesting. Huh. It's an event. You should go for the or exclamation mark? Okay, cool.
What? Singing? Here?
An Aphrodite encounter.
Come on in.
Okay.
How do I get
dash clear through that wall, I think.
Dash through? Oh. It looked like it was elevated. I was like, can I dash through?
Hey, you must be the Hades kid. How's it going then, your royal majesty? Nice to meet you. I'm Eurydice. What brings a big, important guy like you up to a place like this?
Hi there. No need for formalities, I'm Zagreus. Just heading out on some official business, past the menacing bone hydra. Don't mean to be rude, though I'm in a bit of a rush.
Well, don't you have your hands full, hun? I'll let you go. But there's one rule in my place, which is, nobody leaves here empty-handed. You got that? So take your pick. My treat.
The 2 random boons of yours are upgraded to the next rarity? That sounds good. Up to 4 random boons of yours gain +1 level. That seems really good too. I'm just gonna upgrade all my boons, I guess.
As you wish, your royal majesty.
Thanks so much. Thanks again.
Okay, bye.
Oh, there's a shop over there.
Slam dancers.
Accidentally fell into the lava again.
Come die again.
Oh, he blew up from that trap. Okay, slain foes have a chance to drop health. I don't know what this does, so I'll buy it.
What do I get?
Centaur Soul. What is that? I have no idea what that is. Cool. And I guess I'll gain some gemstones. Like I'm gonna need to start stockpiling those for like later upgrades. This gives me a Zeus power. This gives me, I don't know, something with a crow's head. And this gives me, ooh, Ares. Okay. So far, the Ares stuff seems good. I don't know. That's what I've been mostly running with, and it's worked.
The Witch's Circle.
Okay. This is tough. Just sitting there taking all the shots. Okay. Yeah, shield seems pretty cool. Like, that's just broken.
Witchcraft.
What the fuck?
What can you do?
I got 25 extra HP. Interesting.
In the name of Hades.
What is duo? My doom effects continually strike weak foes? Wait, hold up. But my shields applies weak. That's like kind of nutty, right? That seems like a really broken synergy, unless I'm missing something. Is that why it says duo? I don't know.
Wave makers.
Ow. I keep accidentally shield charging out into the lava. I need to stop doing that. What is this smoke stuff? Ow.
All set.
Duo means it's two gods combined, but you need to inflict both debuffs for it. I see, but doesn't my shield already afflict doom? And then it also afflicts weak. So I think that I technically am getting that buff, unless I'm forgetting something. I don't know how to check what powers I have.
Burn flingers. Gemstones.
Your left mouse button inflicts doom and your special does weak. You press B to check powers. Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay. Okay, I see. My attack afflicts doom. Okay, or inflicts. Afflicts and inflicts is like... Ugh. It's gonna fuck with my head. Alright, another Ares one. I'm just gonna take this.
In the name of Hades.
My attack, special, and cast deal 10% more damage. I'm just gonna pick that.
Having traversed the flaming river Phlegathon to gain this vantage point, relentless Zagreus must now confront a foe of unimaginable savagery, who lies ahead, awaiting patiently its time to strike.
Way to spoil the surprise, old man.
Oh, we're back here.
You come to fulfill my father's wishes.
The range in that is really short. They come out way faster. Shouldn't have gone in at that point. Okay, this is where I died last time. This phase right here. Okay, they're all dead. Nice. Oh, that's a... It smashes the ground multiple times. Okay, so I need to be really careful with that. Ow. Okay, that ricocheted around and got me. And then it's gonna do its big shot, right? Okay. Nice.
Made it. Barely. Nice.
Okay, so I think the problem that I had the first time is I kept trying to focus down one of those hydras at a time. This time I just kind of focused on dodging and just getting in little bits of damage whenever I could. And that seemed to work better, so I don't know if that's the strat, but yeah. Slow and steady wins the race, yeah. Still getting used to the shield block thing. A lot of times I try to block and I accidentally just do an attack. So I need to get better at, like, getting the timing down on charging up that block. That's what's really fucking me up a lot. I'll definitely get a heal. I'll save the rest of my money, though.
Never been this far. Thank you.
So this is level 3.
The Fields of Elysium.
Elysium.
The rare heavenly splendors of Elysium, reserved for only the most great of mortal souls, spread forth luxuriantly all about the fire-stepping prince.
Neat.
Luxuriantly? Really?
Let's go with this thing. You try to nuke one first and use that space for movement. That sounds like a good idea, yeah.
Bright swords. He's trying to respawn. Damn, he's recovered.
Interesting. So they revive.
That eyeball, is that him? Welcome. Like that.
Okay, it looks like there's still more. Oh, that enemy. So that's what's shooting the magical pink butterflies at me. Okay, cool.
Power of Olympus.
Can upgrade one of these. I can just increase my attack damage by 4%. I think I'm just gonna, yeah, boost my overall damage. Let's go with health.
Long spears.
Nice. Okay, so, like, I feel like if I shield bash them against the wall and then just kind of combo them there, that seems pretty effective. Gonna heal.
Keep me going.
And I guess I'll pick this. Hydrolite. So, restores 10% whenever I enter a chamber. Ah! Okay. Well, I'll just keep getting more health.
Strongbows.
Alright, so I'm back at full HP. This actually feels really clean, now that I'm getting used to it. So this is a challenge floor, it looks like, because of the skull.
Soul-sucking butterflies.
Reminds you of Diablo? Yeah, this does have a lot of Diablo vibes, definitely. I can see what you mean. Definitely taking a lot of damage here. Is it just gonna infinitely spawn these things? Shit. Okay, I think that means they're not going to spawn anymore, so now I can just play it safe. Jesus Christ. These archers especially are just fucking me up. Holy shit. Well, that's most of my health gone.
Butterflies. Ugh.
That was
I just goddess of the hunt, not medicine, so I don't know if this is going to help right now, but...
That's... Okay, that's amusing. Goddess of the hunt, not medicine, because I'm at low HP. Interesting. My dash strike does more damage. My cast seeks foes with a chance to do crits. I'm just gonna take 60% increased dash damage. Don't know if that's gonna help. I healed for 20 thanks to that other thing I had though, so... I guess not screwed? Yeah, apparently. I'm still in this. Come on. Is it really pillar humping me right now? Am I getting pillar humped by the AI? What the fuck? That's a thing that it can do? Ow. Okay. Unfortunate. That last fight, I just took way too much fucking damage. Don't die? Yeah. Oh well.
Alright then.
Fuck me.
Hey, where's Hypnos?
Olympus knows of him, bestowing on him all their worthless blessings here within my realm. Our realm. Explain to me how exactly
Got him.
this is possible.
Thank you, Brian.
Either your limitless power has considerably waned, or you are up to something.
Do not question my power, Hades. Your son was bound to be discovered the closer he came to the surface. The Olympians are pleased to know they have a distant relative and bid him welcome to their mountain. That is all. Their influence is very limited.
Blood and darkness. Do not speak to me about their influence. I've seen their influence firsthand. You made a
Jesus,
mistake.
Brian.
You would speak to me of foolish mistakes. You cannot change the course that has been set. Try all you like.
Nix.
Interesting.
What's that there? Something from the Fates?
I guess I'll try this.
The fated list of minor prophecies. That sounds somewhat exciting, I suppose.
So a new
Am I composed entirely
upgrade
of
thing?
gemstones? Must have missed Achilles.
Neat.
What are your sisters up to these days, Meg? I've not seen them around.
We're stretched a little thin, as you can see. Some kind of war up there meant lots of business here. I'm left to hold the line and deal with you.
Hey, that must be the fated list. The fated list of minor prophecies.
Huh. Interesting. Oh, so these are like quests. So as I complete these, I get rewards. Oh, so I have to meet all these characters. Then I have to meet every single god. I see. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Well, interesting. I guess that's something to, you know, work towards. I'm gonna save my keys to unlock the new weapon. I'm just gonna take the health thing. Still don't want to buy the cheap thing.
That. Let's see what's in here. Varatha, the Eternal Spear. Join my pursuit.
What is that thing?
Okay, so you can stab with this, release a spin attack, and it has 2 levels of charge. Oh, that's neat.
Miss me, boyo.
Okay. This weapon seems kind of cool.
Back in one piece.
I'm guessing there's 2 more weapons that I have yet to unlock, though, so I'll have to work towards those.
Stygius, blade of the underworld, I need your strength.
And then by using this, I gain additional currency. Interesting. Huh. Cool. Okay. So, that being said, I did say after the next run I was going to stop it here. It's been 9 hours. I played a lot of different games. Any Risk of Rain 2 enjoyers? God damn it, Brian. I've already mentioned multiple times that you really like Risk of Rain 2. I'll play it. I'll definitely try it at this point. I mean, it's like one of the last major roguelikes that I haven't played. So, definitely, I'll try it, okay? Okay, Brian, if I try Risk of Rain 2, will you play it with me? Apparently it's a multiplayer game, so I've been told, so. Like, when I eventually do, I don't know when, but a Risk of Rain 2 stream, can I get you to do that? I guess we'd have to schedule it or something, but maybe. Yes, I will. Fuck yeah. Okay, cool. So at some point, don't know when, next weekend, as I've already said, is going to be Classic WoW. Now, I have said this, but I will be streaming again on Wednesday. Don't know what I'm going to be doing on Wednesday, so Wednesday will probably be a bit more chill. This was definitely a bit of a unique stream. As I've said before, I thought it would be a fun concept. I really just wanted to play some roguelikes. I wanted to kind of relax today. Trying Hades was definitely fun. This is going to be a game that I know I'm going to sink a shit ton of time into. So, look forward to doing that. But mostly, I wanted to start gathering more footage that I can use for the eventual Torghast video that I'm going to make. So that should be cool. But yes, I don't know when that video is actually going to come out. It's going to be a bit. And hopefully, if I have enough time, I'm going to try to do the Shogun 2 speedrun for tomorrow, as I've said. So, I guess stay tuned for that. But thank you, everybody, for watching. I'm going to end the stream here, and I hope to see you on Wednesday.